the highest rate ever. It's also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had the kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. And this has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody have their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet would have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened so that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, at a time when people were looking for hope, where people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from. So that it's obvious. So it's not. It's obvious that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have gone through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up at least to a large extent your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, he sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That could encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they'll find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel cost. That is about 500 to 600 naira across the country. That is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. We are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
We don't really, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard, but they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us.
So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas?
Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900. So before we are buying it, it's 350. Yeah, so it is our cost now, so I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
We had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the acre of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you wan take survive? Abeg, na beg we dey beg dem. Make dem help us o. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, pam, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do dem? Make dem help us. No smile, nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. O, because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. Talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we are not against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody is nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail, and every one of us fail. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans, and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors, or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food, and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure, avoid rapid acceleration or braking, and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. This can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders, and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources, and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commute. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths, and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life.
Have seen pictures of the newly elected Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye and his two wives, Marie Koné and Absa Faye. This is not the first African president who is polygamous. South Africa's Jacob Zuma is married to 5 women. King Mswati of Swaziland has 14 wives, while the late Democratic Republic of Congo's Mobutu Sese Seko married 2 sisters, twins at that, and the list goes on. So certainly not a first, but one could think that in 2024, in the kind of modern society we live in, polygamy would be a thing of the past. Well, not only does polygamy still exist, but it is still going strong in some parts of Africa, and more surprisingly, some young and educated African women are seeking a polygamous life partner. Today on Our Voices, we will try and understand what would make a modern African woman happily choose a way of life that used to be associated with the times of our grandmothers and great-grandmothers. And I say we because my opinionated and fierce co-hosts are here on set to discuss the topic with me. I'm Anastasie Tuyèche, and I am joined by Simini Shikoye and Oriane Itangishaka. Hello, ladies.
Hello. Hello.
How are you? So I have to ask you, I know you both are happily married, but in another life, say, would you have considered being a second or a third wife?
Straight up.
To a lucky man?
In another life, maybe, but not in this life.
Oh, okay.
But you know what I say is that as women who are not in polygamous relationship or polygamous marriage, whichever way you look at it or whichever way you feel about it, you have to really look at the context, historical context, religious context. When you are a woman or a child who grew up in an environment where it's the norm, your mother and most of the women in your environment have been in polygamous relationship, it becomes modus operandi for you. You don't question it.
Yeah.
But I would say, like in a country like my country, in Burundi, even most recently, the president on the International Women's Day this year reminded men to do away with adulterous tendencies and said that second, third, and fourth wife must be sent home because a man should have one woman. Yeah. So in that environment, there's not going to be no polygamous relationship. So I personally wouldn't. And actually the thought, let me say, the thought of my husband, even when I die, that he will be with another woman is disturbing. So I wouldn't, no.
So I think personally also never, I mean, not in this life, not in another life. I don't want to share my husband with anyone. But that's my personal belief. And as Oriane said, I know women who grow up in different contexts, in different religion, in different environment, can think differently. And as I strongly believe that, you know, relationship with just one partner, you know, enriches family. It's beneficial for children. Another woman might think that, you know, it has economic benefits. It has, you know, its own you know, input in the family. So it's, again, I agree with her that it's very contextual.
I have to say that there is a consensus here. I'm way too romantic, too territorial, or maybe, as you know, women who advocate for polygamy say, maybe I'm too selfish. But yes, the idea, even too insecure. I don't know, but I wouldn't.
Hey, why not? It's just how you feel.
Oh, I embrace it.
How you feel, how you grow up, how you are socialized into this life.
I spoke to a woman recently, a Muslim woman. I was interviewing her about that, just that very statement that the president said in Burundi. She said, we don't consider it as adulterous. And so you have to just accept that and respect that.
I had a colleague who believed she wanted to be a second or a third wife because that's how it would work for her.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, I remember her. I remember her because she was young. She was raised in a modern society in Europe. But she said, you know what, as young as I am, I'll take an older married husband because it's just the norm. My mother did that. And sometimes I question and I'm saying, wow, really? Are you sure you're going to be okay with that?
Security. Well, some women are. Some women
especially Western women, it's surprising.
Well, in Central Africa too. So before we go to our Your Voices segment, where we ask some ladies on the streets of Johannesburg, South Africa, to share their thoughts on polygamy, let's talk facts and numbers, lady. In a Pew Center report published in 2019, researchers identified a polygamy belt. I didn't even know that existed. A group of countries where polygamy prevalence is particularly high, namely Burkina Faso, Mali, the Gambia, Niger, and Nigeria. The same report says, whereas polygamy affects 2% of the world population, 11% of the population is in Africa. Also, in many countries, marriages are governed by religious or customary law, which means that oversight is in the hands of clerics or community leaders. What do you think, Oriane?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, even in predominantly Christian nations like the Congo and Uganda, where polygamy is forbidden in civil marriage, it's still practiced in customary, you know, laws. So we asked this question to people on the continent, what do you think of polygamous unions? And we have Sifilele Magubane, Balindile Kumalo, Mona Lisa Monyeni, and Ntabisang Muhwang. And here is the response. Take a listen.
I don't support polygamy. As a wife, if I were to be told that there's another one joining me, I would never accept. I don't think there's peace in polygamy. Women are very jealous. I'm very jealous, so I don't think I'd ever accept polygamy.
As much as I personally wouldn't like it, but then I feel like at some point, like, you should be realistic about it. Like, it happens every day. You know that, like, it might happen even when, like, let's say you haven't found out yet, but then you know that it might happen. Like, there are probably 60% chances of it happening. I mean, it's already happening, it's just that it's not official.
People get jealous. People are fighting over, it can't be me. It just can't be me. That's all. It can't be me. Nah, look at me.
It's very risky to be in such an environment because some can start things. There's also witchcraft in those cases. So, hey, Mina, for my side, I'm for monogamy, monogamous relationships, not polygamy.
She's like, monogamy.
No.
Well, thank you so much, Thuso Khumalo, for getting our questions answered on the streets of Joburg. Now, let's go deeper in our topic, and our guest that we have at this moment is Mrs. Kumba Makalu. She's a consultant here in the Maryland area, questions answers on the streets of Joburg. Now, let's go deeper in our topic, and our guest that we have at this moment is Mrs. Kumba Makalu. She's a consultant here in the Maryland area. She's joining us from Silver Spring, Maryland. Mrs. Makalu, thank you so much for being with us. And I want to go straight into asking you, and we have her on also on the phone. Do you think that polygamy is beneficial for men as much as it is for men as much as it is for women?
Thank you, first of all, for having me on and for asking the questions. I believe that it depends on the individuals, and it depends on the societies. And some of our African societies are structured in a way to make polygamy beneficial for both men and women. We have to remember the strong agricultural nature of our societies in terms of also bringing together large families, right? And doing that in the most healthy way and the most, appropriate way based on our cultures. And that leads to polygamy, usually.
Right. So the economic part of it.
The economic and the societal part of it, just making sure, in many societies in America, there is an informal polygamy going on, where there are people who are involved with several women.
Fair enough. Miss Makalu, but I've seen research reports that women in polygamy relationship had a much lower self-esteem than women who are in monogamous marriage. So is being happy and being fulfilled possible for women in polygamous marriage?
I think that's a very difficult question. I think you would have to ask the women. I have seen women who have actually worked really well in polygamous relationships. My grandparents, there was a polygamous relationship, and to this day, some of the kids don't know who their actual mother was, just because the structure was so healthy, and the women got along so well. But I've also seen the opposite, and it's there's a question of are you able to share?
So you are saying it's contextual and it depends. It varies from families to families. There is no general happy and not being happy.
Exactly. I think there's a
not being happy.
Exactly. I think there's a
Are the women the one controlling the happiness, or is it the men? Because I've heard that the man is the one who has to keep them in check, make sure that they get along. Or is the control is amongst the women who decide, look, let's get along? What do you think?
I think it's really the context, right? And if the women go in knowing they're going into a polygamous relationship and they're willing to do it, they know what that entails, right? So they should be ready to accept it. Now, some women go into polygamous relationships not accepting it, but wishing that they would be the only one, right? And then then they haven't been honest with themselves or with the husband or with the other women, and then there's conflict. So it really depends. I think it's the individuals who have to understand what they're capable of handling and what it entails, because you will have to share. You will have to, know that there are other women who are equal to you.
Yeah, sharing, and there's no way around. Ms. Makalu, what I really appreciate with this discussion is that you introduce nuance. From the beginning, you are saying that it all depends on context and nuance. And I think it's very important, especially because none of us on this set would consider such a union. So it's very nice that you bring that with you. So I have a bit of a personal question for you. Would you consider, because you seem to have a positive view on polygamy, and I think it's very interesting, would you consider that for yourself and for your daughter?
No. I personally do not, based on the way I've been brought up, I think, and the modern society we live in, right? Maybe in a different context, I might consider it. But the context that we live in, it's already illegal, right? So
But I was not asking on a legal point of view. I was asking your personal. Would you agree to share a man with another woman or other women, and share resources and raise other women's children, and have other women raise your children?
Relationship, right? But I know in my personal relationship, my husband has had previous wives and other children. So there is that
component.
dynamic.
Right. Yes.
But I wouldn't be like, you spend 2 days with her, 2 days with me.
So maybe let's pivot and go to the children's situation. You are from Mali and predominantly Muslim culture. How do you see the impact or the benefit when it comes to children relationship? Because I've heard that the first woman's children or the first woman has a much more say into the resources, into things like that. Maybe I might be wrong, but what is the dynamics amongst the children? And, what do you think?
I think it varies. It depends on how they were raised. Now, if there was a rivalry within the women and the first wife, maybe was more dominant and was, fighting for those resources, there will be a competition. And I heard someone speak about witchcraft, which we have to not ignore, where, people will resort to spiritual means to
control,
for protection, or other things, and that's a very real occurrence actually in a lot of these relationships. But I think it really does.
Let me follow up. Let me follow up on Oriane's question, and just a lot of research again showed that the role of both parents being present in child's life is very important. So as a man alternates between wives, and sometimes, children may not see their father for a few days, few weeks. How would you say that has an impact on the children upbringing?
Yes, I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it turn badly because there isn't that balance. And actually, I will say it will turn. There's not true polygamy. Right? When it's like it's a polygamous relationship, but there's no balance, right? So the children are not actually treated. Children are not treated equally. The mothers are not treated equally. The time is not spread out equally. Yes, it turns very, very badly, right? Because there's resentment, and there's a balance, like a struggle for power and attention. And I don't call that true polygamy, because those are not, like you said, Mali is Muslim, so it's based on Islam. And Islam really actually, what that religion says about polygamy is that you should not take more wives if you cannot treat them equally, right? So it's not necessarily a right, right? But it's really saying that you have to be sure of your character.
Thank you so much, Miss Kumba Makalu. You are a consultant specialized in women's issue, and your point of view was really precious. So we'll take a break now, and
in times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport.
Show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
You are watching Our Voices. Welcome back. We are discussing a controversial marital choice, polygamy, and the African women who voluntarily embrace it. Diaspora Literatures on East Carolina University. She joins us via Skype from Greenville, North Carolina. Hello. Hello, Dr. Gay. How are you?
I'm great.
So my first question to you will be that I would really like to know, do you think what do you think of polygamy to start with?
I've listened to the previous guest, and there are so many things I agree with her in terms of contextualizing, but I also think that there are so many sanitizing points about polygamy that is not talked about, especially in the case of Senegal, where polygamy is practiced in a new way in urban areas more than in rural areas. So the men who do polygamy or who practice polygamy are not tilling any farm or need more men, more manpower. So I think that there are so many things that we can say about the choice now in urban areas, especially when you were talking about how so many educated men are now engaging in polygamy and so many educated women also are engaging in polygamy.
Dr. Gay, as a self-proclaimed feminist you are, do you think, like from the existing polygamy structure in Africa, do you think men are systematically benefiting from polygamy than women?
In Africa, it is more for men than it is for women, just because the institution itself is not open to women. Women cannot have more than one husband, for example. So that choice isn't there. And the fact that women are pit against each other in terms of competition. Somebody talks about the witchcraft that happened in there. So women are trying to top each other in the upkeep for the man. So the attention is always on him. And for women, instead of engaging in relationship with the husband, the relationship is more with the other women in terms of conflict.
Yeah, so you really can look at it the other way around, because I have spoken to women who say that we are equal, and then I have spoken to other women in other polygamous relationship where they respect the first wife, and I've brought that up in the previous segment. So you believe that that competition is definitely there?
The competition is definitely there, especially in this new era of polygamy. I come from a polygamous household. My father had 2 wives. We all lived together. And in the beginning, when we call her our aunt, is coming to join us, my father sat us down and said that this is my second wife. And it was clear to us that the relationship between the women, for example, are none of our business as children. And we respect each one of them, but for the most time, also the second wife respect the first wife because she has been there for a long time. In the new way of doing polygamy, women enter polygamy in terms of conflict. I'm going there to destabilize her. I'm going there to top whatever she has been doing. And there is even in Senegal a term that is called defante, which the word, Wolof word is def, which is to do, and defente brings this reciprocity in terms of conflict. She does something, I do more. And this is in terms of sexuality, in terms of economy, in terms of attention to the husband, in terms of who's cooking what. And women go to so many lengths in order to top each other. So that is now the new kind of polygamy that I think is benefiting more men than it is benefiting women.
Maybe can we look also at the, you know, the positive aspect of it, like for example, economic advantage, where more women, you know, can have more secure family economically. Also, in, you know, context of conflicts where a lot of men might go to war, or women, the number of women could be less, and in that case, men can have more women, have more children, so that they can, you know, increase the population. So, is that something to consider as a positive part of it?
I think that for some women, the economic aspect of polygamy is very important, because they are able to be in the institution of marriage and being taken care of, especially because in many African societies and communities, the man have financial opportunities. Polygamy could be an advantage for them. But for the most part, the women actually who now participate in polygamy are financially, they do not need the financial upkeep. They're stable financially, they have jobs, they are educated, they have active professional lives. So the reason why these women enter polygamy is because it gives them more flexibility in terms that the man is taken care of by several women. So the women who say, I would like to be in polygamy, and usually it's because they want to be second, third, fourth wife, because then they will be able to share the care of the husband with other women. And if he's not with them 2 days, then they can go and do other things and not have to worry about cooking and taking care of him. And that brings us to this point of men being taken care of all the time. There is always it's this notion that...
Wait a second, Dr. Gay. Yes. Are you telling us that nowadays polygamy is led by intellectual and financially independent women who actually see it as a way to have a man and still lead a single life in a way?
Yes. Your previous guest was talking about how women will be having 2 days each, and that the father is not going to be there, for example, 2 days.
So it is beneficial to women.
That is because it is beneficial to women in that sense, but that is because now in polygamy, these women who enter polygamy, they do not want to share the household with another woman. They are in their own spaces. They live their own parallel lives. And then they have the husband in a few days, and then he's gone to the other woman. Then they take care of their own lives. So that's the flexibility that it offers. In their own spaces, they live their own parallel lives. And then they have the husband in a few days, and then he's gone to the other woman. Then they take care of their own lives. So that's the flexibility that it offers them. And who are we to blame them for doing that? In a society that is patriarchal, where men are always taken care of in terms of chores, in terms of domestic upkeep.
Well, that is the end of a show that we didn't see coming. Thank you.
We want to speak more.
We really want to thank you, Maram Gay. You were with us in East, you are a professor in East Carolina University. Thank you for joining us from Greenville, North Carolina. Thank you for this very interesting insight. Thank you to Komba Makalu for joining us today to share her perspective on polygamy. This has been Our Voices. Thank you for watching. And thanks to our formidable editorial and production team. You can rewatch this episode, and we too, on the previous ones on the VOA website, voaafrica.com, or on our YouTube channel. Let's continue the conversation. See you next week.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Workers' Day. Increasing minimum wage won't worsen inflation. TUC. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. Workers' Day. Increasing minimum wage won't worsen inflation. TUC. The ongoing negotiations for a new minimum wage have been lingering following the inability of the federal government, state governments, private sector, and organized labor to reach a consensus on the issue. President Bola Tinubu gave this indication in his speech during this year's International Workers' Day celebration in Abuja on Wednesday. The President of Nigeria had in January set up a tripartite committee consisting of the governments, that is federal and states, labor and private sector representatives to review the 30,000 naira minimum wage introduced by former President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, which technically expired on the 17th. Of last month. The government failed to announce the new minimum wage at the May Day celebration on Wednesday, as it had not accepted labor's demand, or indeed a conclusion had not been reached by the tripartite committee. Also, the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Ononuga, in an interview, faulted workers' insistence on the 615,000 naira minimum wage. He said the government and labor unions had not agreed on the amount for the minimum wage. But the president of Nigeria Labour Congress, Joe Ajero, defended workers' demand, insisting that the organized labor would not accept any amount that would impoverish its members. While his counterpart, President of the Trade Union Congress, TUC, Festus Osifo, says increasing the minimum wage for civil servants from 30,000 naira to 615,000 naira won't worsen Nigeria's inflation rate, which stood at 33.20% as of March 2024. Comrade Osifo said the organized labor proposed 615,000 as the new minimum wage for workers to confront current socioeconomic realities, a view backed by Nigeria Labour Congress NLC's leader, Joe Ajero. In an interview on Wednesday, the NLC boss said the proposed 615,000 naira minimum wage was arrived at after an analysis of the current economic situation and the needs of an average Nigerian family of 6. He said the last minimum wage of 30,000 naira expired on April 18th, he described as mischievous the pay rise of between 25 to 35% for civil servants across various consolidated salary structures announced by the federal government on Tuesday.
We have pressed for a 2-year lifespan for the new act with automatic adjustment triggered by inflation suppressing 7.5%. Every employer with 5 employees and above must comply. We demand robust monitoring and strict penalties for non-compliant state governments. We have based our figures on real data gathered from responses nationwide, ensuring that our demand reflects the true cost of living for an average family. Our message is clear. Anything less than a living wage condemns workers to poverty.
That the government restrain itself from the use of violence in civil engagement within the industrial relations sphere. An immediate reversal of the unilateral hike in electricity tariff, enthronement of service reflective tariff, and stoppage of segregation of consumers.
We are now being joined by Lagos State NLC Chairperson, Comrade Funmi Shesi, journalist and PDP chieftain Larry Olayinka from Osun State has also joined us. We also have joining us 2 economists, Paul Alaje and Okpeyemi Taiwo. Ladies first, let's start with the chairperson of Lagos East NLC. Comrade Shesi, how would you want to further make the point that your colleagues made at the rally in Abuja yesterday?
Thank you very much. And once again, let me greet Nigerian workers a happy Workers' Day yesterday. Well, our expectation was cut short yesterday. We were expecting an announcement of a living wage to the workers across the nation from the presidency, from the federal government. But nothing like that happened yesterday. And we know that it will happen like that because the labor leaders have been coming out to come and condemn the lackadaisical attitude of the federal government in food dragging to the extent that the conclusion of the minimum wage tripartite committee is still yet on hold. So we know that since there was no conclusion of the committee work, we also know that there might be no announcement that yesterday. The NLC and the TUC leadership, they have come together to agree on a living wage that will be just be the best for the workers with the socioeconomic indices and the parameters that were used to calculate the minimum wage that will be commensurate with the job that Nigerians are offering currently and the socioeconomic situation. So 615,000 naira has been agreed by the both labor centers that this is what will be best for the workers in this country. I support that idea. But having said that too, the tripartite committee, they are still discussing, they are on the negotiation table, on the side of the workers, on the side of the government, and also on the side of the employers of labor, both in the public and the private sector. Let all of them sit down without further delay and let them come up with something
it is just inevitable that one must ask you that do you, as a labor leader, truly believe that this economy can accommodate a minimum wage of 615,000 naira? Or is this a negotiation or a negotiating strategy by the labor movement. What's your honest belief?
We are still on the negotiation table. Anything could happen. It's just a proposal, and it's just in 2019, Labour proposed something higher than what was finally agreed upon by the committee that negotiated then. So we are still on the negotiation table, and but the only thing that we are asking is for a fair deal from all the sides. The labour should be fair to the employers of labour. Employers of labour as well should also be fair to labour, and also the government should be fair to both the employers of labour and to labour itself.
Okay, so, I'll come back to you.
But we are not stiff-necked, and we are not having a hard shoulder. So it's just a negotiation, and we are still negotiating.
Okay, I'll come back to you, comrade. Comrade. Let me go to your colleague on this show. Larry Olayinka, you've been a chieftain of the PDP, and it does seem that the PDP is playing the opportunism card on this issue, because your presidential candidate in the last presidential elections and the official spokesperson of your party, indeed, what the official spokesperson of your party said yesterday was a borderline, like pushing the envelope in the direction of calling for anarchy. So what is your own personal take of this imbroglio between Labour and the government, federal and states, on the issue of minimum wage?
Well, thanks for having me this evening. My position is not too different from the position of the labor movement. I only disagree with the labor movement on the issue of what they are proposing. 615,000 naira as minimum wage, to me, is way far ridiculous. It's something that I don't think anyone can even sit down and begin to discuss. Aside that, you agree with me that for instance, someone who was earning like 100,000 naira per month this time last year, if you see any the same 100,000 naira per month this year now, what is earning is in the region of, like, the value of that 100,000 naira is in the region of 25,000 naira last year. So I don't believe that Nigerian workers should remain at the level of salary that they were last year. But I do also believe that labor movement should be about salary increment all the time. We've been increasing salary and nothing has changed. Because the moment you get to increase salary, even what we are buying now will increase, like triple almost immediately. So to me, I don't see increment of salary as solution to anything. It has never solved any problem. And even if you increase salary, if you increase minimum wage to 1 million now, it will not solve any problem, because inflation will go alongside that increment. And again, I don't know how the labor movement, how they are handling this, because all along salary increment has always been about public service, government workers. What happened to that person that is working in a beer parlor, for instance? What happened to that worker that is working in a laundry? What happened to that worker that is working in a supermarket? As of today, we see people that receive as cheap as 20,000 naira per month. What is the labor movement doing about them? So it's not just about coming up labor movement. We are talking about federal government workers, state government workers. What about the workers you talk about organized private sector, the one that are organized? What about the one that are not organized? What about the one that you cannot even see? So to me, I agree that there should be review of salary across board, both in the private and public sector. But I don't agree with this notion of because if we are going to be honest with ourselves, the level of inflation that we've had, because I'm not educated as in the area of statistics, But I can tell you that from this place that I'm talking from in Abuja here, from here to the airport this time last year, boat will take me 3,600 naira. From here to the airport. Today, from here to the airport, the same boat will take me like 10,000 naira. So if you take 10 naira, 3,000, it's like 300% increment, or I think it's like 200% increment. So, and that is what has happened to almost every sector. Petrol was like, I think was 165 or so. It is now like 600, 700. Well, so if you are looking at it from that angle, something that was sold for 200 naira before is now being sold for 600 naira. So can we now marry that with request for, with demand for 6,000 naira? We look at what we were buying before. What are we buying now? What we were buying before was 100 naira. We are buying 300 naira now. So it means that if your salary was 30,000 naira before, it should now be like 90,000 naira. That is my own layman. I'm not an economist. I'm just a journalist. So that's my own layman. I believe, I agree that there should be review of salary of Nigerians across board. I also want to believe that.
How would you want to respond to the fact that the federal government unilaterally, without necessarily forsaking its participation in the tripartite committee, the federal government unilaterally made an increase in the consolidated salary structure? So how would you want to respond to that? And on that,
as for me, that shouldn't have happened. There was a committee set up by the government. The committee was sitting. I believe that whatever should come out as the new minimum wage to be as a result of the work of the committee. I also want to say that the federal government did that just the way Labour also did their own, asking for 615. You see, everybody like the Lagos NLC chairman just said, everybody is looking for negotiation. I believe that the federal government also pushed that to the table. So you have pushed 615. Let me also put at 5%, so that we have something to begin to now talk about. Is everybody?
I'll come back to you, Larry. Let me go to the comrade. Lady comrade, your colleague believes that the prayer or the request for I'll come back to you, Lady comrade. We have an economist joining us now, Paul Alaje. Paul, welcome to Plus Politics. Is Paul there? Paul Alaje? Okay, in the interim, I'll go back to Lady Comrade Shesi. On the one hand, your colleague Larry believes that the 615 proposition was to him a bit outrageous, quite unrealistic, and that like most reasonable persons have also opined that this will just be a galvanizing force to the inflationary trend, that giving a good life to workers should not necessarily revolve around salary increment alone. How would you want to respond to that, Comrade Shesi?
Thank you very much. My heart bleeds sometimes when people react, and their reaction is that they should throw food to the labor as they throw to a dog. They should just throw something to the labor. And then people don't really think that labor, they deserve to have a living wage. So if you have to look at the current realities on ground now, what do people really think that would be the best for labor as the minimum wage? We know what is the best for us now, because we are also going to the market. If you have to look at those, we have three arms of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. how much is the salary of a legislator? How much is the salary of a senator in this country? And they did not create a separate market for labor, for workers, for laborers like us. No separate market. We, as they are human beings, we are also human beings. We also deserve a good life. We deserve to also give a good life to our offspring too, our children and our family. They also deserve the best. So, who is now thinking that we don't deserve the best of life, that we don't deserve the best of everything? Those who are in the government, those who are leading us, their children are not country, they are outside. So when we are thinking about, we also deserve the best. If we believe that 615,000 is not the best, what do they think is the best for us?
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Fortunately, we have two economists who have joined us now. Paul Elijah, good to see you. Good again.
Yeah, thank you so very much for having me. A beautiful evening to you, sir.
Wish you same. Paul, you know, I've been talking to partisans since the program started because Lady Comrade Shesi, who is the chairperson of NLC Lagos State, inevitably in matters like this will be a partisan. My friend Larry Olayinka is a non-chieftain of the PDP. Now talking to a professional and an economist who should be dispassionate and not partisan about issues. What is your take of this imbroglio between organized labor, the private sector, organized private sector, and the governments, federal and state, particularly on the proposition of labor that what they believe to be reasonable take-home pay is 615,000 naira. I would want to respond. I would want to fire your open salvo.
Well, labor, they said they want 615,000 naira or 40 or whatever amount they want, over 600. When they do that, know that the price of a bag of rice will range between 400 to about 700,000. This is because when the first, hello, are you still with me, sir?
We are perfectly with you. We're perfectly with you.
Hello. Yeah. So because this is because when you check the history of minimum wage in Nigeria, and you want to start that from 1981, when minimum wage for the first time was fixed as 125, it was about 50% of that was a bag of rice, and that was equivalent of $204 when the first time minimum wage was fixed in Nigeria. Subsequently,
go ahead, we can hear you.
Subsequently, minimum wage was increased to 250 in 1991. In 2004, minimum wage was increased to 5,500 in Nigeria. After that, we saw minimum wage got increased to 9,000. After that, in 2011, minimum wage went to 18,000. So at the time it was 18,000, exchange rate has also improved significantly, even though it was a much devalued exchange rate that we had at the time. In 2018, however, to 19, when we have President Buhari in office, a commission was set up where minimum wage also went to 30,000 naira. And unfortunately, that is the minimum wage we still have in Nigeria today. When this was done, a bag of rice was 9,300. And we now saw the major devaluation in price of bag of rice to about 16,000. Eventually, bag of rice at 16,000, government agreed was going to pay 30,000 minimum wage, as if those were not enough. What we have seen today is that even government improved minimum wage to about 40,000. When you convert that to the dollar, and this is just the beginning of my conversation, I don't know how much time I have, you need to do this in the context of today's reality of what exchange rate is and the commodity I've used over time, which is the bag of rice. A bag of rice today is in fact more than 60,000 naira. In some markets, 70,000 naira, 60,000 naira. If you look at exchange rate, as of today, naira was about 1,390. To be charitable, You say 1,050. Now, how much in dollar are we paying labor? Perhaps we are paying labor about $30 per month. What does that mean? We are paying labor $30 per month means we are paying $1 per day. Now, what does the UNDP say? What is the recommendation? For somebody who will be out of poverty, the person must earn at least $1.95. In Nigeria, what we are paying people today at 40,500 is to keep people in poverty. What therefore is the practice over the years. The practice should be that minimum wage have always stayed between 98 or 100 to about 200. Therefore, the advice to federal government and indeed organized labor is to look within that limit of maybe 100,000 to about 220,000. It will not be 150,000.
Sorry. Polalaje.
600,000, unfortunately,
Paul,
not visible.
I'll come back. Inevitably, I'll come back to you. Your erudition and your historical perspective on economic matters always trip me. Let me quickly go to Opeyemi Taiwo, who is also an economist. Opeyemi Taiwo, I was a grown boy in 1975, 1976 when the Udoji Salary Award by the federal government of Nigeria came to life. And I remember I usually enthusiastically used to assist my single parent mother in Awolowo market selling her wares. And I remember that although they were stark illiterates, but they knew that there was a salary award, and I could remember some of the slangs they used to say in those days. That is, you federal workers, you've taken Udoji's award, that inevitably it had to percolate down to them at the market space. In the background of that anecdote, what would be your opening salvo to this contentious issue between organized labor, the federal government, the state governments, many of the state governments who have not even honored the statutory sanctity of minimum wage 30,000 naira, and this. What would be your opening salvo, please?
All right, good to be here today. You have given a fantastic background to the challenge at hand, which has been we might call it a generational problem, so to say. But looking at the financial figures now, as at this time last year, we were talking about 21% of our inflation rate. All right. So going down the lane, as at 2024 February, we are talking about 31.7% inflation rate. All right. Now, moving beyond the inflation rate, there's something called consumer price index. That is looking at the capacity of each consumer to buy products in the market. So what does that mean? That means that the higher purchasing power that you have most times does not equate to the capacity of what? Getting commodity. And the balancing equation is what my senior colleague Paul Alaji was trying to analyze to you. For we to understand that when you have too much of currency in circulation, you are building up, you are piling up inflation. And what is the layman analysis of inflation? Meaning you have 1 million naira with you in your pocket, and you're going to use 1 million naira to buy a bag of rice. Economically, that is not practicable. That is not workable. That is not sustainable. So, moving beyond all of this figure, what do we need to look at? The first thing we should look at is sustainability of our economy beyond your purchasing power. If you are starting work as at the age of 20, by the time you get to 60, you're going to retire. Are you not still coming back to the same economy? So, if you have been earning 50,000 before, or you are earning 30,000, now you are preaching 35,000, or you are now preaching 658,000. and you are being given that amount, less than 6 months, bag of rice will be 200,000 naira. So if you now retire after 5 years, will you be able to afford that same 200,000 naira bag of rice? The answer is no. And that is why, as an economist, as financial analyst, what we say to NLC is, don't push the government into corner. Give the government a template to work on. I love the NLC, but NLC must understand, in the 21st century, purchasing power does not equate to purchasing commodity. It's not the same. Look at the affordability of commodity. And how do we have affordability of commodity? We should look at price control. We should look at price regulation. We should look at what we call economic palliative for the SME holders. Because the SME holders run out of our economy, NLC. The civil servant. The civil servant doesn't run the economy. The SME that run the economy.
Some economists and some socioeconomic analysts tend to want to believe that price control is in itself anathema to good price to the market. Reason being that they believe that you should incentivize productivity, encourage manufacturers and producers to increase productivity, and let the supply side bring the demand side to a reasonable level of equilibrium. So when I'm hearing price control from somebody like you, who is an economist, I'm thinking, okay, here we come again. Economics, you could have 10 economics with 10 opinions on one issue. You are like lawyers. I'll come back to you, but let me quickly go to Lady Comrade Shesi. My distinguished comrade, you have had your 3 other colleagues, from the gentleman who ordinarily should be levitating on the partisan opportunism that this case seems to present. Lady Olayinka is speaking to patriotism now, and is saying he believes that 615 is a bit too outrageous. He never used the word outrageous, but that is my understanding of his position. Paul Alaje went into historical enumeration of how minimum wage legislations have in themselves precipitated or nourished the demon of inflationary trend, and he used the pricing of an item that most of us can identify with, a bag of rice. Opeyemi, also an economist, thinks that there may be other incentives that labor ought to be pushing government to attend to, like providing affordable housing, like making sure that we perfect energy transition, especially in the area of vehicular energy use, say from an average of 600 something naira now per liter of PMS, or 1,000 plus per liter of diesel, to like CNG that is average of less than 300 naira. Comrade, how would you respond to some of these opinions calling for caution, calling for a bit of, maybe that Aluta flag not too red? How would you respond to that, Lady Comrade Chelsea?
Thank you very much. I can see their sentiments, and I could see that they actually, being patriotic in the sense that they are thinking that Nigeria is bleeding, and so the labor should not also add to the bleeding of the nation. But let us be factual. The same sentiment should also be shared along the path of those who are our leaders. Everybody knows please excuse me, everybody knows the salaries of those in the legislative arm of government. Everybody knows that they are not also ready to also share in the pains that everybody is passing through in this country. If that is the same thing that the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission is the one that is paying the salaries of everybody that is known to all of us, not that some particular sector like the sacred cow and the workers, the laborers that are tilling the ground and now laying the golden eggs, are now the ones that are suffering for the sin that is not our own, for the sin of our leaders that have already milked this country dry and left us in this situation. It calls for an action from workers. The action that I mean is that the Mr. Lere, the person that spoke before the last economics, has rightly told us how much is the price of a bag of rice in the market compared to what we bought when we normally buy the bag of rice in 2019 when we agreed to 30,000 naira minimum wage. Is it the same thing? Is it the same thing that we have to talk about transportation? Is it the same thing that we talk about rent? Is it the same? The worst of it is about our feeding. In developed countries, what government does there is to subsidize the food that people eat so that people can have adequate and access to adequate diet and feeding. And also in some countries, government also subsidizes. In fact, if you don't have houses, they will give you a council flat where you can be residing. They will even pay you some money, social status. They will give you some money to survive. But in this country, even you that you are working, your take home, is it even anything that you have to be proud of? The way we are surviving now, currently, in fact, it's only through the help of God that we are surviving this current onslaught against the workers by the government. Immediately the fuel subsidy was removed. The first people that gained were the people that are not in the organized labor, those in the informal sector. They are the ones that made the gains. So if you are now sharing any sentiment for them, please forget it. Immediately the prices of goods and services went up, shot up immediately. How much do we buy a kilo of fish before? Used to be a kilo of chicken or fish used to be like 1,000 naira, 1,500. But today, a kilo of fish is 4,600 naira, and that is a very tiny 3 pieces of mackerel. It's 4,600.
Okay, come on.
Against the workers, as our salary.
Comrade, I'll come back to you. You have been so articulate. I wonder whether you labor leaders have reaxed these lines. One cannot but empathize with some of the sentiments, with you on some of the sentiments you shared. Lady Olayinka, she gave a polite backslap to the political class, of which you are a member. At least if you are not say fully a politician, you were once the chief spokesperson of a prominent governor in Nigeria. So you also belong to the political class. And she is of the conviction, like many Nigerians, that you people is like you live in Nirvana or El Dorado and you have left everybody else in Golgotha. How would you want to respond to that?
Well, you see, there's this misconception that workers have about politicians, and I need to correct that misconception before I continue. I heard the NSC chairman Lagos State saying the legislator collects also amount of money salary, this person collects also amount of salary, and the question is the workers, let me say the civil servants, how many posters do they print to get to get the work to get employed as civil servants? how many voters they give money to get employed as civil servants? Then how many people are on their neck as at today? How many people are on their neck? How many people are asking them for money? You see, there's a very thick line of difference between politicians, political office holders, and civil servants. I would prefer to be a civil servant on 100,000 naira salary to be the political office holder that will collect 300,000 salary. Because 300,000 salary of political office holder is lesser. It's not of a civil servant. And that's the truth.
Yeah. I have to call. I now have to dig in deep into your persona and dig out your original vocation. Lere, is the Lere who was once a journalist, is he listening to the Lere who is trying to rationalize?
I am not rationalizing anything. I have said it here, and I want to say it again, that salary should be reviewed. There's no two ways about that. There's no contention about that. I am not saying that civil servants should remain at the level that they are. No, nobody should. Because I said it earlier that what you are getting, what the salary, if you were, say, 100,000 naira income like this time last year, and you are still on the same 100,000 naira now, what you are earning in the real sense of it is about like 25,000 to 30,000 naira. So there should be a review of minimum wage. There's no two ways about that. Nobody is contesting that. I am not here to contest it. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is this argument of saying politicians collect huge amount of money.
Okay, I hear you. I'll come back to you, Larry. You've made your point well enough. At some point, to be honest with you, my intellectual persona was rattled because I felt you were justifying some of the profligacy and the ostentation.
Excuse me, before you go, let me also say this. There's no profligacy in public service without the connivance of civil servants. Nobody should come and tell us that.
That's a topic for another day. We will get to it. You will be invited.
Without connivance of civil servants. That is the truth.
That'll be another topic that'll be a topic for another day. You want to push me to an intellectual corner. Paul Alaje. We will come to you. Lady Chelsea will come. Comrade Chelsea will come to you. Let's go to the economics now. I want to explore and tap the brains of the two. And it's just somewhat reasonable that we call in somebody like yourself and Okpeyemi to give us what may be the middle ground. I usually tell people that the beauty of a liberal democracy is that it should be a contestation of ideas. And we've had the comrade, we've had Larry. I'd like to take your next line of reasoning from your historical perspective to contemporary challenges that we're facing now relative to the opinions. Your take.
Thank you so very much. I hear you very clearly, and I understand the debate between the representative of Labour, a woman I have so much respect for, and Mr. Adede, a respected politician and a journalist, as well as Mr. Okpei, my colleague in the field of economics. But here is it. I think over the years, since the Doji salary to date, Labour has focused more on monetary value. Monetary value is really not the problem. Now, when Labour fights and they fight for things that has to do with money, most of the time, we don't have a relatively sustainable solution. Inflation will catch up, and when it caught up with us, in the next 3, 4, 5 years, we'll start seeing new demand for payment. But what should Labour be discussing? And I'm talking with those who are the high hierarchy of labor in our country. Give me an instance of one of the wrong demands. Labor demanded that government should buy CNG vehicles. It was in Europe last year, around November and December. And I saw some representative of the government scrambling for CNG vehicles. Unfortunately, the whole of Europe has announced a ban on production of CNG for environmental reasons. That is what Nigerian Labour and federal government want to subject Nigerians to. Think, if there is not, Labour should establish a research department. It must have economics in it, such that we can look at economic reality. That's not the one Labour should be demanding for. When you have a family, earning income, it's maybe a member of Labour or maybe not even organized Labour. It is expected in Nigerian context that the man should have one wife with
Paul. You are still on, Paul. You are still on. But I need to accentuate a point you've just made now. Many Nigerians, indeed many of us who are educated, don't know that LNG and CNG are fossil fuel byproducts too. They may be relatively cleaner than PMS and AGO, but they are fossil fuel byproducts and they are relatively also maybe cleaner but environmentally dangerous. They are not totally. So go ahead. I just want to accentuate that point.
I spoke vehemently against this at different platforms to say that Labour should not be demanding for this. If there is anything to be demanding for, is how do we make quality, I emphasize the word quality of electricity and quantity, how do we improve it? Recently we saw Minister of Labour of Nature Power increase cost of energy by over 200%, nearly 300%. And it complete a band A. And we have seen what has happened to electricity. Rather than having more electricity, it's even getting worse off. Those who are not in band A, the band B and the rest, electricity company will divert power to band A. They will tell you that you are not in band A. In order to make money, unfortunately, in the midst of that increase, transmission company of Nigeria collapsed. We need to focus on the right things. Labour should make demand on how do we make public institution. Labour make demand on how do we make public institution relatively affordable. Not that people will have to pay extreme amounts because they want to go to school. Primary school is the most important.
Okay.
Which of our leaders today say that even to public primary school, let me
go to
school again.
Paul, please let me go to
of education. Do we have in secondary school? I'm going somewhere. UNDP usually every year issue what we call HDI, Human Development Index. It's a combination of three things: income, but it's not limited to income. Health. When you compare Nigeria on health, which public primary hospital are those of us here we proud to go to? But we want Labour will say give us more money. Money alone will not solve your problem. It's important to increase your salary significantly. I don't go against it, because it is not your fault that we made an impulsive decision to remove subsidy without thinking through it, without planning through it, because IMF and World Bank mandated us to do same. Meanwhile, Asian Tigers in 1991, there was a report that Asian Tiger went against IMF and World Bank, then the same organization called it Asian Miracles. In 1945, for a woman to walk around the street of Europe, she has to be an adult. Why? Because she must have been raped by many men. That was after the war. What did Europe do in 30 years? Europe did not suddenly say, we are increasing all tariffs.
Okay.
Europe came up with a Marshall Plan. Nigeria has several plans. Rather than this plan having legislation backup, it never existed. Having budgetary handshake, it never existed. So how do we say that we just pay Labour more money?
Okay, Paul, let me go to a point. Let me go to a point.
Public transport is not there. Rails are not working. No matter what you are paid, even if it's 10 million, it cannot sustain.
Paul, at this juncture, I need to go to Okpeyemi because I want to start. We are moving into the denouement of the program now. This is about the last stretch. Okpeyemi, you economists, the two of you economists on the show have been so vehement on the fact that Labour should not be focusing alone on monetary increment as rewards, that it may be stimulating, or it may ultimately stimulate or galvanize inflationary or worsen the the already bad inflationary situation. How would you want to wrap it up so that I give your other colleagues too the opportunity to wrap their opinions up? Akwayemi?
All right. Okay. So that was a very fantastic and a brilliant submission by my senior colleague Paul Alaji. Now look at the four critical sector that is ministry we needed: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, all right, Ministry of Power, all right, the Ministry of Agriculture. Now for all these four ministries, how do we break down their input to bring out output that will affect an ordinary man on the street? That is what I am expecting NLC to discuss with federal government. I was in the university and I saw ASU. They have 10 agendas as of 2010. The first one was increment of salary. Now, are you saying that all of the subsector of NLC, the only thing they think about is increment of salary? Is that the solution to Nigeria problem? The answer is no. Increment in salary will always give you sporadic increase in inflation. No doubt about that. But if you are ignoring inflation, well, good enough for you, but it's going to be bad enough for the economy. So what do we need? Can we bring down the inputs of these major four ministries that I've spoken about? Can we break down their inputs and see how their output will affect an ordinary man on the street, whereby I can leave my house and pay an annual health insurance to the federal government, minimum fee, and I can go to any hospital of my choice in Nigeria, and I will get a quality health care service. Is it possible that there can be a particular education trust fund whereby in different regions, whereby an average youth or student in Nigeria, without necessarily means of the education loan by the federal government, going to school from primary school to university without means of borrowing? Can I do that? That is what we are talking about. Those are the things that can bring sustainability in our economy.
Okay, let me sign you off. Thank you very much, Akwayemi, for your wonderful contribution. Lady Comrade Shesi, your turn now to give us your epilogue.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, all animals are not equal. That adage is very apt at this time. And for the submission of the economists, what do I expect from them? I don't expect anything short of what they are talking. But an hungry man is an angry man. The workers that are working, laboring day and night, you are in the studio now, you are not going home. Only God knows whether you are going home today, even if you are not staying for the weekend. So the nurses, the doctors, they will be working, they will be taking care of the health of people, the teachers, they will be teaching. The lecturers, they will be lecturing, professors, they will read, they will put their intelligence to test. And at the end of the day, a politician will come and tell me because he printed a poster, because he paid money to corruption money to people, his salary should be like 12 million, should be like 15 million, even better than professors that are doing research work, even the nurses that are doing their work, taking care of the patient, even the doctors that are, curing diseases and taking care of people. This is a country where we support illegality. In fact, the people that are talking, they're supposed to have sympathy and empathy with the workers, that they are even supposed to ask us how we've been able to survive at this time. I have already said it, that those people that they have sympathy for, those are in the informal sector. They have increased the prices of goods and services. Part of it is like the people that are selling fuel now, marketers, they are holding the fuel, they are all saboteurs, and all these things, those are the receiving end are the workers. Those in the informal sector, they will make their own gain as the prices of fuel is increasing. Uber will increase their own price. The person that is selling pepper will increase immediately. As the price of dollar is increasing, they will increase the prices of all the goods. But the salary remains static. You don't want
okay, comrade, I feel you. I really feel you. Lady Comrade Chelsea, I really feel you. But we must go. Lady Comrade Chelsea, we must go. Thank you very much for featuring on the show. Thank you, Lady Comrade Chelsea. Larry, 30 seconds. Larry, 30 seconds because I need to get Paul. I'll give Paul the opportunity to wrap it up too. Larry. And I don't want you recriminating with Lady Comrade Chelsea because she seems unmute your device.
Yeah, okay. We cannot run Nigeria on emotion and sentiment. This country can only be run around on reality. So the issue is this, like Mr. Opeyemi said, labor should not be salary. If electricity tariff was increased, apartheid was introduced by putting some people in band A and some people in band B and whatever. Labour, I expect Labour to be on the streets on this. These are issues that Labour should be talking about today. We have Nigerians that are on band A. We have Nigerians that are on band F that are not qualified to have life for 1 week.
Okay.
Should be talking about. Okay. When price of fuel when subsidy was removed and fuel went to that level of 600 naira, what did Labour do that time?
Okay, your point well made. I think you are also putting a bit of political opportunism into it. Paul Alaje, give us your wrap up and the wrap up for the show. 30 seconds.
Okay, so we want President Tinubu and the entire state government to be very fair on labor. The rate over the years has been between $100, which is equivalent of $130 to $200, about $250 to $260. But they should do that bearing in mind that there will be inflation. That is not permanent solution, it's only temporary solution. The permanent solution is to look at the critical sector and provide solution. But my concern about labor, that even if government said they will pay labor 50,000 naira today, the current labor seems to be toothless. The current labor, so many of the promises that they've made have failed. And I thought because I share a part of my life with them, I was president of the whole university. And this is not what I need to do NLC for. It's a bit disappointing and concerning.
Paul, I think that's not fair. We may have another program, another show for that. Because in the last 1 year, Labour has asserted itself minimum of 3 to 4 times. I think that's not fair. But this is what we have to leave it for today. It's quite an engaging, very intellectually stimulating session. I really want to thank every one of you, Lady Comrade Chelsea, the chairperson, NLC Lagos State, Lady Olayinka, a prominent journalist and politician. Paul Alaje comes with a very rich antecedents and profile as an economist and public analyst. And Opeyemi Taiwo, who I'm engaging with for the first time. I really want to thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen and lady.
Thank you so much, sir, for having us.
I am.
Thank you for having me.
Bola Hoba. Have a good evening.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Cancer with Dr. Denise Ejo, the CEO of Commode Cancer Foundation in partnership with Plus TV Africa. We'd like to thank you once again for joining us. I thank you. We really appreciate your time as you learn more about the journeys of cancer patients and how we navigate in our ecosystem. That today we're going to be talking about the role of the general practitioner in diagnosing cancer. It's very interesting because the general practitioner is a word I know used globally, and I think in Nigeria we call everybody a doctor. But anyway, we've got a specialist in the house who's going to help us to firstly understand that word, because it's very important to have clarity on what we're talking about. So today in the house, I've got Dr. Ngozi Onoha. Hello, Doc. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Nice to see you. Thank you for agreeing to join us this afternoon. Thank you for agreeing to be part of this conversation and to be able to educate us. Once again, as I said, this is Commode Cancer Foundation. You can find us on any of our social media platforms. What is this month? This month is July. July, what happens in July? It's actually the Sarcoma Awareness Month. Sarcomas are unknown cancers that can affect any part of your body. A key symptom of sarcoma is a lump that gets bigger quickly. Most people get diagnosed when their sarcoma is about the size of a large tin of beans or whatever, any of the tinned foods. Also, July hosts the World Head and Neck Cancer Day, which is in end of July, the 27th. So I'm just bringing this to the forefront for us all to know what's going on in the month of July with every other thing that we're going to be talking about as the month goes through. Today, as I had mentioned, our guest is Dr. Ngozi Onoha. So Ngozi Onoha is a medical doctor, a primary care physician, and she's the founder CEO of Health for Naija. Thank you, Doc, for joining us this time. Thank you. So let's talk about the role of the GP. I call it the GP in the UK. I think that's what they're called in most countries. I think in Nigeria, we're all still called the GP, but all of us just refer to medical practitioners as doctors. I think that's what is very common for all of us that were born and brought up in Nigeria. But I'm going to ask you first to please explain this word GP, please. Just even for me, myself, because I need to understand why it's different in different countries.
Okay. All right, great question. So GP stands for General Practitioner. And when you look at the word general, so in the UK, GP is general, which means this is a doctor that takes care of both kids and adults. In Nigeria, GP is also used, general practitioner. In the United States, the terminology is a little different. It's called primary care, and it's primary care provider or primary care physician, because in America, we have nurse practitioners who see patients, and we have physician assistants who see patients under primary care. So they are called physician extenders. So primary care is, I would say, the gateway to health, because if a person has health concerns, their first point of call is primary care or the GP. Now, primary care can be further divided into family medicine or internal medicine. So family practitioners can see adults and kids, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking out for a minute. So we have the family medicine, and we have internal medicine, and we have pediatricians. So the internal medicine providers would see adults 18 and above, while the pediatricians will see kids who are under 18. So that's the structure. That's the breakdown. That's the breakdown, the details of it, the meat and
the
potatoes,
basic.
Yes, the basics. But as a general, GPs are the first point of call. When someone has a concern about their health, they would go to a general practitioner.
As you have just explained, we all have different roles of GPs. Now, in America, you seem to have a wide explanation, but I mean,
Sure.
generally, if I look at it from low middle income countries, it's the common one size fits all. So let's look at it from
Sure.
the one size fits all, especially for Nigeria. What would you describe as the role of the GP in cancer care?
Okay. So in the context of Nigeria, the GP who sees all ages, so kids, adults, is the first point of call for health, any health concerns. So the GPs play a very important role in cancer diagnosis. So when we look at cancer diagnosis, we can evaluate it from two perspectives. So the first perspective is screening. So screening is merely finding conditions that have not manifested yet, while diagnosis is finding cancer in someone who has symptoms. So has symptoms, maybe weight loss, or has a mass, or has blood in stool, or has blood in urine. So in that role, the GP acts as a detective, because the GP now has to find what is causing those symptoms and to make sure that it is not cancer. So that is the role of the GP: screening, diagnosing cancer, and facilitating care and follow-up.
Okay, so based on what you're saying now, you have four things that you do as the GP for us. The first one was the screening. Now, screening is a very big thing when we talk about cancer anywhere in the world, because with screening and with regular screening, with regular checking, there is a better chance of us living. And statistically, 1 in 2 people will get cancer with effect from 2023. Statistically, 80 to 90% of people that have cancer in low middle income countries like Nigeria will die of cancer, as against the 80% who would survive in developed countries. So now, looking at it from that perspective, and we know screening is a key issue, how will the doctors how are they supposed to be able to work around getting this message out that people have to do this screening? You see, I hope you understand where I'm coming from, because
Absolutely.
It is still going to come back to being the doctor's responsibility, or am I wrong?
So I would say it's a dual responsibility. It's the responsibility of the person also, because in our culture in Nigeria, we're not used to going to the doctor for a general checkup. So people wait until they get sick and then they go to the doctor for that acute illness. Now, an acute illness evaluation is not the ideal setting for a screening type of visit. So screening type of visit is typically done when the person is well. So you go in, it's typically once a year for adults. You go in, and screening means you feel well, but you are just going for a screening. And I always say, if you drive, you always take your car in for oil change every 3 months. You take your car in for yearly car inspection to allow your car be on the road. So screening is more like a maintenance. It's, you don't have any symptoms, you don't have any complaints, you're just going to the doctor, you're just going for a checkup. Now, during that checkup, based on your age, your doctor might recommend certain tests based on your age, based on certain other risk factors like family history, and your general lifestyle. If you smoke, for instance, you're a certain age above 50 and you've smoked 20-pack year history, your doctor might recommend a CAT scan of the lungs, looking for lung cancer. This is screening because you don't have any symptoms. So when someone has symptoms, that's a whole different ballgame. Those tests are now called diagnostic tests. But for screening, it means you don't have any symptoms. So the typical cancers we look for when someone comes in for a screening evaluation, just a general checkup, physical, they call it physical checkup, physical exam, annual physical. It's all the same thing. It just means once a year you go in, just tell the doc, I'm here for my screening test. And cancer screening is one of the things offered. So for women, it would be mammograms after the age of 40 every year, pap smears from the age of 21. For men, it would be prostate screening, blood tests after the age of 50 every year, colon cancer screening from the age of 45, and then the lung cancer screening that I mentioned earlier. So those are the top ones that are typically screened for. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Why I'm asking the way I'm asking is because you see, one of the very first things I learned when I started to do research, because you know that I am not a medical doctor, I am an academic, and having to be able to talk about cancer as a survivor, but create information, you have to also do your own homework. One thing that has always stood out is I've always been able to translate, and I don't know if it's correct, but I always say to people, if you have a persistent illness, and when I use persistent, I say persistent everyday illness. I'm very specific, every day. So you have a persistent cold, you have persistent diarrhea, you have all the non-stop, always having constipation, you're always tired, things that are just not going away, a persistent headache. I always say to people that those are points where you need to be looking to get yourself checked. But somehow it is the conversation now that needs to go from that point, if I'm right. If that is a correct statement, then how important is this conversation in navigating the cancer journey? Because automatically you've already gone through the process. You've had the screening, you've had the conversation, your doctor has started your screening. Now a journey starts once you are diagnosed with cancer. So the journey starts. And then what happens? So what's that about?
People tend to neglect symptoms that occur. And, it will get better tomorrow, and it will get better tomorrow. And they delay care. So if someone is having symptoms that are bothersome, they should get it checked out, definitely, and not delay. So you want a symptom, depending on the severity, you have access to emergency rooms, so the A&E, depending on how acute the problem is, how severe it is, if it is causing pain, if it is causing discomfort, the best thing is to have that symptom assessed. So there are various pathways to get the symptoms assessed. Like I said, quick evaluation would be the A&E, the emergency room, or the urgent care centers, or the doctor's office. So that person can call the doctor line, and they'll have a nurse who will do triage, and the nurse will talk to the person and determine how acute the problem is and how quickly the person needs to be evaluated. So I think being mindful to your health, being mindful to symptoms is important. If you don't feel good, you want to get those things checked out. Now, if someone comes in and they're presenting with symptoms, and in the course of the workup, the evaluation, cancer is detected. For instance, if someone is coming in and they have abdominal pain and they undergo a workup and they have a CAT scan, for instance, and the CAT scan shows liver cancer. So that person is then referred to a secondary center, a facility for secondary care. So that person would be referred to an oncologist, and ideally that referral should take place within 2 weeks. So that referral, that person should be seen by the oncologist, the cancer doctor, within 2 weeks. So someone with cancer needs to be seen fairly quickly. So it would be considered an urgent referral. If a person comes in, we had a person who came in with abdominal pain, and on the CAT scan, they found liver cancer. So an urgent referral was made to the oncologist, and the oncologist saw the person within 2 weeks, which is the standard. So 2 weeks from diagnosis, that person should be seen by the cancer specialist. Now that person goes to the cancer specialist. The cancer specialist evaluates, has to confirm the diagnosis. So do a biopsy, you need tissue diagnosis, and then staging. You have to determine the staging. How far has this cancer gone? Has it spread? Where is it? What kind of cancer is it? And then a treatment plan is then formulated for that person. Now, the treatment ideally should happen within 2 months of the diagnosis of that cancer. So that is sort of where, the UK system guidelines want cancer care to be at. Within 2 months, the treatment should be up and running.
Now, based on the diagnosis, so one of the things I want to clear, and I think it's important we clarify, is a lot of the time patients do not understand in low middle income countries, let's focus on Nigeria, knowing that there is a cancer doctor. In Nigeria, as of 2021, and I know it's lower now, but I haven't got exact figures, so I don't want to use figures anyhow. But as of 2021, there were about 80 oncologists serving a country as big as Nigeria. I know it's less, and I know its word is about 50. Now, that is a serious concern because that is automatically pushing cancer patients to GPs who are then becoming oncologists and prescribing as oncologists and doing the surgeries where necessary as the surgeons. The surgeons, exactly. And then even though we're getting the biopsies in some parts, it's still not the right team that are looking. And we need to get the message out that it is the oncology team. However, the medical team still have a role in the care of the cancer patient. So please, can you help me to separate these two roles, please, especially when you look at it from Nigeria, because we need to get the right message out. There are two different roles, and we've got to find the right people to help us through the journey. If not, we're going to continue to have more death rates rather than more survival rates.
I think, what you're looking at, cancer care in Nigeria, it has limitations. Number one, you have the financial limitations. If a person cannot afford to see a specialist, there will be delayed care. And then you also have the training needs, the fact that you don't have enough oncologists in Nigeria. So because of that, general surgeons might be taking the role of cancer surgeons, for instance, doing the surgeries to remove the tumors. And if you look at the teaching hospitals have cancer general practitioner giving chemo. We just don't do that. That's not our training. I think that, a lot of the times what you find is the limitation to access care because of financial cost implications. It's not that the patients don't want to get care, but they just cannot afford it. And secondly, they don't know where to go. So they don't know where to go for care. They don't know which hospitals to trust. And this is often true when someone has not established care with a GP. They don't have a regular clinic that they go to for their care. So when they get sick, they're going to all different hospitals all over the place. and they don't have a doctor who's familiar with them, who's familiar with the history, so with their history, and they haven't had the opportunity to build the relationships, to build the trust with a GP, because that is so important. If you have not built trust with a GP and you need healthcare, not only are you dealing with the issue of the sickness, you're also dealing of the issue of, do I trust this provider? Do I trust this provider? And that is why people are falling victims to quacks. Quacks are coming to the homes and give all kinds of cocktails of concoctions without any proper diagnosis. So, and this causes adverse health outcomes. It causes delayed care. So I think this is just, I don't know what to call it. It's a failure of the healthcare systems in low and middle income countries on a whole. So that's a whole nother topic. And I don't think, Doc, you can solve it. We cannot solve these challenges.
You see, one of the things I recognize is that there's a lot of things we can't solve, but we have to be, being an advocate means you have to bring those hard conversations to the forefront. Right. And the fact is that because of this disease, I've not been able to work again. But at least, since I can't work, at least I can do something that makes a difference and stops people from dying, and at least helps to guide. And that's what I want to come out of this, that if we know what to do, we will know how to manage ourselves. That's the truth. And we'll at least have a bit of an idea of the type of questions we have, because I'm going to categorically announce that in Nigeria, we have oncologists and a lot of doctors are on the what do you call it? In the federal hospitals, you can get them. The university teaching hospitals, you can get specialists there. We've got the NSIA, which is one of the government private funded cancer centers in Nigeria. We've got private cancer centers, but those will be for more financially
buoyant.
Well, yeah, people who have financial.
However,
those private ventures still have charity funding. Yes, so they still raise funds to help people who are locals who require and can benefit from treatment. So we don't want to write off that things are not happening. Things are happening. It's just the fact that it has to be continually brought to the forefront to make people understand that we are here and these things have to go on. What should a patient in a low middle income country like Nigeria expect from its government? For me, what do I expect from the government? I expect the government to fund screening. For me, if the basic screenings and the highest cancers we have in Nigeria, for instance, are cervical cancer, prostate cancer, liver cancer, I think it's liver, there are 6 that we actually, and we do have what they call the Cancer Health Fund. The name has changed. It's no longer called the Cancer Health Fund, right? If we have those spaces, then my own take or my own request is that funding is opened out in collaboration with private sector and NGOs to increase number of people that we screen. But there must be a recording system. That's my take. Because we are saying we're screening. How many are we screening? Where are they being screened? Are we putting all this in a central database so we can see progress? Not one of you get screened for breast cancer this year and you never get screened for 10 years. That's not what we're talking about. It's screening that is consistent and you have a map. You know, like we all have vaccination cards. Even in Nigeria, we grew up with vaccination cards. So if screening is going to be a key thing, then we should all as adults from the age of 18, every child should have a vaccination card. But now that we're screening for the one that is starting in September, and cervical cancer, we're starting cervical cancer vaccine, then we should, if we're going to be starting cervical cancer in September in Nigeria, then that means that we should have screening cards. That is my own. That's my take. So I would really like the government to introduce screening cards that provide the vaccine part. So you can see where you're screened, and on the card you've got somewhere else where it's showing the vaccine. That's my take. What would be yours?
Well, I think that there's a lot the government can do pertaining to cancer care. Infrastructure and training, very important. I think without the infrastructure, you can't grow a lot of systems. When I look at what happens in the States, you see hospitals that they are constantly building. The hospitals are constantly building infrastructure and they are constantly expanding. So you will see dedicated cancer hospitals just for cancer alone. So a hospital might decide to build a cancer center off-site. What this does, it provides avenues for training. So more medical staff, more doctors can be trained. And it also creates visibility. So the patients know, or people know, oh yes, there's a big cancer hospital in this place. So it's also good for branding. The private sector has done very well with regards to cancer care in Nigeria. There's a cancer center in Lagos that has done really well. And the only thing, like I said, the cost, and when it comes to accessing healthcare and the teaching hospitals, you have the issue of the wait list, the lack of beds. You have someone, no bed, and it's who you know, you can't get a bed. So I think infrastructure is very important. Building the infrastructure would be number one for me, because as individuals, we can do all the talking, but we cannot build, you and we cannot build a cancer hospital, right?
Yeah, we can.
I don't think we can put up a hospital, not to talk of a hospital. So I think if government, really wanted to do something about cancer care, I would focus on infrastructure, number one.
Infrastructure and training is central to what I was going to say would be a conversation that will come up again somewhere along the way. So really, really, and it's very key for us in Nigeria. We've got to be very honest. We're talking about our own country, and we're talking about our needs. So yes, I'd like to anchor on this and say yes. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Ngozi, for joining me to discuss the role of the GP and the cancer diagnosis. Yeah. So our viewers, I want to thank you for staying with us. I want to thank you for joining us again, and follow us on all our social media handles, Commonwealth Cancer Foundation. I want to thank you all for joining us, and you can follow all our work anywhere, and her work as well. Thank you, Doc, for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
For joining us today. It was really great chatting with you.
Thank you. Good seeing you. Thank you.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a broadcast producer, broadcaster. He is also a pastor now. And then he's an avid sports lover, avid football fan. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. That's Fans of Stationaries Stores Football Club. Ime James is a producer, broadcaster, journalist, writer, and sports lover. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. He was formerly with the Nigerian Television Authority. He studied drama at the University of Ife. After leaving NTA, Ime started his independent production company. He produced the first fashion and beauty show on Nigerian television called New Trends. It was an overnight hit. Ime James credits Eddie Iro and Soji Oyinsan for his grounding in television production. This background was pivotal in his decision to go solo and found his independent production company. Please welcome with me Eliashib Ime James. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
I didn't put the title pastor.
It's okay.
Because normally now it's Ime, between us. So putting titles kind of distances you.
That's right.
Right. Now, I recall that in those days, you were a producer on NTA, ex-NTA. So what was that like for you?
Well, it was a beautiful life. I had always wanted to become a journalist when I was in primary school because I started writing for the then Crystalib.
Okay.
As a child journalist for the
What primary school was that?
I went to Tinu Primary School, Surulere.
Okay.
Very close to the old Kalakuta Republic.
Okay.
So you see my affinity with the shrine.
Okay.
So I had always wanted to become a journalist. So from my childhood, I would go to the newspaper stand and I would read Punch, read newspaper. As a child, even before the war, I was reading Drum magazine.
Okay.
That's to tell you how far I had, and that shaped my opinion and my mindset. I was able to follow what was happening around. So when I grew up, I did a few courses in Ife. We were doing training in dramatic arts. And, so we had this drama group at the National Museum that was called Gongon Cultural Artists.
Okay, that's where you and Tunde Election Lawyer connected.
Yes. I was Tunde's director.
Yes.
You know, we used to call him Spin Round.
Yes.
You know, so Soji Oyinsan and Eddie Iro came to the museum to look for, I think, to ease themselves out. And this was 1979. And they met me directing my people. And it was so professional the way I was doing it.
Yeah.
I had read about the director's cigar. You know, the director's cigar was on film. Okay, but I brought it down to the stage. So
the stage, yes.
I will look for cigar, not cigarette. I look for cigar, light it, and as I'm puffing, I'm telling no, move it this way, move it. So they came and they saw me and they were so impressed about this young man that is doing. So they invited me to NTA. I got employed, and it was a beautiful thing because I got involved in so many training. It was at NTA that I went to Times Institute of Journalism.
Okay.
You know, so this it was a beautiful time with me.
But you know, in those days, production was a lot more hands-on.
Yeah.
Equipment were minimal.
Yes.
Right. A great deal of
a great deal of your intellect.
Yes, intellect, intuition, and all that.
Yes.
These days, do you still get involved with production?
Not so much these days because my hands are really, really full.
Yeah.
However, as the media communication head of Christ Embassy some years back,
yes,
I had the honor of establishing the newsroom, the news agency. So I was involved in production. But even at that time, between that time and now, production facilities has also evolved.
Yes.
Tremendously. Again, when it comes to the technicalities, directing and all that, of course I'm hands-on. I know what to tell you, I know what to do. But in terms of technically handling the cameras, in those days I could handle any camera.
Yeah.
I could edit on any platform, you know. But today many platforms are there, and because of my pastoral responsibilities, I do not have time to do all that now.
Okay, pastoral responsibility. Was that why you left NTA?
No, I was actually retrenched.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Okay.
I was in 1985. I got caught up in the power tussle between my bosses. So when my boss went to the Guardians, he went to the Guardian to start the Guardian with them. Retrenchment came, and those who didn't like my boss, I am a loyalist. And they saw that this man has been loyal to Ediro. No. I was loyal to Ediro. I was loyal to Soji Oyinson.
Okay.
Those are my bosses.
Soji Oyinson is in Canada.
Yes, he's in Canada.
Yes,
he's in Canada.
Yeah.
Great man.
Yes,
when I was retrenched and I left NTA, it was Soji Oyinson who made it possible for me to start my independent production company.
Good.
I used his cameras. I used his editing facilities, free of charge. Free of charge. And he nurtured me, and I will never forget.
Yes.
He nurtured me, and I would never. So I started my independent production. I invented the first television fashion and beauty program on television.
What do you mean by invent?
Well, before then, there was no program there was no program on fashion and beauty on a weekly basis.
Locally produced.
Yes, locally produced.
Okay.
Now, yes, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
On Nigeria television, yes.
Okay.
And so I had watched a few programs abroad, and I told myself, no, I can do this. So I began the program. It was called New Trends.
Yeah, New
and
Trends.
It became an overnight hit. Okay. And you know the Nigerian culture. The moment some people saw it, everybody began to do the same thing. You know? Everybody was, but it's on record that I was the first to start that.
Okay.
And I was airing on what I call staggered network.
Yes.
Okay. I was showing on Destiny TV in Kano. I was showing on NTA Abuja. I was showing on Clapperboard Television. I was showing on DBN, and I was showing on NTA2.
NTA2.
Yes.
That's quite an array.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were making money. Well, it's normal.
No. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say that I made money. I wouldn't say that I made money because those who came after me made a lot of money. Now, while they were using VHS for their own production, I refused to use VHS because those who taught me production
taught me
Umatic and taught me quality, taught me film production.
Yeah.
And so when I look at the qualities of what the film will give to you and what the Umatic will give to you, I even refused to use a low band. You know, there was low band and high band.
High band, yeah, sure.
I refused to use low band. And those who had high band camera were very expensive. So every money I made went into trying to make, and then I began to edit with Solar.
Yeah.
You know, Solar was the
was the high end.
Was the high end production outfit. I just wanted to be at the right place.
Yes.
You know, So I would say I made money. Yes, I made money. I was able to keep my family together and all that.
Yeah, but that's making money.
Yes.
Once your family is okay,
I also tried to apply for a TV license when it was deregulated, but I never got the license.
Yeah, that's the story of all of us. I mean, we did this. We tried this, we tried that, but it didn't happen. Now, let's look at the production terrain, even TV broadcast generally now. Technology has really stepped up and demystified a lot of
things.
Yes.
A lot of stress that we used to have before. These children do not have that anymore.
Yeah, but you mean the younger generation?
Yes.
They will fight you if you call them children.
But they're children now.
Yeah, well, there's
they're
younger generation. They are our children, but then they are also our colleagues.
You know, they are our colleagues. Yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, so they don't have such. Again, what do you think that has done for creativity within the industry?
In terms of thinking through, I watch some television programs and I'm asking, do they have somebody vetting their programs before it goes on air? I listen to a broadcaster. I mean, you were on television. You were broadcasting.
Yes.
Even with your diction there, some of us will still quarrel and say, you didn't say it. Because you before you go on air, you are trying to cross your T and dot your I's and say the right words, and the right way.
Yes.
I see people these days, they are not interested in that. They just say what they want to say and move on. And then hype it with all kinds of mannerisms, slangs, as we were growing up. We learned English.
Yes.
And pronouncement of pronunciation of words.
Yes.
Listening to radio and listening to them on television.
Yes.
I'm not sure that children learn from TV or radio these days. Because they are not. Most of them are not thinking through. But there are stations where you find a lot of people, a lot of the staff doing well, and that station where you have people who had gone through the meals. I'm constantly on your channel.
Yeah.
Once there's a problem, you see I call you.
Yeah, you do.
I want. My wife said, "Why are you always calling?" I hope he doesn't get angry. I said, "No, he's a professional. He's not going to get angry."
Sure.
He knows
that's
that,
like a carryover of what we grew up on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I can't say that to younger managing directors of other stations. They will get offended.
They may.
Yes.
They may get offended.
Okay. They may get offended. Yes. So, so the new technology, I would say, has made a few of them lazy. A few of them, not all of them, because there are still a lot of creative people on there.
Yes.
A lot of creative.
So it's like technology has made it easier to produce.
Yes.
Technically high quality.
Yes.
Materials, maybe not necessarily so much depth, but there's also been a lot of depth.
In our time, you do not, if you want your pictures to come out well, you work on your camera. Today, whether your camera is working very well or not, you can enhance your picture quality.
Oh yes.
When you are editing.
Even your phones these days,
your phone will
shoot high def.
High definition. So the technology has upped the ante, and it's a good thing. My children are into production.
Yeah.
My daughter does a lot of production with her phone and little laptop.
Yes. A lot of them. Yes. One of my daughters too.
Yes.
Is heavily into production.
Yes. So she produced. I think about a few days ago, she had a client abroad who wanted. I said, why are they not doing that? She said, that is very expensive for her to do it there. So she's doing it with me.
We do it locally.
Yeah. So production, the new invention in technology here has made it easy for a lot of them to work better.
Now let's look at the impact of new technology on new media, social media, and all the platforms through which they gain expression. In those days, there was nothing like that.
So you walk
But
through...
now there's so much freedom
Yes.
and access. Do you think social media needs to be curtailed?
Absolutely.
Or regulated?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
So why? How then does society deal with it?
Let me say this to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even abroad, they used to regulate the media a lot.
Mhm.
After a while, they couldn't do that anymore. Because as things evolved, it became difficult for them to even monitor it. How many millions are you going to monitor online? So, what we could do is to put restrictions to the kind of language that you use on public media.
Yeah.
The kind of pictures that you show on public
You can
media
share.
that you can share. You can put a rule and say, if you must do nude or whatever, then it must be a closed circuit.
Yeah, but then sorry to butt in, but then there are laws, defamation laws. There are other laws that guide the sharing of information and all that. Why should there be new regulation? Shouldn't just there be enforcement of that? Of the existing laws?
Who is going to enforce the rule?
Whoever is aggrieved should go to court.
This word again.
It's happened.
This word again.
Yeah,
go to court.
To go to court. We would come to that because I know you are politically involved, right? Yes, you go to court.
Yes.
You don't have to. How do you put it now? You don't have to say people can't say whatever they feel like saying. They must be ready to bear the consequences.
No. My point is this: if people go beyond the limits,
yes,
there are consequences. There are laws, like you have said. But those who are supposed to implement those laws are lawbreakers themselves. And I'm asking, he who must come to equity must come with clean hands.
Yes.
And then you cannot choose and pick who you prosecute and how you prosecute them.
Yeah, there's a point in that.
And again, and I think that there's undue interference with the visual media and the audio media. Because the newspapers are writing, social media is awash with all kinds of stories. Okay? All kinds of stories. And some true, some not true. And thank God that there are platforms that helps you to know which story is true or which story is not true. Because once you subject it to those platforms, it just tells you it's fake. So, but not everybody knows that now.
That's it.
Yes, but once government start pushing, let me tell you, one of the ways to curtail the offensive things that happen on social media especially is for government to begin to promote such platforms that helps you to know if a story is a lie or the truth. A fact-checking. A fact-checking platform. And I think I have 3 or 4 of them. Once I see a story, I just click. And I know it's a lie. Okay. So government can push that while they are also trying to prosecute those who are not, But my problem is they are choosing who to do that with and when to do it.
Okay, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with my guest, Ime James, who will share more ideas about using the media, social media, mainstream media, effectively in the course of developing the nation. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Ime James. He introduced Eliaship to us when he became a pastor. I will ask him about that later. But Ime will continue with his ideas on how to use or engage social media, the media generally, in developing our nation, in managing the excesses, especially of social media. It seems mainstream media is already streamlined and controlled, but social media, everybody's everywhere. The development of citizen journalism makes it possible for Leko to be going on the road. He sees something that just quickly snaps photographs or records the video, and then he posts, right? And within hours, the same thing is repeated, saying, happening right now in Lagos. And that's like about 6 hours after.
Yes.
So how do you curb that?
Let me start first by saying that many of the people that began to set the agenda for the regulation of television came from the traditional, not even mainstream, but traditional media, the NTA block, where you must, they didn't allow you to,
it was rigid.
Very rigid. I remember when LTVA started, LTVA became very creative, started doing creative things, and we would go to meetings and NTA and say, look, are you not seeing this thing? We can't be doing this. They said, no, they can't. I said, we can't be. We had to quarrel at production meeting all the time because we wanted to do something more creative, not hemmed in. And so these people from NTA now peopled the NBC. And that created a lot of problems. If you look at the NBC regulation, there's a need for regulation. But what you see there is an overkill. And that has given vent to social media. So while you're trying to regulate one bit, it breaks away into another bit, and you can't stop that. The social media is a global.
It is. It's a global phenomenon.
Yes, and so it's going to be difficult for you to. I hear they want to ban Twitter. They want to, but when you abandon Twitter, people we were on Twitter doing what they were doing. Because there's always a way to break it.
Sure.
Okay. So what should we do? Let's go back to brass tacks. Say, look, allow the traditional media some more space. Okay, I'm going to talk about a station that was recently fined, and I think that was overdone. Okay, because the gentleman in question kept trying to caution the person. That was enough for you not to put that. Now, imagine that young man gets angry and his boss fires him. He goes on social media. He has a followership already.
Sure.
You can't stop him. You can't stop him. So what should we do?
Yes.
Let's be a little bit more careful in wielding the stick.
Yeah.
Okay? And then for the social media, put up rules and say, no, you can't go beyond this. You can't go you must not produce if you put things that engender national unity and cohesion. Beautiful. Okay? And then you reward people who do that. So there should be a reward system where you reward such people, and they are able to, once others see that they are getting rewards.
Yes.
For promoting national unity, for promoting responsible act on their media.
Yeah.
They will start gravitating towards that, because everybody, yes, we want to make name, but we also want to make money.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
And you want to also have some measure of recognition. So can we introduce a reward system? Okay.
For compliance.
For compliance. So this punitive measure, it has not worked. You know, I always tell people that I am Okonogba Jesu. Now, what that means in English, simply a tout that accepted Christ. So, you know, what happened? My mother was tough. Tough.
Yes.
I leave that for later. But, you know, and the tougher she was with me, the tougher I became. So, I think, seriously, that if you put the reward system, it will help the people. It will help. If I get certification and all that for what I did, government gives me certification, Lagos State government gives me certification, you know, whatever state government gives me, where I'm giving certification for doing this, for doing that, and I am posting all my certificates everywhere. First, my buyers online want to come to me because they see that I have a name.
Yes.
Because your buyers are not buying you, they are buying your name.
Is the name.
They are buying your reach.
Yeah.
So if they are giving me certification every time, my reach will increase.
Certainly.
So can we try?
Okay.
Can we try a reward system?
Okay.
Rather than this punitive, you know,
just
slam them.
Punitive. Let's also have some manner of
Yes.
engagement.
I'm not saying throw away punitive measure because some people can go overboard sometimes.
There's a need for discipline.
There's a need for discipline. But then, can we play it down and play up the reward system?
Okay. Fair enough. Now, when you look at the situation in the country, someone like you, I know you grew up in Lagos.
Yes. I was born in Ibadan. I grew up in Mushin.
Okay.
I'm a guru.
So you grew up. In fact, let's put it straight. You were born in Yoruba land. You grew up in Yoruba land.
Yes.
And part of your past activities included you running for councillorship.
Yes, under the Unity Party of Nigeria.
And then you were a member.
I formed the youth wing of the Unity Party of Nigeria in Bariga. You know, in the whole of Bariga Shomolu area. Okay, and I didn't make myself the head. I was the founder, but I made myself secretary of the youth wing.
Yes. Well, you were smart now.
Yes.
The secretary that controls the.
And so every last Friday of the month, we went to Park Lane, Baba Awolowo's place, where he was talking to us and teaching us how Nigeria can be re-engineered. You know, every time I talk about Awolowo, you know, we have messed up this country. How Nigerians can allow Awolowo die without ruling Nigeria? It hurts so much because I know I have met him as a young man. I've listened to him. If Awolowo were to rule Nigeria for 1 year, 1 year, it would have been, Nigeria would not be where we are.
Probably that was why even Emeka Ojukwu called him the best president Nigeria
because
never
he knew what we were. See, with all the shenanigans of the old political order, Awolowo going to jail, it was all because they were scared of him. They knew he was going to change the status quo. They knew he would not allow many of them. I'm not afraid to say it. The northern oligarchy, the status quo in the south, just didn't want to leave their feasting on the cake. And so they deprived the light that God sent to Nigeria. That's why I keep telling people. They say anybody who becomes government, president, is the making of God. I say, no, that's not true. That is not true.
But that's a contradiction of what your faith teaches.
No. The Bible said that all powers are of God. Yes, God can know about the power.
Okay.
But God may not approve the power.
But if he doesn't approve, if he doesn't approve, where is the person in power?
Listen, let me give you an example.
I'd like to.
Samuel was supposed to rule Israel under a theocratic government. Israel rejected him.
Yeah.
God said, leave him. Was that good? It gave them what they wanted.
Without playing on semantics, from your answer, it was God. Because you said
it's not semantics.
No, you said God said
because God
leave
is
them.
Let me tell you, God is an impartial God. After what happened with Lucifer, God allowed man to start thinking and reasoning for himself. And it was in his process of not wanting to gag. You know, we were talking about gag before.
Gag, yes.
Angels were gagged.
Yeah.
Angels were like soldiers, zombies. Worship, war, worship. But it didn't work. So God decided not to be over protective. Man still failed.
Yeah.
Are you getting what I'm trying to say?
I'm following you.
So man, and I always tell people that man is the architect of his trouble.
True.
So when people say, God, Ọlọ́run gbà wá, I say Ọlọ́run ti gbà yín ẹ̀yin kẹ́ gbára yín. You know, God has saved you. You are the one that must save yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? So God allowed Saul to take over. Not because that was God's desire.
Yeah.
Okay? So Saul was a permissible will. Not a perfect will of God. Are you following what I'm trying to say?
Fully.
Good.
Fully.
So I say this, that all powers that come are not necessarily of God.
Okay.
Yeah. See, let me give you an example. If somebody were to kill everybody, shoot down everybody, create problem everywhere, and became the president of Nigeria, you know he did all that.
Yeah.
You know the person rigged the election. You know the person displaced things. And he won.
Yeah.
Is God involved in deceit? Is God involved in deceit?
I think we will have to set another time to go fully in this, because there is some level of contradiction. Would anything happen without God's knowledge?
No, nothing.
So then how can we now say he doesn't know of it?
God knows the beginning from the end, and the end from the beginning.
Yes.
But God has also given man the power and the authority to choose.
So at what point then
Deuteronomy chapter 30.
Do we absolve God of that knowledge and permission?
No. Adam blamed God. God decided, okay, you make what I do as I want. Listen, Adam blamed God and said, God, the wife that you gave to me. Okay?
Said the woman.
Yes, the woman that you gave to me, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, God can be absolved.
Aren't we bearing the consequences of our choices? For instance, you talked of the Unity Party of Nigeria.
Yes.
I recall that in those days, all members of the party contributed money to the running of the party.
Yes.
Or for the running of the party.
Yes.
These days, all the political parties don't have a verifiable source of funding.
You don't draw me back to, you know.
I have to.
I went into a mood when we started talking about
Don't worry, we'll get out of it again.
Yes. Now the point is,
yes,
I said that a man came before his time. There was no party that was doing that. Even the Talakawa party led by Aminu Kano, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay? A few people were putting money together to give to Aminu Kano to run the party. Awolowo said, you are one of the founders of this party. Okay? We were paying weekly, our ward meetings were weekly.
Yes.
We were paying weekly meetings. And my money.
Money, yes, contributing money.
I remember in those days, I had to go convert all the prostitutes in all those areas because I saw that policemen were always harassing them. So I told them, oh yeah, come to party, you are a member of UPN. My strategy to bring in members into the group. And they got their cards and all that. So anytime police come to harass them, to take them away, you are prostitute. I go to the federal police station and say, you must release them. This is political harassment. And they released them. And because of that, those people were paying money. So the party had money to run. And during the councillorship primaries, for instance, the winner was not, I won. But the winner was not because he had money. And at the time I was talking to you, I was still in NTA. Not because I had money, but because my strategy brought in a lot of people. Okay? So the point I'm making is that this man made it easy for us to run a political party devoid of money bags who capture the soul of the party and decides what becomes of the party.
So today, how do we apply such a strategy towards freeing the party from the overarching influence of money bags?
We are almost too far gone.
Does that mean we will leave it like that?
No. I said we are almost. I used the word almost.
Yes.
We are almost too far gone. Poverty is a weapon to deal with. Listen, poverty is a weapon to deal with the poor.
I also read that it is a state of mind.
Yes. It's a state of mind. Yes. But those who weaponize poverty know that poverty is a state of mind. One man of God said that the poor is wicked. Okay? Why is he wicked? Because he wants to get. So he does anything to get what he wants. Once you make it difficult for people to have, you can't tell them to come contribute to party purse. Because there are people who will tell them, don't worry, I will pay for you. And we have become used to people giving us. That's why I said we are almost too far gone.
Okay.
So, but it can be changed. The rules can change it.
Yeah.
Just like the beavers was expected to be a game changer. Indeed, a game changer. It did. We will improve on it. Okay? Litigations and all that will make us improve on it.
Yes.
Because let's not throw away the baby and the bathwater.
The bathwater, yeah.
It was a great initiative.
Okay.
But man in his wicked craftiness will always, especially politicians. When I see people commenting about beavers and the political thing on TV, and I will be laughing. My wife says, why are we always laughing? I say, because these people are they don't know politicians. They don't know the way they think. They don't know the way they reason. The moment you are putting something in place, under 1 week, they know what to do to circumvent it.
They're always looking for the point of least resistance.
Yeah, but you see, let me tell you
sometimes unseen.
Let me tell you why that happens. Because those who fashion those things are not politicians. They are academicians.
Yeah.
They are technical people. the academic members of the academia. Listen, you need a crooked mind to stop a crooked.
You mean a cunning mind?
Well, a cunning mind, yes.
Yes.
Let me explain to you. Somebody said something one day, and I don't want to mention the name of the state.
No, there's no name.
Yes. But the person, that governor came to that state and changed the way the IGR comes in. Because he himself, he knows what to do.
Yeah.
So he came in there and changed it. And so the IGR of that state improved. It improved. And it's still improving.
Yeah.
Okay? So, going forward, get straight-minded politicians who know the crooked ways and to tell you what to do with the beavers. I know what to do with these beavers and it will work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll take another break on the program. When we're back, Ime James continues sharing his ideas with us, and we'll be going to his childhood in Lagos and the situation we're facing now in the country. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still our program, Timeless Conversations. Ime James is still my guest, and let's return to our discussion. You grew up in Lagos. You went to school, primary, secondary, and all that here in Lagos. You were born in Ibadan. What was that like?
Beautiful life. Beautiful life. I would all had vision. And so it was easy for us to start primary school. I was not yet 6 when I started. They had taught me how to do the thing at home.
To loop your head, your hand over your
exactly.
head. Yes.
So, and you know, in those days, we went to school. In the morning, we drank cocoa, hot, steamy cocoa. And then with there was this biscuit then, not Oxford, but they just give with butter. You know, that in Ibadan.
Yeah.
And then they will now, in the afternoon when we go for the main break.
Midday break.
Yes. We either eat asaro with those meats, 2 lumps of meat.
Yes.
Very well dried.
Yes.
And then when you eat it, it fills your mouth.
Tinko.
You know, every time I remember, and that was an economy that did not have oil.
Yes.
And this man ran the Western region better than any of the other regions. This man paid better salary
than even the federal government.
Yeah. This man gave us free education, free books for those in primary school. In some school, free uniform.
Yeah.
Then the war happened.
Yeah.
And we went home.
Home being where?
We went for Akwa Ibom, my state.
That was the old East Central State.
No.
Yes.
It was East Central. No,
it wasn't state then.
No, it was not state.
It was not state.
It was not state. You know, it was part of the Eastern region.
It was part of the Eastern region.
Yes. But we came back in 1970 to Lagos. And before the war, we had relocated to Lagos. Okay. Because my stepfather was the provost marshal of the Federation.
Okay.
And who was the one trying the coup plotters. He was the one trying the coup plotters in Zogo and all that. Major Ibangai Kanem.
Okay.
And he was going to give the report to Gowon at the Dome Barrack, and he was shot at the old Kata Bridge. Okay, that was why we had to go home.
Okay.
Not because of the war.
Yeah.
We had to take him home for burial. And then the war cut us off. But before then, I started sneaking away to Jabako Cinema.
Welcome home. Rainbow.
Rainbow Cinema. Idera.
Yes.
You know. And I started getting involved in all kinds of funny lifestyle, And my mom was tough. The tougher she was,
the harder you became.
The harder I became. So I knew all the things, played all the things. The war hardened us also. And then by the time we came back to Lagos, I went back. Because before the war, I had gotten to primary. I was going to go to primary 5. But after the war, I came back to primary 3.
Okay.
And I went to Tinu Primary School. That was close to Fela's house at Moshalashi.
Yeah, Moshalashi, yes.
Okay. And it was a beautiful thing. I would go to those days, I would go sell bread to people at Domalong and close to Fela's place.
You sold bread too?
Oh, yeah, I sold bread.
I did too.
Okay.
I sold old newspapers as well.
Okay. I will finish that because I used to leave home at about 5. Before you know what's happening, I'm through at Domalong. My bread is finished. I'll put the money in my pocket and I'll go to Idioro and jump on it. I was a conductor. And then I'll be...
Oh, you did that too?
Oh, yes.
I did as well.
Okay, wonderful. From Idioro, those days, at that time, there was no bridge. The bridge was just being built.
Yeah.
And, if you hear in Idioro, Jegunle, we would go straight to Jegunle, until one day my mother caught me. I will quickly come back. Once it is 7, I've run home, put on my uniform, and I'm in school. And I have extra money.
Yes.
So one day my mom was going out very early. She was going to see her junior sister who lived in Ajegunle. And here was the song.
Jegunle.
When I saw my mom, I quickly ran the driver because the driver knew my mom also. My mom didn't say anything. She didn't say a word. She just entered. The driver greeted my mom. My mom didn't answer her. I couldn't ask my mom for money. I froze. I couldn't ask my mom. I didn't know what to do. I stuttered until we got to Ajegunle. When my mom got down, when she wanted to go down, I ran down. And then she just went to the window and threw the money at the driver and left.
They were saying those days,
Sonoba. My mom waited for me. I went to school. She first dealt with me at home when I came back from school. But she now went to my primary school. There was one teacher we used to call S.O. Ojo. Hey, Ojoso. Hey. The man flogs like this. They dealt with me. Did he stop me? He didn't.
So what changed you?
Life? I became very toughened. But at a point, I just told myself, I didn't like the life of police pursuing you up and down. Anyway, things I did that I can't say, I can't talk about. I didn't like the life of police pushing me. So my mom took me to the Old Bende State. Instead of me going for secondary school here, my mom took me to Bendel State, and I got there. I been a boxer here in Lagos.
Okay.
At Idioro. There was one guy who, I don't want to mention it, okay, he was called Mighty Joe.
I know Mighty Joe now.
Yeah.
I lived in Mushin.
Yeah, so we have started boxing there, you know. How much Jagba, you know.
Yeah, we know them.
You know, when we take it, you run.
Yes.
So when I got to secondary school, I continued, and that's how I became a boxer. I started boxing seriously until my mom saw me again. You know, we used to have the Ghana Nigerian friendly at Roe Park.
Yes.
My mom came to Roe Park to watch me, saw me beat up the man's blue-black. Said, when you get old, that's the way they will start beating you. And she stopped me from boxing. Yeah. That's how I stopped boxing. Wow. So, but I had told myself I didn't want to live a rough life.
Okay, so was that what now pushed you to become a football fan? Or
No. Since my days in Mushin, I've been a Stars supporter.
What's wrong with all of you Stars supporters? And I asked that intentionally.
Yes.
Because at least I know about 4 very close friends, yourself inclusive, right, who go like that about Stars. What's about Stars?
Stars is a religion.
How?
Ẹ má fọ̀tẹ̀ bá ohun tó dára jẹ́ o. Ẹ má fọ̀tẹ̀ bá ohun tó dára jẹ́ o. Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò. Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò. Ẹ má fọ̀tẹ̀ o. You know why?
Yes.
Because we didn't have money.
Okay.
And they were dealing with us. And we didn't have money and the supporters will contribute money. And I can't forget, I think it was Muda Lawal that came to play for us one day from shooting. And they collected the car to give to him.
They collected the car?
Yeah, the shooting give to him.
Yes.
And we told him, don't bother yourself. Mr. Anonymous came the next with a brand new vehicle. We buy fans for them, buy TV for them, but people will just buy things for the players. That was Stars. And that's still the way we think. It has affected me.
How?
If I become close to you now, and I come to your house regularly, and I do not see certain things in your house, I'll just buy it as a gift and give to you.
Okay.
So
it's like a culture that has grown.
I don't want to use the word cult. Okay.
Well, there's cult in culture.
Yeah. Okay. You know, but I don't know how. I can't support any other Nigerian football team. It is not possible.
Talking about that, the Nigerian football scene seems to be gathering some
what?
Some growth. Now.
Until government, especially Lagos State government, helps us to come back to, you won't see the
presence of fans.
You won't see the fire that you are seeking.
Really?
Yes. Our global president, Adebayo Oluwaki.
Yes, he's one of them.
Yes. Help to re-engineer us, and we came back in 2013.
Yeah.
Stars came back in 2013 on the first day of our match after we have been off the radar for about 13 years. First day of the match at Onikon, 7,000 supporters. 7,000.
Yes.
They have never seen that.
I always wonder. I'll say, kilo shower people.
Yes.
What's wrong with these people?
Yes. 7,000. Because we played beautiful football. We beat Flamingos.
Yes.
In Lagos.
Yeah.
It's stationary stores. Popular wear.
But I get plenty more.
I would do. Especially that goal we won.
Yes. When it's about
ending, we must score.
That's just a tradition.
We must score. I don't know how it happens. When you start hearing go role, you see our players they'll be playing as if they were injected with something. Before you know what's happening, the goal is in there.
So now, having established this
Sorry, I was getting a bit.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
A bit animated.
We'll be going soon. So having established that level of followership,
yes,
how do you think football, sports development, but football especially, can be brought back to be a sport that people locally look forward to watching?
The first thing is to change our strategy.
Okay.
In Lagos, for instance, we have 37 CDAs, isn't it?
37, yes. Yeah, 37 and 20 local governments, yes.
A new law domesticates football clubs in the local governments. So the local government has a club and is funded by the local government.
Okay.
Allow the local government.
Sorry, but you talk about the need for government to be outside of sports administration.
You need to first help the situation before it becomes a by the time it's established. No businessman wants to go into a venture that he cannot make money from. So government must initiate that first.
Okay.
At least for the first 10 years, and then ease out.
Okay.
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 Now, once that happens, so Ikeja United or
Island Boys,
Campus United,
yes,
you know, okay, Agege United.
Yes.
Before you know what's happening, the TV rights is there, advertising is there. They will not be competing. People will not be competing. That does not say that people in Agege may not support somebody, a club in Lagos Island.
Across
yes.
across the local government.
Well, but if that happens, there are also going to be other clubs who are not local government based, like stationery stores. Let me tell you, if I have #1 billion, I will sink 500 million naira in stores.
Okay. Well, you just met him. Eliashib Ime James, die-hard stores supporter. I think we'll need to set up another recording for us to explore the possibilities of footballing, following, of being a fan, and then talk about other areas. It's been nice having you on this program.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, it's
Thank
really
you.
been nice.
Sorry, I became a bit animated when we were talking about stores.
No, that was why I kept it towards the end, because I knew you'd be too animated.
Thank you.
Well, it's been Ime James as our guest today on Timeless Conversation. Very soon we'll bring you yet another guest. Thanks for watching. I'm Likon Ogunbanwo. Take care.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
On Plus TV News now, Kano government says no reporter was hit by stray bullet. And 7 die in petrol tanker explosion. 7 die in petrol tanker explosion on Warri Sapele Road. Russia adds Zelensky to criminal wanted list. Good evening, I am Destiny Mama and this is News Now. The Kano State government has refuted claims that a journalist was hit by a stray bullet at the government house. Director General of Press at the government house, Sanusi Bature, issued a press statement addressing and expressing concerns over a one-sided media report circulating on social media claiming that a stray bullet hit a journalist attached to the state-owned television station. The incident, which led to widespread speculation about the safety of journalists covering events at the government house, prompted the government to issue a clarification. The government urged journalists to verify their sources and avoid sensationalism in their reporting to prevent misleading the public. Medical professionals at the government house clinic confirmed the nature of Mr. Naziru's injuries. And 7 people lost their lives when a petrol-laden tanker detached and exploded on motion on the Warri Sapele Expressway at Ometen Community, Okwe local government area in Delta State. The trailer dismembered on the road after the tank body separated from the truck head. An impact of the crash triggered a massive fire. The horrible incident occurred at about 10 a.m. on Friday. Governor Barawari, who headed straight to the accident scene, flanked by Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Momotimi Goa, and former Chairman of Okpe Local Government Council, Honorable Isaiah Esiowa, emphasized with the community on their unfortunate incident. Benue State government had warned residents of Makurdi town erecting illegal structures to stop with immediate effect as the administration is committed in beautifying state capital and other cities. The general manager, Benue State Urban Development Board, Engineer Elias Made, led officials of the board in company of members of the security agents to destroy the shanties in Makurdi, the Benue State capital. Our correspondent Francis Terra reports that the affected victims could not hold back their tears as they watched their demolished structures described as shanties. And the general manager says no shanties was affected, and that it will not be left out in its quest to beautify the environment, and it is a government directive. Another 50 shanties, popularly known as illegal structures, defacing Makurdi metropolis, were demolished, with many more still marked for demolition. And meanwhile, the federal government says it has issued a preliminary impact assessment certification for site clearance and scoping for compensation along the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The Minister of State for Environment, Isiaq Salako, disclosed these at a World Press Freedom Day organized by the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Environment and UNESCO at Radio House with the theme, A Press for the Planet, Journalism in the Face of Environmental Crisis. He said the Federal Ministry of Works applied for the certificate since December last year for environmental impact and social assessment of the project, and said that the Ministry of Environment has done its preliminary assessment. And despite the constant threat posed to education by security challenges, the wife of the president, Oluremi Tinubu, has given assurance that the federal government will not shy away from giving deserved quality education to the younger generation. Speaking while playing host to the Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, and his management team at the State House Abuja, the First Lady said education is the way to grow as a nation, and though insecurity is a factor discouraging girl-child education, the administration will not be intimidated from giving this generation quality education. The First Lady also lauded the drive by the Federal Ministry of Education to get more teachers for government schools in the country. She noted that as a teacher herself, it is important to improve on the profession. And meanwhile, the federal government, through the Ministry of Education, has vowed to fish out Nigerians parading fake certificates. And the Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, SAN, made this known while receiving the report of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Degree Mills at his office in Abuja. Mamman, who expressed sadness over what had been uncovered during the investigations, said the ministry would work with relevant agencies to sanitize the education sector and rid it of any fake tendencies. Presenting the report, Chairman of the Inter-Ministerial Committee decried the horrible standards of education in those schools, saying that many of those schools awarding degree certificates were an eyesore. And a coalition of groups under the auspices North Central Progressive Voice, a social-cultural group comprises youth and women across northern region of Nigeria, has called on President Bola Tinubu to order the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to respect court order over 82 billion naira money laundering charges leveled against the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello. The youth groups protested to describe the recent action by EFCC at the residence of the former governor as unprofessional, unjust action and breach of authority, sanctity of the constitution and legal system in the country. Speaking, the spokesperson of the group, Yahaya Abubakar, says as patriotic Nigerians, they can't fold their hands, see where High Court should not recognize the order of the lower court, saying the laws and values of a lower court should be respected in the legal system. And the group added that Nigerian President Tinubu should urgently intervene to save judiciary system from being manipulated, partial and ensure fairness and justice, and to serve all Nigerians by upholding the rule of law. And a group of civil society organizations under the aegis of cohorts of civil society groups is condemning the attacks on patriotic civil society groups, championing the prosecution of looters, the nation's treasury by anti-graft agencies like the police, the EFCC, ICPC, and others. The group, in a press conference delivered by Comrade Awal Rafsanjani, Executive Director, CISLAC in Abuja, says the nation is facing numerous challenges that may lead to feelings of despair and a temptation of abandoning the patriotic responsibilities in nation building. And they also stated the various factors that has aided corruption to thrive in the country and why it has refused to abate. And meanwhile, indigenes and other stakeholders from the Kwara North Senatorial District have called on other senatorial districts to support its bid to produce the next governor of the state in 2027 after being marginalized for several years. Indigenes of the senatorial district, which include traditional rulers and political stakeholders from across the 5 councils in the district, say their demand for the governorship seat is hinged on fairness, equity, justice and opportunity for inclusiveness. Stakeholders within the district also called for unity amongst indigents in the senatorial zone, a position they noted will help strengthen their position for inclusiveness within the wider political context in the state. And the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, says it has identified sporting activities initiative as one of the key areas for national cohesion to tackle security challenges confronting the nation's territory. The Academy Commandant of NDA, Major General John Ochai, stated these at the opening ceremony of the Cadet Brigade Sports Inter-Battalion competition in Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. And also Major General Ochai, the Academy's commandant, charged the cadets to compete with determination and maintain spirit of sportsmanship, which is key for promotion, peace, and unity. The Cadet Inter-Brigade Battalion competition is designed to improve the physical fitness and mental health of the NDA cadets during and after their military training at the Academy. And the Nigerian Red Cross says it is ready to partner with the media to better inform and sensitize Nigerians on the need and benefit of providing hands of support to the needy. On the 8th of May every year, the world is constantly reminded of the selfless efforts of members of the Red Cross and their volunteers to save victims of wars, famine, and natural disasters, and doing these in the face of unimaginable danger. The national president of the Red Cross in Nigeria, Prince Oluyemisi Agega, while speaking on this year's theme, which is keeping humanity alive, says the media should support the Red Cross through comprehensive reporting of its activities. And on their part, the other sister agencies also briefed on the collaborative efforts as they have undertaken to support victims, especially in the Northeast and in rural areas. The Red Cross also called for more financial support from well-meaning individuals or support through volunteer efforts. And they're also calling on the media to extend hands of fellowship to the Red Cross by assisting in reporting the good work and humanitarian services they render to bring smiles on the faces of victims. And farmers in Nigeria are being encouraged to adopt agroecology as a solution of the country's food crisis. While the government is urged to support this approach, agroecology is promoted at a training session by the Health of Mother Earth Foundation for farmers in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. Programs Director Joyce Brown highlighted the environmental and human health risk of GMO use. Farmers believe this advocacy is an eye-opener and will adapt to new farming methods. And a senior advocate of Nigeria and president of Muslim Lawyers Association of Nigeria, Dr. Kazeem Olajide Olaniyan, has said that the country, Nigeria, does not need a constitution review than having a positive attitudinal change. Speaking with the Newsmen today in Ibadan, Kazeem noted that from year 1999 till date, there has been several reviews tagged 6th alteration, while its 7th alteration ongoing. He further added that even though the existing constitution is defective and it was born out of military instinct, there is still need for mindset re-engineering towards the country. While reacting to the usage of artificial intelligence in the judgment dispensary, Dr. Kazeem urged the government to look into the matter and made adequate provision for it, as it can be useful in complementing human efforts. Amos Bawa Adetumbi urged Nigerians to have attitudinal change and pray for prosperity of the country despite the present economic challenges. He said only positive attitudes and characters will make the country great again. And the chairman 2024 conference organizing committee, Musbawa Adetumbi, said over 1,000 lawyers and non-lawyers alike across the country will be attending the conference. The Olubody family and friends have gathered at triumphant baptism in Lagos to celebrate Mrs. B and Dr. Tunji's 60th birthday with gratitude to God. The event featured Yoruba gospel artist Yinka Alasheyori and other performers, drawing in well-wishers and church members for a joyous occasion. A correspondent, Paul George, was there.
blood were shed, marking the occasion with thanksgiving. Overwhelmed by love, the couple humbly thanked God for his faithfulness and grace throughout their lives.
We are full of thanksgiving, we are full of gratitude. As you can see, we have joy. God has been good, God has been kind. So that's the reason why we are doing it. We are very grateful to God.
Issues. The issue kept us this far. Grace. Simply grace. Long life. Life begins at 60. Age into the mind. You're as young as you are. So, many years.
During their event, Mr. and Mrs. Olubodi emphasized the importance of letting God guide their marriage. Reverend Dr. Julius Adeniji delivered a powerful message, encouraging them to trust in God and assuring them that He would grant their desires.
Be tolerant, know yourselves, be friends first, and then God in your relationship, love yourself forever.
For me, it's about forbearance, it's about true and genuine communication, it's about learning to walk the journey together, not depending on third party to help you settle quarrels, and basically just love God's side of life.
To prolong your life, live in peace and prosperity, do not lean on your own understanding. Because your understanding is still limited, it's still shallow. You should not lean or rely on your understanding alone, but rely on God.
There were continuous praises and testimonies. The church choir and the gospel guest artist, Yinka Alasheyori, performed a beautiful Thanksgiving song.
Mrs. B. Olubodi is my niece. She's such a pleasant, humble, and God-fearing woman. I thank God for both of them, and I pray that God gives them long life and prosperity.
Both of them are very fantastic people. And by the grace of God, I've had opportunity of working with the two of them. They are bundles of ideas with creative mind. They are amazing guys. God will give them good life, good health. God will make them still useful to humanity.
Within the period of 5 years I worked with him, was a man with a touch of excellence. I also knew the wife, so I was very close to the wife. I was the finance manager for TJ for the period of 5 years that I worked. I know the wife to be very humble. I know the wife to be very supportive. I know the wife to be a real woman and mother of all. I mean, I wish them another 60 years in good health, in prosperity, in love, and God will continue to keep them.
As the event came to a close, the attendees prayed for the couple to have many more years together. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Still ahead. At least 12 killed in bomb attacks on eastern DR Congo displacement camps. Details when we return. Stay with us.
Sometimes it's not just the distance we travel, it's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy, it's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go, it's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste, it's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Season. I will take you through this amazingness today.
You're welcome back to News Now, and now moving on to other parts of Africa. At least 12 people, including children, have been killed in twin bomb blasts that hit two camps of displaced people in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Friday's explosions targeted camps in Lagvert and Mugunga near the city of Goma, the capital of North Kivu province, according to the United Nations statement. The attacks, on which at least 20 people were injured, were a flagrant violation of human rights and international humanitarian law and may constitute a war crime. Residents of one of the camps said that many of the victims were sleeping in their tents when the area was attacked. And hundreds of people protested yesterday outside the U.S. Embassy in Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso, against Washington's reaction to accusations of a massacre of civilians by the army. Contained in a report published this week by the non-governmental organization Human Rights Watch. According to local media reports, shopkeepers and private sector workers marched towards the embassy, protected by police officers in riot gear, waving Russian and Burkinabe flags and chanting anti-imperialist slogans. The protest occurred in the same day that the ruling junta in Burkina Faso summoned the United States charge d'affaires Eric Whitaker and the UK ambassador to Ouagadougou, Harriet Thompson, to discuss international allegations of crimes against humanity leveled against the army. And Kenyan President William Ruto has postponed next week's planned reopening of schools until further notice, as heavy rains and floods that have killed more than 200 people continue. The president, in his State of the Nation address on Friday, said the meteorological reports paint a dire picture, citing the possibility of Cyclone Hidaya hitting coastal Kenya in coming days. Kenya and other parts of East Africa have been overwhelmed by flooding, with more than 150,000 displaced people living in camps across the country. Students will now wait for the announcement of new reopening dates, as some schools remain flooded and others have been damaged. And from news outside Africa, landslides and flooding triggered by heavy rains in Indonesia's South Sulawesi province have killed at least 15 people after dozens of homes were swept away and roads damaged, the country's disaster management agency says. And Indonesia is prone to landslides during the rainy season, which began in January, with the problem aggravated in some areas by deforestation and prolonged downpours caused floods in parts of the country that comprises 17,000 islands. The landslides struck Luwu Regency in South Sulawesi on Friday, said Abdul Muhari, spokesperson of Indonesia's disaster mitigation agency, in a statement on Saturday. In another area of South Sulawesi, at least one person died and 2 others were injured.
The total evacuations as of this afternoon, 3rd May, are 18 survivors from the Bajo area, with more people still being picked up. In Sidrap, there are 17 survivors and more people are being rescued. And please note that in LUWW, 60 people survived, 7 have died, and others are still being rescued. Hopefully the search process can go well thanks to the support and prayers of the people in South Sulawesi and the people of Indonesia in general. Thank you.
And meanwhile, heavy storms slammed the Houston area again Friday, widening already dangerous flooding in Texas and leading to numerous high water rescues, including some from the rooftops of flooded homes. Officials redoubled urgent instructions for residents in low-lying areas to evacuate, and warning the worst was still to come. She described the surge of water as catastrophic and said several hundred structures were at risk of flooding. There had already been at least 24 water rescues in the county, in addition to getting 30 pets to safety. And schools on the parts of the flooding cancelled classes and roads jammed as authorities closed highways, taking water. And Russia had added Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to its list of wanted criminals, a government database showed on Saturday. And Zelensky appeared in the Russian Interior Ministry's wanted list, an online database of alleged criminals sought by the authorities. It stated that the Ukrainian leader was wanted under an article of the Criminal Code without providing further details. There was no immediate comment from Russia officials on why Zelensky had been added to the list. And Moscow has targeted Zelensky since the start of its military offensive in February 2022. And at least 6 people have been injured as a result of an overnight Russian drone attack on Ukrainian northeastern Kharkiv and central Dnipropetrovsk regions, according to regional officials. The Ukrainian Air Force said on May 4 that 13 drones launched by Russia had been shot down, but regional officials said debris caused injuries and hit critical infrastructure and commercial and residential buildings. Kharkiv Regional Governor Oleg Senhubov, writing on Telegram, said a 13-year-old child and a woman had been hospitalized due to injuries sustained in the strikes. And Israeli forces on Saturday conducted a raid in the town of Deir al-Ghusn near Tulkarm, surrounding a house and partially demolishing it. Continuous exchange of fire could be heard in the area during the operation, which started overnight and continued through the morning. Violence in the West Bank had already been on the rise before the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza began in October, and it has risen further with frequent Israeli raids and Palestinian street attacks and rampages by Jewish settlers in Palestinian villages. And Canadian police have charged 3 Indian men and murder of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar last year, and said they were probing whether the men had ties to the Indian government. Nijjar, 45, was shot dead in June outside a Sikh temple in Surrey, a Vancouver suburb with a large Sikh population. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police named the 3 men as Karanpreet Singh, 28, and Kamalpreet Singh, 22, and Karan Bra, 22. The Indian mission in Ottawa did not respond to requests for comment. Up next, the federal government to divest 26 oil blocks. And that's in business news. Stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. As Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste spin. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to the business segment. In line with its commitment to significantly produce gas to improve the economy, President Bola Tinubu will commission 3 critical gas infrastructure projects being undertaken by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and partners. According to a statement by the presidential spokesman Ajuri Ngelale, the projects will support the federal government's efforts to grow value from the nation's gas assets while eliminating gas flaring. He said the delivery of the projects was accelerated from the inception of the administration in keeping with the overall objective of deepening domestic gas supply as a critical enabler for economic prosperity. International oil companies, including Shell Petroleum Development Company, Nigeria Ajib Oil Company, Mobil Producer Nigeria Unlimited, and Equinor, are set to divest their investments in 26 oil blocks in Nigeria to indigenous firms. This is as announced by the federal government. It announced this during an industry dialogue on divestments by IOCs in Abuja, where the Chief Executive Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Gbenga Komolafe, assured the foreign and local oil firms that the divestment process would be transparent. Komolafe said the dialogue was organized by the Commission to give insight and guidance, as well as consider due diligence and interrogation on compliance with the laws and processes that govern the proposed divestment of oil and gas assets by international law oil companies to indigenous companies. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has ordered the Bureau of Public Enterprise to, within 30 days, register the independent system operator as a distinct entity from the Transmission Company of Nigeria with the Corporate Affairs Commission. The Nigerian Independent System Operator Limited will be responsible for managing the national grid and other system operations related market contracts and transactions. TCN, as a successor company of the defunct Power Holding Company of Nigeria, was issued with 2 licenses by NERC as a transmission service provider and independent system operator. And that's it on the business segment. The news continues. I am Shade Uwe.
And now on entertainment news, Nollywood veteran Shan George has cried out to Nigerians for assistance following an attack by fraudsters who wiped out her bank account. The Nollywood actress claimed someone named Cecilia wiped out the 3.6 million naira in her bank account. In a video message shared via her Instagram account, the movie star said she was now penniless and had nothing to feed her children. She said the situation is worse because it's Easter weekend and she cannot go to the bank to make a complaint. Up NEPA, a documentary film that explores the challenge of electricity supply in Nigeria, is set for premiere in the Federal Capital Territory on May 9. Ishaya Bako, ace Nollywood filmmaker and director of the film, stated this in an interview with the reporters on Saturdays in Abuja. According to him, the documentary probes the persistent issues surrounding electricity in Nigeria, such as unreliable power supply and its impact on individuals, business and the economy. He said Up NEPA features special guest stars including veteran Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw and ace rapper Jude Abaga, popularly known as MI. According to the director, the film features interviews with everyday people, including cold store owners in Ibadan, plastic manufacturers in Aba and Kano, and healthcare workers in Lagos. And the main news again. Kano government has said no reporter was hit by a stray bullet. And we also told you that 7 people have died in petrol tanker explosion on Wari Sapele Road. News Now informed you that Russia has added Zelensky to criminal wanted list. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Have a good night rest and many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, all right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean. and at the same time you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well, and of course we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible, even services you might not think of like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, I expected to learn theory, history, and all of that, and how to go about things. But I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to the mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms, like even courts, we don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms, I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand. And when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And they're like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in the Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that, for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what little associations here, like student associations, would now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
It's so great to be back on the show, where excellence and outstanding professionals and their selfless contribution to the family, the society, and humanity are showcased, celebrated, and applauded. Thank you so much for being there. I'm Ongma Helen Odeleye.
And it's so good to see you again.
Yes, it is, Johnny.
So we do this every weekend intentionally for your viewing pleasure. It's a wholesome 90 minutes dedicated to the family. So welcome to our world. We call it Today with John and Helen Live. And I am John Senaya.
All right, so today we shall take the program to a whole new level, of course, knowing that you will keep us company from start to finish. The mothers, our sisters and daughters of this great nation are doing us so proud. They are doing very, very great things at different points. Mona Lisa Abimbola Aze. She's a lawyer and entrepreneur, and she boldly takes the center stage today on the program as we take a closer look at the female entrepreneur in a galloping Nigerian economy.
A female entrepreneur in a galloping Nigerian economy. So how best can we impact the local communities? Our philanthropists made or born? Answers to these questions and others will be provided by Amala Ebenezer Mbamalu, the MD, Chief Executive, Miklones Group. I hope I didn't murder his name.
I don't know. When he gets here, he will tell you. And to tell us our stories. To tell our stories ourselves and entrench the African essence and culture, plus showcase the stuff that Nigerians are made of. Chizoba Ofegu shares the daring and perhaps exciting experience and adventure of Pelumi Nubi, the young lady who drove solo all the way from London to Lagos. She's on the show today, and you bet it's going to be worth every minute of your time.
Of course, and we shall spice it with messages and, of course, our Keep Fit drill. It's time to take a breather down. Today with John and Helen returns in a bit. Stay with us.
All right, the station is Plus TV Africa, and you are watching Today with John and Helen live. How was your week? And how are you coping with the fuel scarcity and the electricity tariff that has been increased like 300%? John, I bought some lights yesterday.
Don't
wow.
go there. Don't go there. I watch my meter every minute. I also topped up last night. I hope it isn't something happening. Well, Nigerians are the most accommodating people in the world. We bring them face to face with the most difficult situation, and they will weather the storm.
Exactly. I mean, if you see the queues today, driving from Ikeja, every filling station that some were selling, some were not dispensing, all through Victoria Island here, the queue was like something else. And a lot of these people would stay there for hours and eventually not get fuel. And so we took off fuel subsidy and we're back to queues. You're just doing when?
Because we've lived with it. There was a clip I saw that showed us with this fuel scarcity stuff in 1983 or something, and we're still where we are.
Yeah, but then fuel was okay. There were queues, but the price was reasonable, and it didn't dovetail into the other things. With fuel scarcity, foodstuff is house rent,
so
hospital bills,
so that's Nigeria.
Drugs in the pharmacies.
That's Nigeria for you. So we need these things in our system to keep us going.
Okay.
That's why
you need the things in your system to keep up with. And very, very, very quickly, in the week, 2 points in Lagos here, our own mega city or smart city, Lagos, they discovered some apartments.
Oh, they only stumbled on them. They stumbled on them. And then I spoke with someone who's lived there for a dolphin for over 20 years. And they said, oh, yeah, they've always known about it. So yeah.
And they pay 250,000 naira to nameless landlords.
It's housing for
over
all.
the years.
Housing for all.
Housing for all. Yes. Okay, by the year.
Helen, let's get on with it. Let's get on with the program.
You see, when we laugh about these things, this thing pinches me inside.
No, don't let it pinch you. That's the only therapy for us as Nigerians to survive.
Okay.
Yeah, we make light of everything.
Like your therapy. My therapy at the moment now is 1 day at a time. I just made that decision that it has to be 1 day at a time. Okay. And no matter what it is, do not worry. Okay. Just try. Be happy. Just pretend to be happy if you can.
Ellie, let's go on, Joe.
All right.
So, well, that's a wise counseling, 1 day at a time from Helen. And one way to keep stress and hypertension at bay. Okay, to one of the main reasons why we're here, navigating the galloping Nigerian economy as a female entrepreneur. Let's meet Mona Lisa Abimbola Aze, our first guest. She founded leather brand Mona Matthews in 2002 to meet the need for high-quality handmade leather shoes and bags. Our guest served with the federal government Leather Information Committee that was mandated to create a leather policy for Nigeria. A Faith Foundation volunteer and mentor, as well as an alumni of the Lagos Business School. It is time to meet and greet Mona Lisa Abimbola Aze, an accomplished entrepreneur and lawyer, and I find it difficult calling her Mona Lisa and Aze. I'd rather stick to my Bimbo. So Bimbo, you're most welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, I can't wait to dig into the hustle and the success story of a female entrepreneur, especially at a time such as this. It's so good to have you join us today. Ekabo.
Thank you.
So, Bimbo, just look at me now. I want to check. I've known her actually.
All your life.
I've known her all my life. Let's see. And I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
And I'm sure Helen does
I
too.
do.
I'll give Helen the right of way at this time.
Okay, the first thing I'd like to know is in the introduction he said you were at, you sat on a committee where a policy for leather, whatever was, is a policy in place right now?
The policy is in place. At a point, we discovered that Nigeria has a lot of leather. And the leather that we call Italian leather actually starts its journey from the northern part of Nigeria. And then it's taken to Morocco for tanning, and then taken to Italy, and then comes back, finished product as Italian shoes and bags.
No way.
We also know that there's some tanneries. Many years ago, way before I started, I started 22 years ago, but way before I started, there were very active leather tanneries in the north, but at some point, the federal government introduced the export promotion grants. And so what people were doing was, they were doing just the first stage of preservation of the skins and taking it out as wet blue, and then they were processed in Morocco and so on and so forth. So the federal government wanted sort of like a backward integration, a situation where the leather was processed in Nigeria.
How long ago was that?
The committee, it was during President Jonathan's tenure. And so they wanted a situation where we would not just export the wet blue, but also process, finish tanning, and then begin to produce shoes for our own consumption and for export.
Is that happening now?
Well, in 2002, when I started, the federal government actually banned the importation of leather, finished leather goods.
Okay, to help.
To help, move this in the right direction. And so this was the process. I can tell you today that a lot of shoes are being made in Nigeria, a lot. At a point, I'm not sure if it still exists today, but at a point, there were trailer loads of shoes being exported from Lagos Island to the west coast of Nigeria. Okay. I've also been told, of Africa, sorry. Yeah. I've also been told that sometimes you might go to Dubai and actually go and buy a made in Nigeria pair of shoes.
All right, made from start to finish.
Yes, and then taken out of Nigeria and then imported back. But you see, a lot of these are underground. When I say underground, so when I first started, people were putting fake designer names on the shoes. They'll put Gucci, they'll put Armani, and so on and so forth. I don't know if Armani makes shoes, but you get the point. So, and I was like, no, we're not going to do that. Okay. We need to let people know that these good quality shoes are made in Nigeria, by Nigerians, for the world.
Okay.
That's right. Okay, now let's come back to where we are now, right? I want to ask you, how has the current economic climate in Nigeria, impacted your business operations, particularly in terms of the high cost of production materials? Because I see that as a gate that we have to go through.
Yeah, so one of the issues we have in the industry is that almost everything, actually practically everything that we use to make the shoes and the bags are imported. So there's a considerable amount of dollars involved in our ecosystem. Everything comes in. Now, when you're shopping for material and you want to buy the best, you're forced to pay whatever the market is saying. Yeah. Do you understand? And that affects us. It makes our products more expensive. But the fact is that when you put our products beside imported products, people have found that these shoes, they stand the test of time. People have found that they made in Nigeria, and I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking across board. People have found out that the average made in Nigeria pair of shoes lasts long. And people have begun to understand that it's easier, or it's better to choose what we are making, and we keep spreading that gospel, and more people are receiving it. And it's not just Nigerians. The Japa favors us as well, because just the way Nigerians want to eat their ogbono and they want to eat their egusi, they also want to wear their Nigerian clothes.
Okay.
And they want to wear their Nigerian jewelry and shoes and bags to go with it.
That's good to know.
Because it's a whole ecosystem. It's a whole lifestyle thing, you know. So when you see, just look at those videos where they're celebrating, even abroad. I mean, people are getting, I say to people, when we're young, when people were getting married, they would go abroad and do their wedding shopping. Now, when people are getting when people are getting married abroad, they are coming to Nigeria to do their wedding shopping. It's the fact.
Really?
Yes. Bales and bales of Ashoke are leaving our shores.
That's right. Yeah.
With the food, the clothes, the jewelry, everything. Everything is, people are buying, you know. So if you look at the situation from just one dimension through a prism, you won't see the full picture. But if you step back and take everything in,
the bigger difference.
Yes, this is the season for Made in Nigeria, and that's the truth.
And you just said it, lifestyle. So it's a whole package.
Yes, it's the whole package.
It's not just the legs and the bags.
No,
it's
it's
everything.
everything.
That comes with it.
It's
That's
everything. You can dress from head to toe in totally fully made Nigeria. Yeah, everything fully made in Nigeria.
Awesome. Jane.
Even your cosmetics, they're Nigerian, you know, beauticians who are making cosmetics, good quality cosmetics. So you actually can.
Then you top it with Japanese hair or something.
The hair, we will get there.
We will get there.
We will get there.
Yeah,
but even, I mean, for instance, this wig that I'm wearing is made in Nigeria. The hair was imported, true, but the wig itself was fabricated in Nigeria.
That's
so I can tell you that, I mean,
that's 100%.
It's possible to be 100%. And so what we need to do as entrepreneurs is to look at it from that perspective and say, let's take advantage of the season that we're in now, you know, and let it work for us.
Okay. So besides the fact that you said 100%, at the beginning you said a lot of leather things are happening and things are finished from here. So besides that, the fact that so many things that you need, you know, for the job that you do, making shoes and bags, are imported, what other specific challenges would you like to share with us, you know, as it relates to the woman or the female entrepreneur at this point in time? What are the potholes for you that are probably not there for the male entrepreneur?
I'm always the worst person to ask that question.
Okay.
Because I grew up between two boys. I climbed trees. I rode bicycles. I did the whole 10 years, played football, everything. Okay. So when people say, oh, I don't think like that.
How about other female entrepreneurs that you've come across with?
So I listened in on the platform that took place on Wednesday. And I remember one of the speakers said specifically that this is the best time to be a woman in Nigeria. Because there is funding. Bank of Industry has a women's desk, a desk dedicated to female entrepreneurs. Access Bank has a loan. I'm sorry to mention the brands.
No problem, yeah.
Has a loan for women.
Specifically
for women.
Wow.
I know Alat, what do they call it? Wema Bank also. A lot of the banks, they've been mandated to support female entrepreneurs. Okay. I think where women have challenges, maybe in balancing the home and the business, you know, and making it work. Because some of us grew up being taught that we needed to be the Proverbs 31 woman, you know. But the understanding I have about that woman is that she was probably about 60. And if you read that scripture very well, she had house girls, she had maidens, she had servants. So she did the strategic thinking and had people working for her. And so one of the things I say to women is, get help.
Okay.
Your domestic help is even more important than your office staff. You know why? Because if you're home doing the domestic chores, you are an entrepreneur that can earn 100 million a year. And you're spending that time just saving 40,000 naira a month because you refuse to employ a house girl to come and do the work for you. So for women, free yourself. Why do men succeed in Nigeria? Seemingly more than women. Of course, men are brought up to lead, right? But it's also because they have a wife.
They can just get up and go.
Exactly. Just get your clothes, get in your car and go. There's a wife who is sorting the domestic side.
You need to travel tomorrow. No,
your
no
bags are packed. You just, in fact, I heard about one man who he would call his wife and tell her what time he was landing at the airport. She will meet him with a new suitcase, take the old one, and it's off. Do you understand? So for a woman to succeed, if you listen to the stories of someone in particular, Ibuku Awoshika, that's one of her major strengths. She had support. She had very serious support system around her. Her mother-in-law lived with them. So there was always a responsible, loving adult in the home, while she and her husband had to go out and work, travel and all of that, you know. And then, so I always say to women, get support. If you can't afford someone to come in every day because of where you are, get someone to come in once a week to do the deep cleaning and the scrubbing. Outsource your laundry. You know, get someone to help you so that you can spend that time focusing and thinking about your business, about developing yourself. There's no point wearing yourself out and not being able to function in, you know, properly in that.
And taking care of you.
Exactly.
Taking good care
Very
of you.
important too.
And that's talking about support. Really, looking at support, we should maybe even extend it to government. Now, I mean, let's look at you as a business person, right, in the leather industry. How do you perceive government's efforts in supporting local businesses like yours?
So, the federal government, let's go back to the federal government, has set up quite a few initiatives that is helping people in my industry. I know that we've had a number of seminars and meetings, you know, on a national level of they've tried to bring together different people along the value chain, try to speak to us. I remember, I think 2 years ago, we were in Kano under the something organized by the ministry that works with training. You know, there's a leather training center in Zaria. You know, I forgot their proper name. You know, but the federal government did and still does try to bring us all together, sit down, listen to us and talk to us, you know.
Okay.
And so essentially there's a willingness on the part of the government to help, but we, the entrepreneurs, have to drive it. Okay. You know, we have to drive it. Now, the major problem I see is that we're all in our little corners trying to do big things.
Okay.
We as Nigerians and as Africans need to learn to come together.
Collaborate.
Yes, collaborate. We need to even collapse our small ships, you know, our small canoes and build a huge ship. Do you understand? Because one of the problems we have is that I have my strength, you have your strength. If we bring all of that together, it will make better impact, you know. So as far as government is concerned, government can only do so much, but we, the entrepreneurs, have to try and find a way of coming together to do a lot more together.
Okay. All right. It can be business as usual with a lot of things changing. We just talked about the fuel price. We just talked about electricity and so many other things changing from the having changed now from when you started. So strategies and adaptations, you know, to meet with these changes that are constantly in our faces in the business scene. What have you been able to do in terms of this, your strategies, you know, to meet up with the challenges of the time?
Okay, so as I said earlier, I usually like to step back and see things from a very wide perspective, you know. And I was sharing with him earlier that I had the opportunity to travel over Christmas, and I realized that the problem is not a Nigerian problem. It's an international problem. There's a global inflation. The war between Russia and whatever is affecting food prices globally. It's not just Nigeria, you know. And the war in Israel is not helping either, and is you know. So the issue is, how do we place Nigeria inside of all that is happening? Nigeria is still the best place for me to be. Okay? So people say, oh, it's difficult to do business in Nigeria. I say, all the people that are jackpying How many of them have gone to do business? They've all gone to work. And some of them dare not tell you the kind of work that they are doing.
That's right.
Nigeria is one of the easiest places to start a business because the demands from the government, from us as entrepreneurs, is lower than it is in the UK, for instance. I spoke to my friends and people I met over there, and I was like, "What?" She said, if you know the tax that you have to pay, if you know the rigors you have to go through to set up certain things, like setting up a school, so when you look at it from that perspective, you begin to thank God. This fuel price that we're talking about, how much does it cost to fill a tank of the same car in the UK?
We should not. I don't think we should go into those comparisons.
Why do you think? Listen. Why do you think people there? Why do you think they are pivoting to electric cars and things like that? How much your bottle of Coke? How much does it cost in Lagos? How much does it cost in the UK? How much is rent in Nigeria? How much is rent in the UK? What we pay on an annual basis is what they pay on a monthly basis.
We're still struggling with minimum wage. From 30,000 naira.
So what is the minimum wage buying?
It's a whole new conversation. It's another area of
So that's how
at the end of the day,
I'm answering your question.
Welfare packages and all of that help to cushion. So but that's the topic for another day, John, isn't it?
So where I'm going is this is how I look at my business.
Yes.
This is my perspective. Okay. I believe I'm in the best place at this time.
Okay.
And I believe that my clients are here. And so my responsibility is to make them see that I am producing what's best for their own needs. Again, I was sharing with him earlier about the quality of what we make. The quality of what we make is so high that people have come to realize that even some of the shoes they bought abroad by themselves have not lasted as long as some. I was at an event last year, a Chevron event, and one of their staff, I was introducing myself to her, and she was like, "Oh, I know you now. You made my wedding shoes 20 years ago, and I'm still wearing them."
Wow.
Do you get? So what I'm saying is that for the Nigerian to understand that you are not suffering.
Okay.
Well, you see, once your mind shifts to that, you begin to be grateful for what you have. And when you are grateful for what you have, you begin to appreciate it and use it best.
And it becomes easier for you to make progress. So I get you.
You know where all of this leads me?
We have like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it leads me to the next question, which is, do you do any mentorship at all? Because, what role, for instance, do you think mentorship will play in all of this? You spoke so well about our Nigerianness and all of that. How much of this are we passing on to others? Especially the younger generation.
Especially women, ladies.
Everywhere I go.
Yeah.
This is my message.
So you're an ambassador.
Yes, yeah. I volunteer for Faith Foundation, and whenever I have the opportunity to speak, I usually get invited to speak to entrepreneurs when they're about to start their entrepreneurship journey, And this is what I tell them. You are in the best place. You have a population of 220 million. You have 21 million fashionistas in Lagos alone. You have advantages that even these countries that look like they are good don't even have. A homeless person in Nigeria can sleep under the bridge and nothing will happen to him. The worst that will happen to him is he will get wet. You try that in Canada or in the UK that we're all talking about. California has 80,000 homeless people. 80,000. Their summer is so hot and their winter is so cold. Nigeria is one of the best places to be in the world. I'm telling you. And that's what I believe, that's what I preach, and that's what I will continue to tell people. And so when you believe that, your posture is that of a victor, and then whatever comes, and there are challenges everywhere in the world. That's the truth.
Your affirmations are positive.
It's the truth. I'm not deceiving myself. That's my perspective, and that's what I see. And that's what I go after. Do you understand? There's no money, there's no money. Have you seen the buildings going up in Nigeria? Have you seen the buildings going up in Lagos? Have you seen the skyscrapers? There is money.
Okay. All right. So winding up this conversation, I'd like to just take you, we're talking Lagos, we're talking Abuja, Port Harcourt, and the big cities. How are women in business, faring in the smaller and remote parts of this country? Is there a synergy? Is there a way you reach out to them? Because you talked about it, that it's time for, business people to come together. Yeah?
In the remote parts of the country, a lot of the raw materials that people use come from there. Let's take the cosmetic industry, the shea butter. These are produced by women. Let's take palm oil, food, egusi. There were some years back when I think it was UPS also or DHL were complaining that their planes used to fly empty. Today they're not flying empty. They're going back with our food. They're going with, and these are things that women do. Shelling the egusi, cleaning the iru and stuff like that. Apart from that, women have always worked.
Who coordinates them?
Do you know that there are communities, they have their own, what do they call them?
Cooperatives.
Okay. In the villages, there's a way that
they have systems.
There's synergy, yes. They have systems, they have synergy, because that's how they've always survived.
Yeah.
And I think we like to paint the picture that it seems like it's easier to say that. But the truth is that if these things are not working, we won't exist today.
That's right.
We must exist too.
We must exist.
Come rain, come shine.
Yeah, they're working.
And I must say that you're flying the flag so well.
Yes.
I wish I could do this too.
You just change your mindset.
It's a mindset thing, yes?
Yes, and then you see, also choose what you listen to.
Yeah.
Choose what, I watched a TV program. I don't watch TV, to be honest. I watched a TV program online, and I realized that even from the journalists, there was a lot of negativity. Our Nigerian journalists need to begin to tell the real story of Nigeria. I see pockets, of people, doing videos and stuff like that. But we need to tell the real story. Nigeria, I tell you some things. Nigerian honey is one of the best honeys in the world. The prawns and shrimps that come from our sea is one of the best quality in the world. Our leather is one of the best quality in the world. We have a lot.
You've said it all. So, you just won yourself an ambassadorial position.
We have a lot.
A final word to encourage someone out there who is probably not thinking like you're thinking. Final word.
My sister, because I think you want me to talk to the women.
Yes, please do.
Nigeria is a good place. Trust me. What the Naira can buy in Nigeria is a lot more than what the equivalent of that amount of money can buy, even in Ghana, even in Ivory Coast. A loaf of bread in Ivory Coast costs 2 times more than it costs in Lagos. So don't see yourself as suffering. See yourself that you're in a land of opportunity, and ask yourself, what can I do to earn more?
Okay.
Wow.
That's good.
Wow, what an I didn't know we were coming in for an inspirational speech, but we honestly, Mona Lisa, I think I'm getting
You're going to Mona Lisa now.
We really do appreciate you for taking time out to encourage entrepreneurs generally and females in particular. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Well,
thank you for having me.
It should be in order to say that I would get to your space very soon and see what you have and see whether I can spend my hard-earned Naira and get something from you, especially that you said the quality is good and the money is small. All right. Thank you so much for your time. All right. Thanks for coming. Now, we make more progress on the show with a quick break when we return. With over 20 years experience in aviation and travels and impacting local communities, we shall be learning from the philanthropist Amala Ebenezer Mbamalu, our next guest. Please join us again.
You're still watching Today with John and Helen live, a family conversation where we impact, motivate, and inspire you to become the very best version of you.
That's so much on point there, John. And seated right here in the studio with us is our next guest, a Nigerian committed to research and continuous learning, an educationist, the pioneer and current chairman, Atlantic Layout Estates, and an amalgamation of 5 big estates and 64 mini estates here in Nigeria. Our guest has over 20 years experience in aviation and travels. But beyond his professional experience, Amala Ebenezer Mbamalu is also actively engaged in philanthropic endeavors. And to help us with the topic impacting local communities, contributing to national development, is the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Mecklons Group, Amala Ebenezer Mbamalu. The communities definitely are in need of intervention, especially at a time like this. And so we would like to thank you so much for the work that you do while we welcome you to our studios.
The pleasure is mine.
How are you?
I'm fine, Helen.
Good to know.
I'm even wondering how Helen was able to sail through their names in a very safe way. So tell us, it's Amala Mbamalu.
Amala in the perspective that is the way my own side of the Eastern region pronounced.
What's the meaning of that?
It's grace.
Oh.
It still stands with the same thing with Amara. But some use L, some use R. You understand?
Interesting.
Just like your former president, they call him Ebele. But the most known is Ebere. But both parents are saying the same thing at the same time.
Okay.
It's just the different pronunciation
Culture,
because
names,
of the
traditions.
Okay.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So, Mr. Mbamalu, your diverse professional background is really, really fascinating, I must say. Tell us, how has your journey influenced your approach to community engagement and philanthropy, which you've been quite prominent with?
Yeah, Mr. John, the truth is that my journey started in the corporate world, and I made sure that I impact the community starting from my office, making sure my workers are in United States always, having harmony among themselves, and properly taken care of.
United States.
You understand? So the truth of the matter is, charity always begins at home. Once you get it right from your own personal company, and you influence the people right there with you, and then you extend to the neighbors, it will be easy for you to influence the community. So how do I find myself as the chairman of one of the biggest estates in a Etiosu local government? I never campaigned for one day to be a chairman, but I'm somebody that always take care of people around me. For instance, I normally have time to time interaction with my workers. How do you do? How are you feeling? That led me to build a quarters. I have a quarters for each of my firm. All the 5 companies, each of them have staff quarters. Because I discovered that it impacts in them the proximity of where they work to where they live has direct effect. So, and I'm also somebody that always want to play my role in the community where I find myself. So when I finished my house at Lake Atlantic Gardens and moved in, so I discovered there was no proper security around there, and I have relationship with the current IG Zone 2 then, who oversees this area. So I spoke with him, and then his second in command, who is the deputy commissioner, visited me and had interaction with me. And they gave me a backup every night for the estate. I'm not the chairman.
Yeah.
I'm not in ESCO. I don't have any post. But I know there were security lapses and there were challenges. So when the DC left my house, I called the chairman. I don't even have his number. I asked somebody, please, can you give me the number of the chairman? He gave me. I spoke with the person. The person called him. I said, can you allow RRS to be covering here every night? That while the DC was with me here, he spoke with Tunji Disu, who was the commander there. and he got the permission.
Okay.
Do you understand? So, and that was the beginning of my impartation of my community. So sometimes I will see bad spots on the road that leads to my street. I will fix it.
So, I mean, you take...
Good.
Yeah.
So as that goes on, the next AGM they have, the procedure for them to elect their chairman, they don't do official campaign. Right there, people will nominate. And then after the nomination, they do election right there. And I didn't come there to be a shaman.
Okay.
I didn't know that people have ganged up against me or for me. So right in the AGM,
they gave you that position. That's
right in the AGM, I was nominated by 4 people.
Great.
Not prepared.
Great.
At the end of the day, I got 90-something% votes.
Ooh.
And that was a signal to me that this cannot be a coincidence.
Yeah.
Some people are already having me in mind before this meeting.
And that's
So in my opening speech, while I was, after being sworn in right there and then, I heard a voice at the background, "You are coming back for the second tenor."
Okay.
And I said no. I said no, I don't repeat classes. That was the first office I presided as a state chairman before I take over the amalgamated board. Even where I am, I'm not planning to come back.
Okay.
Whatever I want to do, I start it and I make sure I finish it, because I see leadership and community impartation as a continuous process.
So we'll take we'll borrow a leaf from that.
All right. So from your response, I see that local community, it's not just, like a lot of us think the village, the indigent, the poor people, the village people, local community for you is everywhere and anywhere you find yourself.
Exactly.
And being useful, presenting yourself to be able to be useful, to your environment and to the people there.
Exactly.
And so taking from there, your role as the Chief Executive Officer, beyond that, you have actively involved in various other philanthropist endeavors. We'd like to know a few of them. Beyond the real estate realm, and where you live and people in your office, have you delved outside of that enclave, to touch lives?
I've done that.
How?
I have a couple of children that are under my coverage of scholarship. But I do it discreetly because we are looking for people that has what it takes to make difference. So apart from the fact that we have provision there for people that cannot afford what it takes to get to the level of education they have, we're also very careful of spotting the best brain. Do you understand? Currently, one of the children within that program is currently doing very well in Canada.
Okay.
And we still have like 4 in universities here in Nigeria. Okay. That is one I'm very passionate about because I'm seeing a lot of potentials. I'm seeing brighter future in them. So apart from that, there are a lot of them, maybe sometimes providing palliative and whatever, but to me, I see that as appetizer. Okay. I'm more passionate about the one that is impacting the future of somebody that on the long run, maybe in the next 20, 30 years, the person has become somebody. And when he traces the background, he will say it started so.
Okay.
So that is the most passionate among them all.
It's a good thing, seeing that you have a passion for learning and education and all of that. But what I want to ask you is, how do you ensure that the training and support you're giving these younger ones, is being plowed back into our system, our local communities? How do you ensure that? Because you send them to school and then they just go into the corporate world and they don't touch their local communities.
One thing I've learned about parenting is that anybody under your control is an innocent learner. If you want anybody to do anything, do it first.
Okay.
Your spouse, your children, whosoever that is with you. Don't play double standard. If you say you don't like lying, always say the truth. Don't tell them to lie to somebody that you are not in the office when you are there. You are starting what you will not finish.
Yeah.
So I know, I have seen a lot of things that I'm doing, them replicating it in their actions without me talking to them personally.
That's good.
I'm very optimistic that they are learning. I'm very sure. And I'm very optimistic that they will give back to the society because they are not, can I put it in the perspective that they are indirectly learning that from me. I don't know what I understand what I'm saying.
Yes, learning by example, leading by example.
Yeah.
All right. Added advantage for us today, apart from you coming to share with us as a philanthropy, how you impact the local communities, is the fact that you're a successful real estate practitioner. So you serve as chairman, you just told us, of Atlantic Layout Estates, which plays a significant role in community development. Now, how do you integrate sustainable practices into real estate projects to benefit the surrounding communities? If you look at real estate today, we have a few issues, but how do you turn that around, for the better?
Yeah, we have a synergy with physical planning. I was with district officer last week, and that was part of the discussions we have. And I can tell you that since the amalgamation took place, we'll make sure that most of the construction that is going to take place, we have direct relationship with the all the government parastatals that has to oversee the construction in that environment. So we make sure that people go through the normal process, getting approval and getting their things right. So we do a continuous education, engage them on the reasons why they will get it right. And it's been working. And apart from that, I also have a policy of partnering with all the developers in the estate. You will agree with me that I coincidentally found myself in that post because even the amalgamated body came like that. I didn't campaign for one day. It's just that after I finished my tenure, before I finished my tenure at Lake Atlantic Gardens, I've already started making moves because the 5 big estates are using one exit and one entrance. So, but everybody is on its own. And it's a very big place. You can imagine where you have about 64 mini estates. So I saw the need for integration. I saw the need for us to come together. So I started making that move. So by the time I leave the office, I handed over, I continued. So when we finally came together, they were like, it wasn't an election. We don't have any other person to lead us than you. So, and I quickly, right there and then, started engaging the major developers in the estate. Do you understand? To make sure that we work in synergy. The way we operate there is not pay your levy. We want to partner. We are running a partnership. Do you understand?
Yes.
For instance, let me give you a typical example, or 2 or 3 examples. Tiwa Danjuma has about 30 hectares inside the estate, fenced. So after I came in on board, a lot of development came, and he decided to visit the place. So he came, he was very impressed. He moved into Metro and Castle and many other big estates around. We took him around. So when he came back, he said, I want to develop. Let me have your bill. So his GM spoke with me, Mr. John. He said, please, can we have your account number? And I said, no, you cannot pay development levy. You know that road that passed through there is about 1 kilometer plus. Help us do it. I don't need your money.
So
and that has been the standard.
Yeah.
So that, for example, so when I finished speaking, the people in charge of project have already set plans for the estate for long-term development. They were speaking with me. She said, allow this man to pay this money. We have our plans. I said, no, I know where I'm going.
Okay.
So we had the first meeting. We have the second meeting until I finally approved it. Now, something happened. When the construction, because I knew the standard he would do it. I know the standard we would have done it. When the construction started, the head of our project committee called me and said, God will bless you for us.
Okay.
He said, if it was another person, he would have been more interested to say that it was done by me than by him. I don't know whether you understand what I mean. But the standard the road was done was far better than what we have done.
So it was not about personal recognition.
So
it was more about providing service. And adequate service and quality service for the people.
Good, and putting up strong collaboration and strong institutions that can live after you. Because there is another problem in leadership here. People always are interested to say it was done during my own term. It was, I'm the one that did this. No, it's not the issue. The issue is, if you have that mindset to always contribute, you see leadership like something you are holding on the tip. You can easily drop it. And that does not stop you from impacting the community.
And that's a lesson we should all learn. Now, okay, you've painted a lot of beautiful, rosy scenarios for us. There must be challenges.
Good.
Right? Would you want to share one or
I will share two major challenges we had and how we came out of
it. Facing local communities, because we are talking about how you're impacting the local communities.
God bless you. That is where I'm heading to now. So one of the biggest challenge we had then, after the amalgamation, is that there were some part of the places that were not developed. And you have this problem with people that has lands, both in Victoria Island here, both in Lake Iskenwan and wherever you find yourself within their slide. They will call one Aboki or one person and say, put up shanty, they'll be looking after my land. Yes, the land has C of O, but I don't want somebody to develop there tomorrow and we start going to court. And before you know it, you see shanty all over the places. The person put there will bring another person. And before you call, they say it was the owner that sent them. And you call the owner, you say, I'm the one that put them. So when you come aboard, we needed to eradicate that. And some of them will be there selling provision, selling granules, and you can't stop them. So it was not giving a good corporate face to the estate. Do you understand? And it's an amalgamated body. Some are properly secured, some are open, some are just like layout. So immediately I came on board, I had a meeting with some developers, Metro and Castle, Abismart, and some other person. I said, we need to remove this, and I don't want to step on toes. I don't want to hurt anybody, and I want to achieve the result 100%. And Mr. Abdul, the owner of Metro and Castle, asked me, what do you want? And what do you have in mind? I said, if we can have enough money, we approach the matter in 3 dimensions. We speak with the owner of the land. We have made a law already. Now the implementation is the problem. We speak with the owner of the land to tell him our intention. We approach the person that built the Bako there with the business and make sure that it's not going to lose. And in all this, I'm not going to touch the estate fund. So they provided money in millions. And we started going from one of those, all these small makeshift houses they built to the other. And we meet them, we find out how much is the provision they have in the shop, how much did it cost you to build it. They don't know our intention. When we finish, what I'm telling you is practical, it's verifiable. We gave all of them money that cover their provision, cover their shanty. And I can remember categorically that Mr. Abdul still offered 20,000 extra per person.
All right, so that's one of the challenges.
Yeah.
The shanties.
No, I'm talking about how we eradicated it.
How you eradicated it.
So after we have paid them, do you understand? We give them 1 week to leave.
Okay.
And in 1 week time, even when the people that keep them was asking them not to go, their conscience should not allow them. So they quietly leave. So we now tell the owners of the land that want to keep people for security, you cannot build a makeshift. Build a proper self-contained. There will be provision for light, there will be provision for water,
sanitation,
and all facility that is needed in a house. Then go and bring the person, put him there. It shouldn't be makeshift.
As you were talking, and you mentioned shanty, and all over Lagos, that's what we have. Not only in estates, and also close to big time estates, very luxurious estates. You have shanties all over the place. So you have been able to profile a solution to that. Just recently, we heard about the discovery of loads of apartments under some bridges in Lagos. And the first question I asked myself after the commissioner, dislodged them is, where are these people going to?
Thank you.
Back into the society as what? You know, they probably were living there and doing businesses. Now their businesses have been taken, their shelter has been taken. What becomes of them? And what is the fallback to the general, you know, public? So we're getting close to rounding up this conversation, aren't we? Yeah? All right. So as a leader with a very strong commitment to community development, what advice would you give to others who are looking to make meaningful, and I mean that word, meaningful impact in their local communities?
The advice I will give them is to confront every challenge in the most productive way. I'll cite example you give now. When you want to dislodge, always put consideration the after effect to the affected people. Believe you me, as I said earlier, in all compensation we pay to eradicate shanty, no 1 naira was removed from the estate purse. If you can speak to the right people, there are a lot of people that have that philanthropic mind that are willing to give, that are willing to support. So it's for you to have the right mind of engagement. And once this is done, you have sent a message to even those people that would have considered security breach and challenges to you. Because when they are living happily, not as dejected person.
Wow.
The same thing, finally, the same thing happens. The same approach was what I also used. We were the first estate in Lekki that, apart from the estate that were segregated, that are locked up already. You know, like Lekki Skin One, there was a time they tried to stop Okada. You know, some are locked up, some are not locked up. So because of the fact that it's like layout, you find it difficult to stop Okada. But we are the first layout that stopped Okada in Lekki houses. How do we do it? So when we discovered that apart from the ones that are locked up, for you to reach there, some Okada has access to everywhere. So we call them, I call them.
Time? We're almost running out of time. We have totally run out of time. We are, maybe we'll put that for the part 2 of this conversation.
No problem.
You know, because as I'm listening to you and watching you, I am eager to find out who really is Ebenezer Mba.
Amala.
You know, Abana is the first name.
Mbamalu.
Yeah. Who are you? And I think I will move that to this part 2 of this conversation.
No problem.
And then we can delve exclusively and extensively in the real estate terrain. You know, I see that you're very passionate about that. All right. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you.
For me, this has been leadership masterclass.
Thank you.
You know, and I really appreciate your contribution. You know, we've learned a lot from this, and I hope that we'll be able to have you.
Again
Looks
and again
like
and
you'll be a
again.
very busy person, but I hope we'll be able to have you again on the program.
Very commendable, very commendable. The work that you do, you're shining the light, you're bringing succor and relief to local communities, and that is very, very important. So let's do this again, like I said. All right? Pleasure. If you find the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
So, well done. And thanks for letting us know how and why we should join you in this assignment.
Thank
that
you,
was
John. Thank
Amala
you,
Ebenezer Mbamalu, impacting local communities. Indeed, yes.
All right. Remember, it's still Today with John and Helen live on Plus TV Africa, and Chizoba Ofegbu and Pelumi Nobi will come later on the culture conversation segment. I think that's where we're going next. We will move the Keep Fit segment for next week. We will.
Yep.
All right. Then. So let's catch Chizoba Ofegbu and Pelumi. That lady is, wow. You can't miss this conversation. Let's join them now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Culture Conversations. My name is Chizoba Mofebo. I remain your host. Today we are going to have an amazing conversation with an amazing human being, the first woman to do a road travel from London to Lagos successfully, Miss Pelumi Nubi. She's going to be joining us virtually, and we're just going to be picking her brain on the daring Nigerian mind. What kind of mindset did she have to be able to make that kind of journey? And she chronicled it, so we saw the difficulty of it. And at some point, I was like, if it was me, I would have just turned back or become a native of this community that I'm having that problem in. But she moved on, she dared, and she finally got to Lagos in good health. And there was a warm welcome, and she's still being warmly received all over the world. But today we have the onerous privilege of having an interview with Pelumi Nubi. She is a purpose-driven travel content creator and connector who thrives on exploring less commonly visited countries. She's currently living in Dubai, and she's the first woman to solo drive from London to Lagos, calling both the UK and Nigeria home while having ventured to 80 countries across 6 continents. Her engaging content inspires her community to embrace life with fearlessness and embody true freedom. She is committed to showing that travel can be safe, easy, and achievable, particularly for Black women who want to travel solo. She will be my first guest, and she's joining virtually because she is in London. So let's meet Pelumi Nubi.
Wow,
Hi, Pelumi.
What a warm welcome. Thank you for having me. I'm like, is that me?
Wow. I'm sure this is a very summarized version of everything that you have done and achieved. Thank you so much for doing what you did, because you changed a lot for women especially. It might not even be just the woman who wants to travel. It might be the woman who is going through something, a journey of hers that might not need to be on the road, right? But it's a journey she's on, and she's been thinking, this is too formidable for me. But watching you as you chronicled, there were a lot of mindsets changed and a lot of new mindsets planted. Thank you so much for what you did, Pelumi. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Nigerian mind is a fantastic mind. I mean, we're touted all over the world as just being superhuman, and I agree. Do you understand? So for you, how did you get there? What was, when you thought about it, because you're well-traveled, so obviously you knew the stops you were going to make. You knew it was going to be sort of a difficult journey. You knew it was going on your own. You had sort of an idea of some things you would meet. At what point, what day, what was the thought process that led you to the day that you said, I'm doing this?
I believe representation is such a big thing. Seeing someone else do something similar to you has always been a great, and that's why I wanted to do this adventure, because I found within the Overland community, there was not enough representation. So that's the first thing first. And even more importantly, what you just said about, I use travel as the, model. But what I want people to look at and say, if I thought, London to Lagos, solo drive is impossible, and now I've seen Pelumi do it, I can then go on to do other things I consider impossible. So the date or the month in which I knew that this journey was going to start was in September 2002. So it took a year plus of planning. And I always believe and advocate for planning too as well, to make yourself as ready as you can. But it's until you set that goal, which I was like, on the 24th of January, it is my niece's birthday. I'm going to, pick up the engine. I bought the ferry ticket I was going to use to cross from the UK to France, and it was going to happen whether I liked it or not. So yeah, there was definitely a set deadline that had to come into place.
Okay. So I'm sure on the journey, you got to know a lot about yourself that you did not know. You found out a lot about yourself that you did not. Can you just give us 3 things that you found out about yourself that shocked you or pleased you?
Pleased me was definitely the strength I had. I knew I was a strong, audacious person, but like you said, there were circumstances during the road trip that if I said deuces and I packed my bag, nobody would be upset with me. Post-accident, for example, when it happened in Ivory Coast, if I just said, I'm looking after my health, no one would have questioned me ending the trip at that point. But there was this depth that I didn't realize I had, or this strength You know, they say when you hit rock bottom and you're able to crawl out of that, that's when you really appreciate your strength. So that's definitely something. Number 2 is how self-motivated and self-resilient I am in terms of just, you know, hearing naysayers, you know, who sent you, not just people that have opinions and they will not do such an adventure by themselves. Then yeah, that was definitely something I learned. I learned I'm crazy, you know, and crazy is such a good thing. I tell people, look, if nobody has called you crazy this year, you're playing it too safe. Like, you're really playing it too safe in life. It means that you're not being audacious. I say, if someone call me crazy, it means I am doing something that they cannot even comprehend. You know how powerful that is?
Yes.
So that is something that I definitely just, you know, got to know more about. Community, the importance of community. I was able to build my online community from 12,000 followers to more than 300,000 on just one platform. We then went to TikTok, on YouTube, Facebook. So just storytelling and connecting with people, really getting them into the journey like they're participating in it. And many, many, many more lessons I learned for us on the road. But those are a few things that definitely stood out.
Yes, I mean, certainly we saw, you know, you said something about if you're not being called crazy, you've not even started living yet, really. If you've not been called crazy, you haven't. You know, and I mean, we're looking at you, and I was like, hey, God, just keeps your daughter safe. She has to make you home. She has to make you home. She has to make you home. You know, because
lots of prayer.
Lot of prayers went with you. You know, and I think that's really the beauty of the Nigerian community, because see how we also showed up for Tunde as well for his, you know, his fit as well. So you stopped at a couple of countries. I'm sure you saw the worst and you saw the best of Africa in a different light. I mean, you've been to African countries before this, you know, but what was the difference between the Africa you saw on those trips you were on, and the Africa you saw on this particular trip?
I think with this one, there was a lot more immersion in it. You know, it wasn't just a drive. It was a drive where I've been between 2 to 3 weeks. I was able to spend more time. It took 2 months and almost 2 months and a half, the whole journey. So there was definitely enough time to spend in these almost 13 African countries. And it was just amazing. Getting to learn the culture, getting to immerse myself in it, getting to, like you said, it had two sides of the coin. There was this beauty that Africa as a continent, you know, had. For example, in Yamoussoukro, seeing one of the largest church, seeing the largest church in the world, pardon me. And people don't talk about it or speak about it so much in Ivory Coast. And then you also see the other side of, like, for example, the border issue that I faced. And I kept highlighting it as being a thing. You know, I traveled through Europe and it was almost like borderless. But once I got to Africa, or West Africa specifically, it was just back to back in terms of, it's so different from when I was flying from one place to the other. Land border is not for the weak. There was so many challenges and reformation that needs to happen in our borders for just easier flow of tourism and trade as well. It's not conducive right now. So, you know, it was so many experiences in terms of people realizing that we are more similar than different, and seeing overlap of culture, you know, food, music, all of that good stuff. But also seeing, you know, the not so good side of things, which I detailed as much as I could on my social media platform.
So I did know about the church, but I didn't know about that church. And that's, I mean,
most people don't. Most people don't. And that's why it's so important that we tell our story as Africans, in terms of, we can't be upset that the narrative out there is not positive. We are not actually adding to those narratives or changing them in a more positive light.
So, Pelumi, I mean, with your experience, it will not be far-fetched, and it is obviously well-deserved if you're made Minister of Tourism, Culture, or something, right? And I pray that comes to be, if that's something you would gladly take on. You know, but now we're talking about border issues, right? We're talking about border issues. So if you were put in that position, I mean, what are 2-3 things you would do to, what you will implement, policies you would implement to take care of that?
So the first thing I would definitely do, and I would love to be such in a power position, because I already kind of just showcase Africa, or even anywhere I go to. But in terms of the border, the main issue is, number one, there's no level of accountability. Who are these people accountable? Who can I report you to? Once you feel like you have no one in control of you, you step out of line. You know that no one can hold you accountable. You know, use the power of social media, because some of these officers straightened up once they saw a camera. I'm like, oh, so you're scared of the camera, you know what you're doing is wrong. So really speaking to, for example, content creators that use these tools frequently and everyday travelers. So something I didn't do, for example, was I did not want special treatment. So I didn't reach out to my embassies, for example, because this is the issue. The people that are in charge of policies already have this entitlement. They go with their official vehicle, they get cleared without facing any issues. So for them, the borders are fine when they are not. So really seeing the everyday man's kind of like, experience, hearing from them, and really making sure that we put things in place, which is that, if you have your full documentation or anything like that, someone is asking for a bribe, this number you can call and make a report straight away. Really tangible thing there that is present. And knowing that, if it does, rotating the officers, again, having these people there for long duration of time just makes them stale, and they just feel like, again, they have nobody they're accountable to. So rotating them frequently, they don't settle up or have bases there, and they're able to have new eyes. And please don't get me wrong, they were not all bad people. They were just bad apples, which I feel will be picked out easily if there's more of this check within the borders.
Yes. Oh, nice. So we see that you're prepared for that position. Heaven.
Oh, yes.
Heaven, we are calling for the position. We're calling for the position. So you've met a lot of women, old, young, who are enamored by what you did, rightfully so. What are some of the questions? What are some of the questions that you've had thrown at you by these women, coming from what you've done? Like, they might have had issues that they are letting you know about. But what are some of the prevalent things they've talked to you about ever since this feat that you have achieved? The women, especially.
The one that just popped to my street is how. It's almost like there's this, again, this is why representation matters. This is why representation really, really does matter, because it's as if they've never even fathomed that they could do such a thing.
Yes.
That, they could step out of these in conventional roles that the society puts us in on a constant basis.
Yes.
They constantly feel like, there's this, motherhood, marriage, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And once you step out of that, it's almost a taboo.
Yeah.
So when they see someone that is not necessarily doing the conventional, the question really is, how do I live an unconventional life?
Yeah.
How do I chase my goal without feeling like a failure or failing the society as a whole? How do you do it? Affordability, finances, which has been a big thing. How do you really pursue your goal when you sound like a crazy person to everybody that you love around you? So these are the constant questions, and for the younger generation. So I love that you really highlighted it. This journey went from, 8-10 years old asking their mom, where's Pelumi Nubi right now? And I love the fact they use my full name. It's like, where's Pelumi Nubi? So you know exactly that they're following this story and they're inspired to go on their own adventure. And you get 65 years old women in my DMs, one left a comment the other day, like, I want to restart my life because of this journey you've gone on. Like, I want to do something incredible or remarkable like you have. And I'm just like, just go for it. Just do it, because life is short.
Yeah.
And honestly, at the end of my life, I just want to have less could have, should have, would have, less regret, and know that I lived it as fully as I could.
As you could. Pelumi, you're inspiring me here too. So, final question.
That's such a warm comment. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, but final comments so I can leave you to do, your other business. Pan-Africanism is a big talk on the scene now, rightfully so. It's time for us to congregate, and the question, when talks are going on about Pan-Africanism, it's always almost like, we leave the West out of it. We're like, we don't want the West part of it. The West has done enough damage. But you come from two of this. You come from both cultures, being that you're in London right now, you grew up there. So is there, what would you say, and you travel the world, what would you say the right way to go about Pan-Africanism is?
Is there a right way?
Well,
that's more of it. Is there a right way? But I think, for example, people that do feel like it should be handled by our people, I think there's definitely a lot of improvement that needs to be done, and it takes one step at a time. I feel like change has happened over the years, but more is to come. If you were taking something as small as ECOWAS, it's not functional. We need to just break it down and make it a lot more functional. Actually asking the right people, holding the right people accountable, but more importantly, coming together. The fact that we are so separated is crazy. Like, why am I finding it? Why is a white man able to move through my continent easier than I am. It's just crazy, you know. So there's definitely need for change in terms of how we perceive each other within the African continent and the freedom that we are allowed to, you know, how do we see each other? Is it this constant hate? Or is there actually unity that will ever be formed? So those are the conversations. And yes, I don't think the West needs to per se be involved in it. But it's definitely needs to, again, move past conversation to actionable step. What exactly are we putting in place to make sure that we improve and not just keep talking and talking and talking?
Thank you so much, Pelumi. Thank you so much. Thank you for existing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for going ahead and doing. You know, and just what you said, we have to have this commitment to live a life with little or no should haves, could haves, you know, whatever. And that's what I'm taking home today. So I'm going home and I'm going to go and write a list of things I would love to do, considering that I am not leaving this earth very soon. So I have many years, you know.
I'm meant to that.
Thank you so much, Pelumi. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day going forward. We had Pelumi in the studio with us. We are so grateful that she took out the time to be here, and we learned a lot from her. For the young person, for the old person, there were a lot of lessons to learn today. And we are praying, fingers crossed, that she's made minister in some way of culture, tourism, because she's one person that has the right. She has a resume. So let's pray together to make that happen, just as we pray together to make her trip from London to Lagos very safe. Okay. We'll be joining John and Helen in the studio. I remain Chizoba Mofebu. This is Culture Conversations. Stay tuned.
Wow.
Nuggets, John. We're out of time.
Yes, and I'll just drop the nuggets and I'll be out of here. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Think about it.
Okay. That's straight to the point. Think about it. All right. That's the size of our show today. And we will be back same time next week. We believe that you will join us then. Meanwhile, remember that there's a repeat broadcast every Saturday night, 10:30, and Sunday morning, 9:30. And we are on YouTube, so stay tuned. Have a lovely weekend. I'm Mama Helen Odele. Bye now.
I'm out.
Black entrepreneurs face significant challenges when starting and growing businesses. Many have a hard time accessing the resources they need due to what they say is discrimination and sometimes bias. However, some successful business Black entrepreneurs have found ways to overcome these obstacles. The Black Startup Series is a new documentary series about successful Black-owned business founders in America. It is produced by Ethiopian-American filmmaker Net Araya, who is currently screening the series to audiences in colleges around the country. He joined me to talk about the series and the importance of financial literacy in Black communities. Let's take a look.
Well, Jackson, I'm ready to showcase a new film and financial literacy tour called the Black Startup Series. And it's a 3-part documentary series that spotlights startup stories of successful Black-owned business founders. And the goal with this project is to be able to really shed some clarity around entrepreneurship and financial education within our global Black community.
Especially among the Black community.
Absolutely.
How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this project you're working on right now?
Yeah, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
I mean, I've had you on the show a couple of times, starting way back in 2019. Right. And then 2020, we caught up again, but this time we were in lockdown at the beginning of the pandemic.
Right.
You had a new venture going on. How was it starting a business during the pandemic?
It was interesting because essentially I was supposed to be a passive investor for a brick and mortar coffee business, but we changed our brick and mortar to a click and order business model where we turned Ground Zero into a supplying company.
Your company was called Ground Zero.
Ground Zero
Yes.
Coffee, East African coffee company focused on community impact through social impact. And that's what we did. We just started delivering coffee, quality coffee at people's convenience to their doorsteps. And it transitioned into being a big supply company where we supply Walmart now. We're in the Walmart marketplace to different hotels, coffee shops. And now it's able to fund and fuel a lot of my community-based initiatives.
In 2019, when we first connected, you had a documentary you were working on. Why don't you remind our listeners what that was about?
Yeah, we go way back, Jackson. When I first started in 2019 with that new documentary, it was focused on mental health within our global Black community and ways that we can be able to destigmatize mental health and be a little more comfortable talking about the silent issues that often go on inside all of us. So I went through a lot of opportunities where I was touring, sharing the film, increasing conversation awareness around mental health, and it led me now to a new project where we're now focused on entrepreneurship within our global Black community.
Right, and we'll get to that, but then you started your coffee business. We went through the pandemic. It's almost 2 years and a half now. How are things looking for you?
It's amazing. The coffee business now funds and fuels the community-based initiatives, and one of them is happening right now.
Right. How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this project you're working on right now?
Yeah, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
So the documentary series, 3 parts, right? It tells the stories of Black entrepreneurs, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the things that you want people to learn from? What is the message, the overarching message in this series?
Yeah, I want to help aspiring entrepreneurs become successful business owners. That's one aspect. And then I also want to be able to shed light and awareness about some amazing Black-owned businesses and connect them with investors. Something interesting that I came across during my studies is that $83 trillion is invested in venture capital and private equity, but only less than 1.3% is invested in women and people of color. Total. Less than 1.3%
wow.
is invested in women and people of color.
That's a very small figure.
Right.
So how do we increase that?
That's what we're here to talk about, and those are the major questions I'm wrestling with. So the goal is, with this Film and Financial Literacy Tour, to focus on ways that we can make opportunities and capital more accessible within our global Black community and make entrepreneurship more attainable. So these are the type of conversations that's listed in the documentary that we want to spark within our community.
So what is the gap? Why is there less money going towards Black entrepreneurs? Is it because they don't know how to access these resources? Is it because the owners of these resources are not willing to invest in these Black businesses?
You know, it's important that we focus on Black-owned business, not as charity, but as lucrative business opportunities for investors to really invest and grow significant profit. So I think there's an educational, there's a bit of educational gap within Black-owned businesses, because I don't think we have the access to education resources as we need to. We're good at starting business because I think we're very entrepreneurial at spirit, but scaling has its own different challenges, right? And scaling requires a significant amount of knowledge base and resources in order to kind of improve the business and bring awareness to investors, for them to really identify opportunities that really can profit.
And in this series, you feature some entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs. What did they tell you is the thing that made them get ahead of the game?
Black persistence, at its core. I met so many people within this documentary, and they were telling me their story of how persistent they were and consistent they were in being able to attain great business success. So these individuals were people that were very curious, that were relentlessly resourceful, and they really were able to really overcome so many challenges to get to where they are. And they have been on Vogue, they've been in New York Times, these people were in the Met Gala, doing some incredible things. So I'm really inspired and excited for the world to see it.
Did you see yourself in some of their stories?
I did. Even my story with Ground Zero Coffee, and being able to really relate to their story of being persistent, especially when you hear no's all the time. And I tell people all the time that, one yes can change the trajectory of your life. But the question is, how many no's are you willing to go through to get to that one yes that will change your life? And these people are people that are relentless to get to that one yes.
They've gotten so many no's, but that one yes has been the thing that has actually given them access to...
Absolutely. Yeah. And most importantly, they said yes to themselves. They were able to see the greatness in themselves before they were able to amount to great things.
I like that.
And that's what I want the film, that's what I want a lot of people to see within the film, that these are amazing people and you can see yourself in them, but it's important that we say yes to ourselves, our own ideas, our own entrepreneurship business concepts, and really step out and make it happen.
Aside from access to resources, what would you say is the thing or some of the factors that impede Black entrepreneurship?
One of them, I think, is just access to education, because I think it's important for us within the ideation stage of business development to not just think about just starting a business to start a business, but really think about incrementally scaling, or eventually looking at ways for the business could be acquired or going IPO. A lot of these have gatekeepers, and it's important that we understand that how we can get access to the information early within the ideation stage of business development, so that we can be a little more strategic and sustainable as a business and community.
And who are you targeting with it? Is it the people that, is it people in the Black community? Is it the people who are the resource holders?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little bit of both, right? Because it takes a partnership, right? I heard that, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together, right? Yes. So I think it requires investors, a community of investors, startup founders, and different people, professionals, to really get together and really look at ways to really elevate business and community.
Tell us some of these people, some of the stories of the people that you feature in these stories.
Well, the first one is Paola Mate. She's a Haitian-American entrepreneur that came from Haiti to America, and she was based in New Jersey, then moved to New York. She was managing many different restaurants and decided she wanted to launch her own luxury head wrap brand. And from there, now she's been able to transition to Austin. She has a storefront, beautiful store, and she does so many different things. She does workshops for young Black women, like head wrap workshops, and she's doing some exciting things. Another one is Kobla Tate, CEO and co-founder of Break the Box, which is a home ownership empowerment program helping Black professionals get into home ownership. And then the last person is JP, and JP has his own company called JP's Pancake Company. He launched the first gourmet pancake food truck in Austin, Texas. Wow. So these are stellar, successful entrepreneurs in 3 different industries that are dominating the game right now.
What are some of the tips that you can give, financial literacy tips, so financial tips to people who have aspirations to be entrepreneurs?
I think one of the first things that I've learned that's helped me within my financial literacy journey was to see my life as a business and to understand that you are the CEO of your life. And the way you manage your life is the way you'll manage your business. So if you understand how to really manage and budget, and I think budget has its own negative connotation within our community because we think it's full of restrictions and self-deprivation, but it's not about self-deprivation. It's about self-awareness. So because at the end of the day, you put your money where your values are. Right? And where your values are is where you're going to go in life. So I think having a budget and looking at where you get your income, where you get your expenses, where you spend your money on, really is very telling of kind of like the relation that you have with finances. So I think creating a budget, having a good mindset about a budget, it doesn't have to be restrictive. It can actually be empowering. Second thing I would say, financial discipline. What good is financial literacy if you don't have financial discipline, right? So financial discipline is important, right? We need to really be disciplined, and if you need
You
help,
can't just keep spending and spending.
You can't keep spending,
right?
And with that, garner some accountability, Get with people that are around the same level, or a bit ahead of you, so that you can be able to get a network. And we all know that, your network is your net worth. So I think accountability, financial discipline, and creating a budget, understanding that you need to manage your life first before you start managing business, I think that's a huge tip.
What is the first step to being an entrepreneur? Is it having an idea? Is it acquiring the resources to start the business? Is it a self-belief? Where does one gain that confidence to say, let me do this, I want to do this?
Yeah, I've heard long ago, and I was actually reading this in a book, to start a business, it takes more courage than knowledge. To scale a business takes more knowledge than courage. So I think for entrepreneurs, it starts with our creativity. It starts with our entrepreneurial spirit. It starts with us being able to see a need, a void, and being willing to step in within that gap to really super serve our audience. So I think that's the huge step. Having that courage and understanding that you're going to fail, but your altitude of success is actually dependent on your relationship with failure. So if you have a healthy relationship with failure and you can understand that it's not about being perfect, it's just about being willing.
Failing is okay.
Failing is okay.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. Africa's creative sector is first on our list for this edition, reason being that it can grow in leaps and bounds. Women have been charged to leave their comfort zones and make their voices heard no matter the challenges. This charge was given by Principal Investigator of Behind the Scene Nigeria, Dr. Florence Nweke, while speaking at the inception meeting of this project held in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Oyedokun tells us more in this report.
It is the inception meeting behind the scenes, young women and gender-based inequities in Africa's sector. The research is targeted at how young women are treated in the creative sector, their challenges and opportunities that are abound in that sector. In her opening remarks, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Lagos State, Olorutoyin Atekoja, described the initiative as vital to the promotion of culture and tourism in Lagos State and Nigeria as a whole.
This initiative, it's a way of striking a balance, like our Governor's Themes Plus agenda that includes women gender equality. Is striking a balance. We should come out and make our voices heard, not with fight, not with anger, but let us talk. Give us time to talk.
According to Dr. Florence Weke of the Creative Arts Department, University of Lagos, the project, which is in collaboration with the International Center for Research on Women, aims at identifying ways of helping and empowering these women to thrive.
As a project targeted at looking at how young women are being treated in the creative sector. What are the challenges they are facing? What are the opportunities that abound in the creative sector? Like we rightly know, several opportunities abound in the creative sector that is leading the development of our economy. So, how are women fitting into this scheme of things without being marginalized, without them facing a kind of injustice? These are the areas we really want to research into.
Dr. Michael Kunoji of Sociology Department, University of Lagos, ran participants through different sessions on what the research project entails, as well as expectations from them.
Sometimes researchers have findings that they cannot fully make sense of. And it is for that reason that it's important that you have those who are most affected by what you're studying to be part of it, so that they can help you make sense, understand the implications of those findings. Okay, so we want these to go beyond just a textbook or a researcher's understanding of the issues. We want inputs from people within the sector.
The forum also afforded some of these young ladies to showcase their talents. The project team is expected to gather data from a range of key industry players, particularly young female creatives, using a co-generative gender perspective. Love Ikuku Uyeduku, Plus TV News.
Moving on, did you know that only 30% of family businesses in Nigeria survive beyond their first generation? I guess you didn't. This next report should interest you then. The key ingredients needed for family businesses to build legacies beyond today's profits centers around vision, clarity of purpose, and getting the right talents for the business. These nuggets were handed down by the CEO of the Chess Center Group, Dr. Ibukun Awosike, in her keynote speech at the inaugural edition of the Family Business Conference organized by the Lagos Business School. It was themed from family enterprise to family institution, climbing the longevity ladder. Justin Akadoyin tells us more.
Is it to provide for our family? Is it to keep our family name in the public eye as having done something?
Most family-owned businesses in Nigeria fail to survive to the second generation, and even more fail to survive to the third. The problems with sustainability pose issues for individuals and communities. In family and boardroom discussions, succession is often the elephant in the room. Concerned about the protection of family businesses and the jobs they support, the Lagos Business School puts this conference together to feature discussions by family business leaders on the impact of family dynamics, governance, succession on survival, and the sustainability of family-owned businesses.
Now, this side of the family businesses, as important as it is, the fact that the alarming high rate of failure of these businesses is actually a cause for concern. I mean, it's been written by practically everybody that less than 30% survive from first to second generation.
We must leave it within the organization.
Dr. Ibukun Awoshika is the CEO of the Chair Center. She takes to the stage to speak on the topic, building a legacy beyond today's profit, charting the course from family enterprise to family institution. She sums it all up by telling family business owners to know why they started their businesses in the first place, when and how to bring in the right talents, as well as the value of values.
And it might be the youngest one that is best suited for facing the market. But in a family structure, that can be a challenge. And the politics and dynamics of family always comes in. But in building an institution, that should not be. What is important is what is the right talent for the business? And is that right talent the youngest or the most senior? Or the cousin rather than the son? Because now, if the son or the third child becomes the MD, is it his own son that will take over?
The session is interactive, and this panel brings a representation of founders and second generation of family businesses together. They share and compare notes on navigating succession dynamics in African family businesses.
Environment, external environment is very harsh. Family businesses will go and take their reserve to support the business to weather the storm, thereby protecting jobs, protecting livelihood, and in turn protecting their legacies.
But on the family governance side, I mean, it's something that we're still working on. Like you said, I mean, it doesn't, even if it's not set up, because everything is a work in progress. You try.
I say no, I can't see these guys coming to do this, to fight with these my drivers. Let me better look for something that I can hand over to them.
A well-executed succession plan provides an opportunity for the next generation to learn and develop the necessary skills and knowledge required to lead the family business. Speakers also share on family governance and other key areas.
So if you look back at all the businesses Nigerians have ever started, right back from Ojukwu Transports, Udutola Tires, Concord, Arik, tell me which one is still surviving. And they were all successful businesses at that time. But as soon as the founders died, the businesses died.
The founders' joy is to see the business move through the bloodline. But in the instances where that cannot happen, you do the same thing you do when you're going to do anything that carries risk. You know, you mitigate the risk. I think the starting point is clearly articulating what the vision is and what the expectations are.
When there's intentionality and a legacy mindset, you know, you have a founder that decides that, look, I want this to live beyond me. It's not about being a superhero. It's not about me. It's about, you know, something beyond me. When you can have that level of clarity, you're fine. And when you don't have that, you do have challenges because there's no planning for life after the founder, basically.
Succession planning often involves emotional decision-making, as it requires family members to navigate complex dynamics and relationships. However, a merit-based approach to leadership selection ensures that the most qualified and capable individuals assume such roles. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
Welcome back. We move on next to something equally interesting. This is salt. Did you know there is a link between cardiovascular diseases and high intake of salt? As part of measures aimed at improving public knowledge of the dangers of high consumption of salt, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, CAPA, has called on the media to be at the front burner of the reduction campaign. This, in the long run, will help in tackling non-communicable diseases, NCDs, in Nigeria. Executive Director of CAPA, Akimbode Oluwafemi, made this call during a journalism training on salt reduction, which was held in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there.
Seated are selected journalists from media houses in Lagos State. They are here to learn, unlearn, and relearn to be more knowledgeable about the dangers posed by excessive intake of salts. In his presentation, the Executive Director of CAPA, Akimbode Oluwafemi, says this trend is a leading cause of hypertension, accounting for 12% of deaths in Nigeria.
The problem is no other than the fact that non-communicable diseases are on the rise in Nigeria. Sadly, if you do visit the digital media, social media, occasionally like myself, you recently observe a trend of crowdfunding for people with ailments related to NCDs. And so these lifelong diseases are staring us in the face, and people now do crowdfunding. A lot of them do end up in fatalities.
Delivering a lecture titled Salt Consumption in Nigeria and the Need for Policy Intervention, a healthcare consultant, Dr. Jerome Mafeni, highlighted the alarming statistics that Nigerians are consuming twice the recommended salt intake by the World Health Organization, WHO. He attributed these trends to dietary habits, cultural preferences, and the prevalence of processed and packaged foods.
If you go to the market, you see salted, unsalted. We'll go and buy the salted because it tastes better. Salted cheese, Indomies, all the noodles, there are so many brands, right? Pringles, all those potato flakes, we love them. Your pizzas, even breads. Your bread all have salt. Because all your canned foods, whether it's canned whatever, don't have plenty of salt.
Presenting findings of a survey on salt consumption in Nigeria, Assistant Project Manager, CAPA, Vanessa Alpha, called for more education of this subject in schools' curriculums.
Medical experts have gone ahead to say that high salt intake is linked to kidney malfunction, kidney failure, is linked to heart disease, is linked to some kind of dementia. It has been linked to osteoporosis, that's osteoarthritis, and a whole lot of sicknesses and diseases that you may not have heard about. In Nigeria today, there's hardly a household you'd come across without one person or two living with hypertension.
The training was not one-sided. Journalists had the opportunity to ask questions for more clarifications on some issues.
The advocacy going on, how far has it been able to impress it or put pressures on the policymakers to make the regulation being enforceable?
I'm trying to wonder, because I know when I'm pressed with the thought that lack of salt causes going out. So how do you know that you reduced enough?
But when you go to the hospital, they tell you if it is possible, eliminate salt completely from your food. So I'm kind of confused. Which one should we now go?
Earlier, Oluwafemi reiterated CAPA's commitment to advocating relevant legislation to safeguard Nigerians' health. Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
In low and middle income countries, only 1 in 10 people with high blood pressure has it under control. This should be a renewed call to all of us to be wary of the high intake of salt. It's time for a short break now. We'll be right back with more stories. Welcome back. Bankers and their institutes are our focus now. The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, has declared a net operating surplus of 1.37 billion naira for 2023, making a significant growth from the 837.94 million naira recorded in 2022. This was announced by the outgoing president of CIBN, Dr. Ken Okpara, during the Institute's annual general meeting, AGM in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and now reports.
Is the 2023 annual general meeting and AGM an election of new officers who will steer the affairs of the Institute for the next 2 years? The outgoing president, Dr. Ken Okpara, gave an opening remark, which was preceded by a minute of silence in honor of their departed colleagues.
Departed colleagues, I'll go ahead and mention them. Mark Osam, Professor Mali is a manner.
Presenting his report, Dr. Ken Okpara said the institute hit the billion-naira mark, achieving a net operating surplus of 1.37 billion naira in 2023, which represents a 63.60% growth.
Similarly, total revenue grew from 2 billion recorded in 2022 to 2.78 billion in 2023, representing again over 35% growth. Our total assets grew from 7.8 billion in 2022 to 9.1 billion in 2023. Our cost-income ratio for the year ended December 31st, 2023 stood at 50%, down from 59.4% in the corresponding period in 2020.
The president expressed confidence that the CIBN will continue to work stronger financially despite the economic downturns. After the presentation of facts and figures, the external auditors affirmed that the financial position of the CIBN was in agreement with a book of accounts.
The consolidated and separate statement of comprehensive income, changes in equity and cash flow for the year then ended, and notes to the consolidated and separate financial statements include a summary of significant accounting policy.
And it was commendation all the way for the outgoing president, Dr. Okpara, and his team for piloting the affairs of the institute in an unprecedented growth.
You can hardly find an entity that achieves a reduction in crime, especially in an environment where inflation is galloping. And I was surprised to find that we achieved a reduction in that ratio. So I think management has operated efficiently, and I also know that the council has done very well. So this is commendable, and I urge management to continue to do those things that they've done that have led to this reduced cost-to-income ratio. Thank you.
So a wonderful report provided. As the past president, one of the things that gladdens your heart is to see that the strategic trust is being followed and we're growing in leaps and bounds. And I hope that the incoming president and his team will observe this and look at it and follow through. Each time will come and will look at account. I just start. I've been to other bodies that I don't see account to look at. So I want to commend you for the work done.
Professor Pius Olanrewaju was elected as the new president of the institute, along with other elected officers for the 2024-2026 tenure.
For the post of the president, we have Professor Olanrewaju Pius Oladimeji, PhD, FCID, with 645. Yes. For the first vice president, we have Mr. Alabi Oladele Adediye.
In his acceptance speech, Olarinwaju described the outgoing president as a great leader who had positioned the institute in a path for growth and greatness.
I've said in several fora as we are preparing for this transition that the getting mark that you left behind will remain with us for a very long time. Because you came in, without people thought you won't be able to achieve the way you have achieved. You surpassed all expectations. You gave us a seamless transition, both from the perspective of the ESCO and what we are witnessing today. Once again, I want to salute your courage and your dedication to duty.
He thanked the leadership and members of the Institute and promised to build on the legacies of his predecessor. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And to our final feature for today, the Chairman House of Representatives Press Corps, Comrade Grace Ike, has charged lawmakers at the national and state levels to prioritize the establishment of sexual offences courts across the country as part of measures to tackle the menace of sexual abuse. Comrade Ike suggested at the unveiling of her book titled Tears from the Grave in honor of late Karen, a rape victim in Abuja on Wednesday. Plus TV Emmanuel Ehijene completes this report.
Comrade Grace Ike says the creation of a special court for sexual offenders across the country, modeled after the successful initiatives in Lagos and other parts of the world, will not only help to reduce incidences of rape and other sexual offenses, but will also help to bring closure for affected families.
Every day we are confronted with distressing accounts of girls and women enduring unspeakable trauma due to sexual abuse or violence. What is even more disturbing or worrisome is the growing trend of perpetrators committing murder, killing their victims after this heinous act, an act that must be condemned in its strongest terms. SGBV knows no boundaries. It transcends age, ethnicity, color, socioeconomic status, and geography. While the list of victims in Nigeria is extensive, many cases remain unreported due to fear of stigma and inadequate support system. Despite existing legislation imposing severe penalties for persons found guilty, prosecution rates remain low. Victims often shy away from reporting due to fear of stigma and legal process.
Karen's mom, thanks for your resilience, not just for Karen, but for other children in Nigeria who have been victims and who probably might be victims in the future. You have stood unwavering, you have remained committed, not just because of your own loss, but because you have humanity at heart, and that's what you've been doing. When this happened, I remember we released a research, A Harrowing Journey, which shows the harrowing journey for survivors, for victims and their families. And that's why I asked, what character can we say the nation has? When this case happened, what I would have assumed is for the nation to stand up and say never again. Karen is a Nigerian. If she's not a Nigerian, she lives here. That means the state owed her that duty, that obligation to protect her, for which we have failed.
The author of the book, Lemi Ugbegbe, who is also the executive director of Men Against Rape Foundation, says the essence of the book is to provoke thoughts and get everyone to discuss the uncomfortable issue and seek solutions to the unending issues surrounding rape and other forms of sexual violence in the country.
When I got into the battle to seek justice for 13-year-old Elizabeth Ochanya Ogbanje also, who was serially raped and sodomized and drugged by a man and his son, the aunt's father, the aunt's husband and the aunt's son. We promised that these two people will not be mere statistics, that we will continually remind the nation of their cases.
Late Karen's mother, Mrs. Vivian Akpaga, who is still living through the pain of losing her daughter, expressed gratitude to everyone who have continued to support her in her travail.
17 years ago, I gave birth to a beautiful daughter. I named Ondudo. God had been good to me, so I said, God is good. Kevin happened, and he has filled my cup. After 2 boys, I had a girl, and I was truly contented. The same cup I handed over to caregivers returned to me shattered beyond repairs. We are here today to remember Karen, my friend, my confidant, my daughter. It's been 2 years of an unending storm, but I thank God because I've had friends that have held my hand through the darkness called grief.
Tears from the Grave is a book aimed at reawakening the consciousness of government at all levels and Nigerians in general to collectively fight against rape, the hydra-headed monster that is threatening the moral fabrics of our society.
Before we wrap up on this edition of Plus Reports, we would like to remind you to stay connected with us on social media. Make sure to follow us on Facebook, Instagram at Plus TV Africa. Moreover, we highly recommend subscribing to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guests today, are 2 young men who are lighting the path, charting the way for the next generation of Nigerians who, in a short while, will be fully in charge of running our society. To my left is Joshua Alabi. You're welcome, Joshua. And then to my right, even though both of them are sitting in front of me, is Aniefio Ian. You're welcome too. Now, these gentlemen are involved in an organization called Kenenso Concepts, right?
Yes.
Now, they will tell us what Kenenso is all about. So Joshua, you're the founder.
Yes, I am.
What's Kenenso?
Kenenso means what are you saying, or what is he saying?
Okay.
And for us, it's about what we want to say as young people. Many years ago, we thought that Nigeria is a country that is very rich, not just rich in culture and tradition, and with all the languages that we have, we're rich in talent, young people, creativity. So above all the news around Nigeria about how young people are into all sorts, as young people within the same generation, how do we change this narrative? What do we want to say? How do we say it? So that's how we found Kenenso.
So what's the platform that you're using to propagate these ideas?
So our platform is basically the creative industry, film and theater, and that we have done from what I would say successfully, and we are still pushing more. We want the world to hear our voices. We have something that we know that the world needs to hear. We are telling our own story, original story. So we want the world to hear us. We want the world to see us from a different perspective. I'll just quickly chip this in. We did a project called Imagination TV, and it was all about how do we see each other. So when you call Nigeria, how are we seen outside? Some people think Africa is a country. Some people don't even know Nigeria exists. So we are always out there telling these stories.
Okay. So now, Joshua, why did you guys choose that platform, the platform of theater, of film, of acting and all that? Why?
So I would like to say theater. I mean, firstly, Kininso is more of a theater organization. We do quite a lot with documentaries and all of that. Still, when you watch all our works, it's still from theater. And why did we choose theater? Because theater is where the live action is. There is no cut. It has a power of its own. It provokes you, the audience, into doing something. Someone is in front of you, acting in a very intense way. You need that feedback. That person needs to feed on you while you're feeding on the person at the same time. The synergy that it creates. So that's why we chose the platform of theater and film and documentaries.
All right. So both of you have backgrounds in theater arts.
Yes.
So you're classmates or something?
Okay. So, I mean, yes, we're classmates, and I like to tell the story how we started Kininso.
Kininso now.
In 2010, thereabout, I was in Unilag, Creative Arts Department. I came to few months or about a year later, I realized that every other person, all 149 people, had come to Unilag to study something else. Either to study law or philosophy or mass comm or something else. Only one
original theater arts
student. So because they didn't meet the cutoff, the usual thing, they were all dumped into the department. And it was obvious the way they did things, the way they handled the assignments and practical works. And for me also, even though many of them didn't know I was a student until after 2 years.
How come? Stop. How come you didn't know he was a student?
Okay, so Joshua is that one person that you look for in class. So for me, I didn't know he was even a student.
You thought he was probably
I thought he was
a graduate assistant?
Yes, so someone that just come and work with lecturers and leave. Until maybe when we were finishing second semester in 100 level, and I'm like, okay. So I get to see him when all other people are rehearsing. And I get to say, and I'm like, oh, okay.
He's one of us.
So you're a student here. This gentleman that always comes with a big bag on his back. So you're a student actually. Yeah, so that's it.
What was in that bag?
Everything. My toothbrush, my clothes for the next few days, soap, food, books. Yes,
Why
just
did
anything.
you live like that?
Well, I didn't know. So I enjoyed carrying my bag. And because of the nature of my work, I would probably leave school to another film set, to another rehearsal. So I'll end what I need to do maybe around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. midnight that same day. And I can't go back home, so I just have to crash somewhere around or that same place. So it was just really easy for me to get things done.
And your parents didn't complain?
I wasn't even living with my parents. I had left my parents since about age 13, 14, thereabout.
Oh, really? So it was easy for you to just be yourself?
Yes, it was.
No qualms?
No qualms at all. They also didn't know what was going on. I had left my dad's house because he didn't want me to study theater. He kicked against
I wanted to hear that now.
He didn't want me to study theater.
What did he want you to study?
He wanted me to be an accountant.
Oh.
So he did all he could. But also, my passion for theater, my passion for telling stories, came from my mom. My mom then, even though a very devout Christian, but she was a choir mistress, a fashion designer. She played the instrument. So everything my mom did, I learned because we were also very close. And I still do.
Wow.
I make a lot of things. I can make soap. They laugh at me sometimes like, what can't I do? I make so many things. I can do so I can make money from so many things. But then I would go with my mom to the village. She used to attend the different festivals, Ishango festival. Her father was a Shango worshipper and was a Olode. So he would pull tricks and magic, and I fell in love with the whole color, costume, music, dance, the gun shooting. Everything was just really interesting to me, and that was where the passion for telling stories, for acting, for performing.
We will come back to you and your mom, because you just revealed something that's very, very interesting and key in the process of development of a person. Right now, and if you're in your case, his bag attracted you, or what?
Yes.
How easy was it for you guys to hit it off?
Well, it was quite easy for us to hit it off because I saw someone with fire. I saw someone with passion. And for one, I was not one. I didn't come to study theater in the first place.
What was your original interest?
My original interest was law. I came to study law, and unfortunately, I always say fortunately, I fall short 2 cut-off marks. I think 3 of law. I was angry. I was pissed because at the time I could study any other course in the University of Lagos, even medicine, apart from law. So I said, I'm going to do JAMB again. I need to study law. And they said, come, this guy, no waste time, now high cut-off, go find something to study. Okay. So I went back, I said, okay, I'll do a change of course. And they convinced me that 1 year you can go back and study law if you don't like it. And I found myself there.
And 1 year in?
And 1 year in,
you
and
were
I'm
fully
like,
in.
okay, I don't think that this young man can be serious in court anyway. So, and when I saw him, he had this drive, he had this passion, like, he made me believe you can actually make a living out of being a theater practitioner.
That's good.
That was what I saw. I'm like, okay, you have...
I'll talk with these 2 gentlemen who are shining the light on a very glorious path, I believe. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations on this channel. My 2 guests, 2 wonderful young men. Let me simply call them Joshua and Iniefioka, right? I got that right? Yes. Very good. Before we took the break, you were talking about your mom and her influence on you when it comes to the development of the theater bug in you. You said she is a devout Christian, but still related with her father, who was a Shango worshipper and the head hunter of the community. Which community was that?
Modakeke
in Osun State. Okay. Now, how were you able to balance those different belief systems that you saw?
For me, it wasn't totally different. Firstly, I was in love. I was all out for the fun and the depth of it. The music in church, I would sing, I would play the harmonica, I would perform, act in drama, work and with people, with other young people. Same thing in the village. The people would work together, would sing together, make clothes, and there was the performance bit. So for me, it was more about the performance and the engagement, how the people work together to have fun.
Say something about making clothes.
Yes, they made clothes. They made their costumes. Okay. All the hunters and I remember I used to meet with some of the Unifas. Then they used to make their own clothes, tying the beads, dye some of them. and it was fun, it was entertaining.
So it was like a hands-on thing for you?
Yes, it was a hands-on thing for me. And I didn't totally understand the depth of
there was some
the
mystery
difference,
to what
the
they
mystery,
were,
yes,
yeah.
and the depth of, okay, this is Christianity, it was the same thing. I only remember that then my dad did all this, but I think on the long run, both have built me. I mean, I believe I'm a Christian, but at the same time, I understand culture and I love it, and I use my culture to tell religious stories sometimes.
So many years after, do you still relate with your granddad?
Yes, I mean, even though they are all late now.
Yes.
But yes, I really do. There's an aspect of them in everything that I do.
That you do. That's very good. Now, he was the one that brought you into all of this. But since you got into it, what has it been like for you?
Since I got into it, for me, I tell people that I couldn't have made it as a lawyer.
Wow.
Yes, I tell people that because for me, this is an expression. It allows you to, what I would say, impersonate any character that you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you the freedom to express yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the liberty to go on stage and look the politician in the eye and tell him that you're corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't do anything about it.
Yes.
So for me, that freedom that I enjoy is what I value the most.
Okay.
Yes, it's a place to hear my voice. It's a place for my opinion to be heard.
Okay. Now, there's something you guys have said you've done about training about 10,000 young men. How did you do that?
Okay, so when we say we've trained actually over 10,000, but not just in Nigeria. I mean, I think if we were to count in Nigeria, maybe about 5,000 to 10,000 just alone. But we've worked in other countries. We've worked in several African countries, Rwanda, Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Angola, Egypt, and so much more. But in Nigeria, we have a festival called KIFT. With that festival, we engage at least a minimum of 5,000 students and teachers. KIFT, K-I-F-T.
Oh, okay.
Kenesa International Festival of Theatre. So we create works for children aged 0 to 2, 2 to 7, 7 to 14.
When does that hold?
It holds every November.
Oh, okay.
November every year, and we bring in international facilitators, workshops. We engage the teachers with psychologists on how best to teach children and teenagers. So in the area of arts, we teach young people, we teach secondary school, primary school children, and then we also work with communities. We have series of trainings. There's also something called the lab. So there's Bariga Lab, Oregon Lab, Ikeja Lab, where we teach young people on hands-on skills, photography, animation, and different things. We also teach business of creativity. So it's quite a lot that we do. And we work with communities as well on our advocacy project, our Theatre for Development. We research a lot. We work with some of the NGOs, and it's quite a large community.
Now, I was going to ask you about your Bariga experience. How did you, coming from your background, and then ending up in Bariga?
It was I mean, that's also part of how the second bit of how Kennesaw was formed. I'd always been curious about, asking questions and wanting to know things. So I found myself in Bariga. I like to, express it that way. I had lived in Ogba and then to Alagbado. And even that area of Alagbado, my father built his house. It still felt like we were living in our own interesting space. We had everything. And then I went to Bariga, smelling, kids. And then Bariga was very, one of the most violent places in Lagos. You would go to the downtown, you would go to down Ilaje or Sosa. You'd find young people with guns and, so on. It was terrible for me. I joined a theatre company there, and we were always in constant battle, constant confrontation with the
street talks.
The street, with the streets, and then with the artists. We were the only people who could face them, we had no guns, but we would take our performance to the street or to their base and then begin to dance and begin to do some poetry. And they would get angry, scream. They couldn't harm us because while they were trying to recruit some young people, we were also trying to recruit some young people, and that's how the art in Bariga has blossomed so much. And yes, in my quest to wanting to say something, to ask questions, that's how we formed Kimniso to say, what do we want to say? We want to say that Nigerians, young people in Nigeria, can do better, can say, can be bold enough to look into the eyes of any leader and say, you're not doing it right, you have to do it right. How do we do that? Through theater.
Now, the advocacy that grew out of that has led you to collaborate with a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations. There's a particular play that you guys did recently?
Talk and Do.
Yeah, something like that.
Talk and Do was at Alliance Francaise in Lagos. It was also in Kano and Abuja. It was supposed to go to Edo and other states, but we couldn't due to COVID. With Talk and Do, we were dealing with addressing the issues of impunity, corruption and accountability amongst the leaders. So we brought in leaders from the police commission, from the police force, from the judiciary, from the Nigerian Bar Association, from other CSOs, from the community as well. We brought them all into a room, made this theater piece called Talk and Do. And for us, just the way the name sounds, it is what you say, do it, practice what you preach. So, and then we brought them, performed this piece that had to do with how they're treating issues of people with disability, issues of police brutality, the deteriorating judicial system, and all of these issues, real issues that happen. So we performed for them, and afterwards put them all in groups, including the artists, to have a conversation, to discuss what's the feedback, what's the commitment, what are we committing to do after this, what do we want to do better.
Okay. Now, when you look at such a performance, the curious mind in the public would say it's convenient for young people to point accusing fingers at the leadership. What are young people themselves doing? There's so much yahoo around. There's so much ritual killings around. There's so much of violence motivated by this get-rich-quick attitude. What would you say as a young person?
These issues, the issue of Yahoo ritual killings, I don't think and I don't believe they are issues that can be exhausted so quickly, because the root cause sometimes are just something that they are quite disturbing. Sometimes you look at the background, where some of these people are coming from, and then you look at the pressure that the social media is putting so many young people through, and these are some of the things that has driven so many young people. It has driven them, they say, you know what, I want to get rich quick. For me, I say it's greed. Like the popular saying, you want to chill with the big boys, you want to roll with the big boys.
Yes.
I mean, these are the things that drive most young people. When I was 18, I never dreamt of driving, I think 504.
Yeah.
I never dreamt of driving a 504. It was beautiful from afar,
Yeah.
and I looked at it and I appreciated it.
Yeah.
But all I knew is that the time was coming when I would drive a car.
Yes.
But not at that age. So what young people fail to do now is they fail to follow process. My father taught me to enjoy process. He said something that has never left me from when we were young.
What did he say?
He said, it is better for you when you're writing an exam. He said it's better for you to fail and fail honorably than for you to cheat and pass. So for each time in the university when I did a course and I failed, and people say, what did you? I said I failed it. I'll do it again. So that for me is a lesson that has and will never leave me as a person.
Sure.
Yes. So for me, I think these pressures in the society are those things that are driving young people. Process. Young people now don't want to follow process. They don't want to endure the process.
You know, carefully, when you say something like, pressure from society, it sounds as though the home were being pushed out of that equation. What is society without the home?
Very true. The first place a child learns anything is the home.
Yeah.
I learned, my behaviors were built from my home. So the home is the first place that children learn, that young people learn. And it's so sad that some of these young people are put under pressure from the home. So many times I have a nephew that I've raised for a long time. And many times I would say to the mom, don't ever compare your son to someone else. Your son is your son.
Yeah.
If he gets this and that grade, he's your son. Don't tell him that, see, your friend is getting that grade and you're getting, no. This is his grade. So whenever he comes back with his grades and I'm like, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this, I say, wow, fantastic, this is good. But you know, I know you can do better. That's so. Let's strike a deal, make it better. I do not ever try to compare him with someone else.
So that's positive pressure.
Yes.
The negative one will come in the area of
it's destructive.
Money.
Why? Yes. So why not be like this? So when young people see that, I mean, some parents. I have a friend whose mom would curse on her when she needs money. Just would do anything for her to give her money, and she often says, "So this woman know how to get money." So those pressures most of the time would lead people to doing what they would not normally want to do.
There was a story I read of Professor Sam Aluko of blessed memory, who returned to Nigeria with his PhD and all that, got a job, and he went home with a car. And everybody in his village celebrated him and all that. In the deep of night, he said that his father and mother called him and said, "Where did you get money to buy that car?" And he now smiled and told them, "Oh, that car is on loan, that he bought it on loan." These days, people buy cars and nobody's questioning them. Young people, would you take a car home and your dad will welcome you?
But, I mean, let me say this. If I take a car home right now, my father, if he were to be alive, would still question me. Yes, he would still question me like, okay, so what do you do? What he's trying to do is, he's not saying that I cannot own a car now, but he's trying to vet, what do you do? Our society right now, we've come to a stage where, you know what, just make it. We don't care how you make it. All we want to do is we want to celebrate you. Now the latest big boy be that.
So Joshua, where does that lead us?
It leads us into destruction.
But we don't want to be destroyed.
Yes, we don't want to be destroyed.
So what is Kininso going to do?
Kininso is actually doing a lot.
Yeah.
We're hoping to do more. With support, we believe we can do more. We've, over the years, touched almost everything that affects us as a people. Aside treating the subject of malaria, of cancer, we did a research for about 2 years and came up with a script and a play and some short campaign on a work called Sniper. And Sniper focused on depression, mental health, suicide, why young people would rather just die rather than, I mean, I don't think when my parents or the older generation during their time, when they fail or when they're unable to buy the big cars, I mean, even though they were not even, the race wasn't even about to buy the big cars then, the race was to impress the family, impress the society, be the light of that, of that society. But they wouldn't die, they wouldn't jump off a cliff or into the river. But now, so Sniper tried to deal with the issues, and we met with families of people who have committed suicide or victims, and it was quite an intense project. So we touched the area of Sniper to let young people know that you're doing fine, choose life first, hard work, do not devalue hard work. Take responsibility. You fail, you try again, you move on. So with Sniper, we've done that, and with Join Body was Sorry and Join Body, we had a performance called Sorry before the election in 2019, and we had Join Body after the election. What Sorry did was, Sorry went to different stops in Lagos.
Stops, you mean bus stops?
Bus stop, yes. Ilaje bus stop, Obalinde, Yanoba. We kept going from place to place around Lagos to perform to young people, market women, young and old, to let them know that their vote is their power. Even though you think you're old, Nigeria cannot give you anything. For those coming, they still need you to vote. So for young and old, we really interacted with a lot of street boys, Agberu, under the bridge. We were able to convince some of them. It was quite impressive working with them. With Join Body as well, we also looked at the aftermath of the election. Why violence? Why is that the way? Why do we, in the name of political party, break apart? You know, how can we come together to decide and say, this person we've elected into office, you must be accountable. We must, as we were saying earlier, we must have your phone number. We must know what you're doing. We must be able to monitor the work that you've promised to do for us as a people.
No, the interesting thing is that on the one hand, society complains about young people feeling so is prepared to take over.
No, we're not. We're not prepared to take over, and it is still very, it is pronounced in our body language, our attitude. We have a friend called Effective. He's a radio presenter. Effective now is vying for the, I think, House of Rep office, and he's finding it difficult to even bring his own friends to understand his vision and to support him. And we keep saying politics is for the old people, it's a dirty game. It will keep being dirty until we get involved. But to answer the question, we're not ready. And why do I think we're not ready? I think we're not ready because what we consume does not reflect a generation that wants change. What we consume in terms of content, in terms of in terms of content, in terms of our social behavior, even the economic behavior, you know, it does not reflect it. We still reflect Nigeria is not working for me. The government has done nothing for me. So I either japa or I stay here and make it reach anyhow. And with that attitude, we really cannot do anything.
I totally agree with him. Young people, we are not ready. And the reason why I'm saying we are not ready is if we take a look at the lifestyle and we want to separate generations from one generation to another, now the values that our parents had as a generation is totally different from what we now see as values. So today, our lifestyle, we've all thrown away our values to social media. So the social media instructs most young people on what to do. And for me, I'm scared because I have little ones, younger ones, nephew, and I'm asking myself, is this what they are going to come up to see? We've seen 18 years, 17, 19, wanting to drive a car, wanting to use the kinds of phones.
Well, they can drive a car if they have access to the car.
Yes, but they want to buy. They want to buy a house. So I had a friend, a sad story. We left the village together, came to Lagos. He went to school, studied electrical and electronic engineering, University of Lagos. And when he came in, he was fascinated by the lifestyle. He saw young boys driving tinted cars. And the next thing was that he wanted to drive a tinted car. Wow. I was satisfied trekking to school. I was glad doing it. But he wanted to drive a car. And today he's no more. So he balled for 2 years, like they say in our time, and he left the scene. So for me, this is a problem that our generation.
But how do we solve it? It can't be all that gloomy. There are still young people who are hardworking, who are dedicated, and who are committed to making a difference in society. Seems we're not hearing so much about them.
That's where I think for a generation that is prepared or that wants to show that we are prepared, we need to begin to celebrate those people, the people doing small things. We know a few of them, a lot of people don't. And it's not about the big things, it's about the small
things, yes.
The small many things. We know Isaac in Ajegule, we know Shiwa Obaju in Bariga, who started a free school.
Yeah.
He built by the seaside, he bought the land, I think about 250 per plot. He bought about 6 plots with wood, and him and his friends, they built the school. And all the children within that community, when you're driving on Third Mainland, that, the wooden part you see of Bariga, every child, now they have over 300 to 400 children from primary 1 till JS3, SS3 presently. And okay, actually last year, some of them wrote JAM and WAEC, and they came out in flying colors.
That's the kind of story we should be telling.
Exactly.
Hold on. We'll take a break now, and when we're back, we'll continue that. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Before the break, we were talking about celebrating the members of the younger generation who are making positive waves. And you were talking about the free school. That's one Mr. Awubaju.
Yes,
Okay.
In Bariga. The school has about 300 to 400 children, and Sean has had to regularly find a way to raise funds to pay the teachers and for the children to attend the school for free. And now the government, the local state government, has seen the good work they're doing, and they're looking at ways to help. And there's also a Bolore Inushodi who built Chelsea Art Center and teaching every young person that's interested within Inushodi painting, adire making for free.
Really?
Them to exhibit, also looking for platforms for them to exhibit anything they make and get it bought by people, and then thereby making money. So quite a lot of people, also at Kingsop, we are also doing quite a lot with young people, and we should begin to celebrate.
So that's the thing you said about process, that to make money, there's a process. To make an impact in society, there's a process. The process doesn't need to be created by government, though.
Yes.
Because all this you said now were created by those young people who had the inspiration to want to do something. Now, the inspiration you guys have is being expressed in the area of advocacy, of theater, of the moving production that you move from one point to the other. However, what about getting involved in politics? Why are young people running away from politics? Why?
I think it's still that thing of that question of what has the government done for me? They fail to remember that the government is you and me, whether we like it or not. Call it whatever you want to call it. The government is still us. And until we can speak together, get engaged, and that's the way forward. No time for fence sitters anymore or back sitters. We want change. You're sure that you want to do something good. You're sure that you have great ideas. Step forward. Let people, and don't expect to be supported at that point. but keep trying. That's the thing. Everything in life is about, trying again and again and again. But as we've discussed earlier, our generation, we don't have that focus. We don't have that ability to concentrate on one thing and put all our energy and effort into it to understand it, to achieve the big picture.
Mhm.
We believe that it starts now, it has to be successful now, it has to come out fine now. If it doesn't, then it's not the way. But getting involved in politics is the way to go now, and not just getting your PVC.
Yes, I was going to say, okay, so do you have a PVC?
Oh yes, I do have my PVC.
Okay.
And a long time ago, I changed my mind about politics being a dirty game.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Tell me the story.
About even if I vote or I don't vote, the person who's going to win will still win.
Mm.
So I changed my mind a long time ago, and it took me to the point that I left my house. I walked for like 30 minutes just to go and vote.
That's a very long trek.
Yes, I did it just to go and vote. And when my friends heard the story, they were like, Kushel, patriotic Nigeria, change maker. And I'm like, you know what? If we are all going to come out and say, we are going to vote, it's going to make rigging an election very difficult.
Yes.
When people come out and vote,
Yes.
it makes rigging very difficult.
Yes.
But that's one point that we don't understand. And for young people going into politics, we always have the ideology that politics is a dirty game. So if you don't want to play dirty, don't go into politics. And this has also been a mindset that has been spread around even Christians and Muslims.
Yes.
People that say, oh, we are Puritans. We don't want to soil our hands in a dirty game. And I'm so glad that right now we've realized that we have made a mistake.
Yeah.
If you want to change things, then you need to be in the gathering where decisions are made.
Yes.
So if we don't get into politics, how do we even want to change these things in the first place? How do we even want to choose our own leaders? Someone was saying, oh, thank God I didn't vote. I said, thank God me, I voted. I might vote and my candidate does not win, the person I voted for.
Yeah.
But I have one thing. I voted for someone. That is my point. That is what I want to take home.
Yes, so now if we mobilize to get young people involved in politics, what should be the drive? For instance, the impact of social media was felt during the recent NSAS protests that took place majorly were firstly in Lagos, Abuja, and then spread to other cities or states in Nigeria. The mobilization was done majorly through and by social media. But the coordination of, okay, what to do beyond the protest failed. Because if you talk to government, if you talk to anybody who is in leadership, you call attention. They must have people to relate to. That didn't follow. A political party could have emerged from that protest. So as young people, what kind of examples can be set for your generation, by your generation?
So I would say that passion, that will and drive we had during the NSAS protest, if we continuously have that for another 8 years, then this real change will start. Our generation, we must understand that in everything we do, we must be willing to compromise. We must be willing to stoop to conquer. We held the nation for a week or more, and we could not make anything out of it. Why? Because we wanted to be louder than we were already. For me, at that point, I was saying, my opinion was, we could have gotten, we can't get the presidency, we can't get it. Not because we can't, but because we're not prepared for it.
Yeah.
So, Kosovo is a good example. But at least, if our generation had asked for seats in the House of Rep at that time, if we had asked for if we had taken major decisions, if we had asked for local government seats to, some local governments around Nigeria, because really that's what the change is. The change is not totally up there as far as I'm concerned. The change is the local government chairman who's doing interesting things in his community. So in Lagos, if we have 20 local governments or 15 filled up with young people, that's a great achievement.
Young people who are working.
Young people who are working, who have a vision.
Because there are young people who have already joined the old bandwagon.
Exactly. So I think that's the way to go. The way to go is not to bid for the biggest. The way to go is to bid for the many small, the councillorship, the House of Rep, the House of Assembly. That's what we need to start from, because those are the people actually making the law. Those are the people controlling that immediate environment. So for me, that's my recommendation.
That's what's yours.
For me, my recommendations would be that young people should learn to support people for a cause, not for my cause.
Okay.
So.
Or what's the need for me?
Yes, what's in it for me? If we are going to be working to build a nation, let's build a nation. For instance, I don't want to support a Joshua because when he gets there, he's going to give me all the contracts in the States. I want to support him because when he gets there, he's going to do what is right for the States.
Yep.
So that would be something, so I don't have expectations that, oh, I supported him, I gave him all my support because I wanted this and that from him. I'm supporting him for the greater good. And then young people should also learn to use the social media to their advantage. We have used the social media for every other thing right now, and for more negative things than positive things. I think we should be able to use the social media now for more positive things.
Yeah.
The social media is a platform for people to converse, air your opinions, and all of that. Why not use it positively? If I'm to run for a position now, I have a platform of the social media to campaign. I have the platform of social media to tell people, this is my dream, this is my vision, this and this is what I want to do. So let's use that platform well. Let's not abuse it.
I'm smiling now because of what you just said and realizing that a lot of people on social media make noise. Many of them don't have PVCs. And whether we like it or not, we need to keep up the campaign for PVCs, because that's when the statement, your vote is your power, makes sense. You can't vote without a PVC. And many young people deliberately are not enrolling to have their PVCs. Is Kenensol doing anything in that regard?
Yes, we're doing quite a lot though. Of course, we have our PVCs, and jokingly last week at the office, I was saying, how can we, I want to create a TV show. How can we gather people that are our own personal people, about 1,000 people, to get their PVC and vote through a prank, because we watch prank videos everywhere. And then I was just thinking randomly that, okay, at least if I begin to count people from my church, people I know from all sorts, everywhere, I should be able to get at least 500 people that I know. My WhatsApp, I have over 3,000 people on my WhatsApp. So how can we get them all to have their PVC? Let me cook up a lie that I'm vying for a position. They will want to vote for me. I mean, well, maybe not vote for me, but I know the 500 that would respond to my call when I make the call that I want to have a meeting, and they will come. Have your PVC. So these are some of the things we're thinking of. We're also thinking of creating the ideal Nigeria, the ideal future, because we know that that's the power of storytelling. Tell people for something over time, let them hear it over time, let them see it over time. It begins to register in their consciousness. How can we create a campaign where we no longer show the sad Nigeria, the pain in Nigeria? How can we begin to show police as what they should be? How can we begin to show our schools, the education system, as what it should be? How can we show in pictures, in stories, how can we show justice being delivered on time? So these are some projects that we're thinking of that would help young people to change the mindset, to change their perspective of things and take charge of the political space.
Now, you said something about there being money in theater, in the dramatic arts and all that. How do you rate the coming of Netflix to the Nigerian space? How? The impact you think it's had or it's having and could even further have on the income?
Okay, so I would say it's a good development. We should always expect change to come. And why I'm saying it's a good development is coming into this space, we now have the opportunity to meet these people one-on-one. And if I have a work that is good, I now have a platform. I can always run around and try to get them to see it. It might be difficult, but just the fact that they are there gives me that hope that, guys, you know what? Let's just keep doing this thing. One day, they're going to see it. So for me, it's a good development. And of course, it's good money. It's good money for the pocket.
Are you planning anything towards being able to tap into the Netflix money?
Yes.
Or let's say Netflix opportunity?
Opportunity. Yeah. Yes, actually, since 2020, we've been talking to a distributor who's also on the Netflix, who's also a Netflix consultant, who sources for films and so on. And we haven't, not that we haven't found the ideal story yet, but we personally, I would say, I don't know what it is. We have great stories. We have great work. We have great stories, script already, stories. But maybe the time hasn't come.
Yeah.
That's how I believe, that's how I say it, that when the time is right, the right content will find the right platform.
That's what he said about process again, that it takes time.
Yes.
You prepare for it. When the opportunity comes, then to say it in the parlance of the younger generation, you blow.
I just want to say this in light of this, what we're discussing. Maybe it would make sense or help anybody to understand what we mean better. Since we started Kineso in 2011, our dream has always been to, yes, tell stories across Nigeria, but be that organization that would employ 90% theater graduates and take them around the world, make money, get exposed, gain more knowledge, and so on. And from the first year up until the third or fourth year, we kept trying, we kept contacting universities abroad that have theater departments, and it wasn't working. And the first opportunity, second opportunity, we were slammed this time. It didn't work. And after the second one, while planning for the third one, we told us, as we discussed, we said, this will be the last time. This will be the last time. And indeed it was the last time. And we moved it to the point where the embassies in Nigeria are the ones who then look for opportunities for us abroad to say, we found this or we know these guys. We want you to come do something with them. So the process never fails.
That's the power of process, right? And taking your time preparing, not giving up at all. Now, with the experience you've had now, you started some almost 11 years ago, and respectively between you, each one of you will be anything between 30-something and 40, right? In about 10, 15 years' time, you'll be about 50 or a little older. They'll start calling you old man. What do you see yourselves doing in the next 10, 15 years?
I see myself still telling stories, but most mainly teaching.
Okay.
I apologize for using this word. I hate the way the system of teaching and training in Nigeria. It's like a war zone. So that's why I train, that's why I facilitate workshops quite a lot, from team bonding to any other thing. In 10, 15 years' time, I want to keep training, I want to keep developing people in different fields, not just arts, in business of creativity, in different art forms. People need to be able to not just communicate effectively, but through the arts, through this training, know where they want to go, know what is right for them.
All right, so Anifa?
I'm not going too far from that. Yeah. And the reason why I would say teaching, training people is so far we are products of people that have gone ahead of us. Even though we don't have the opportunity to really learn from as much people as we would love to. That's why I would say teaching. I want to be able to open my doors and have 50 people, 100 people who say, you know what, I actually learned from this guy, and he's a great guy. And for me, it's a ripple effect. When you teach people, you are giving them a part of yourself that you don't get back. And while you teach them, they teach others who teach others. So it's a ripple effect.
So that's like you're both committed to giving back to society.
Yes.
For the opportunities you have had.
Yes.
Before we go, I'd like to say to both of you that you're such an inspiration.
Thank you.
You are. And you show that there is really hope for our country and society. But I want each one of you to look into the camera and say to your generation what you want them to do. Joshua?
Okay. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Know that if you have a sister, if you have a brother, they are looking up to you, and you can't do things for them because you want it in return. So if you open up that mindset and do it for everybody, for the greater good, then things will change. Those things you want will change.
Wow. I would say to my generation, life is a process. So endure the process or enjoy it and wait for your time. Your time will surely come. And don't ever forget, in whatever you do, a good name is better than riches.
Yes, and it's been a wonderful time with these two gentlemen, Joshua Alabi and Aniefeo Iyang of Kennesaw Concept Productions, right? Yes. I have enjoyed myself, and you have really lifted up my spirits and hopes about the younger generation in Nigeria. Until the next time on this program, it's been nice having you. Thank you.
Thank you.
businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Down, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was more like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? Sister said, nothing, let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, that thing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a scorchy sun. Like, the sun was not friendly, very hot. There are no trees around. Everything is just blank, like you're just seeing only the soil. That sand is the only thing you're seeing. So you're not seeing anything that is going to give you hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they park and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. Some people will just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. They will just scream, hey, see bone, oh. Everybody will run, It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing, like you see weird things only. So after that, we noticed that actually we were running in a circle. So the driver explained to someone that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police. So we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we'll have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He should be like around 50-something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him, but he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all we left. We all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. It was difficult for me to jump. I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. But at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything, no sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. People are running towards this, you join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting, kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once, just like that. So a lot of people were running towards a direction. I joined them. Anywhere they are running towards, I joined them, just like that. But then, at some point, my sisters already left me. I don't even know where they ran to. The guy that was supposed to be taking care of us also left. So I just stood somewhere, and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me, just kill me, let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying, and then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they brought us together. They were able to they were able to gather as many people as possible, to the extent that we filled this big truck was filled with people. And then some hillocks too had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books, we started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together. And then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere. And then that's where we will sleep for the night. And then they will register us and return us to our country. But before then, a white man came to speak to us. So the man asked us where we are traveling to and why are we traveling. So many people were saying, I was just looking. So many people were saying, there's hunger in my country, they are killing us in my country, there's suffering in my country, there is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally, he was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured, but some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food, a lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere. They put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, majority of us started jumping out of the fence, and then somebody brought an idea to open the gate, you know, some kind of dubious act, which is not actually good, which wasn't good for us. But because of the kind of rumor, because of the kind of things we heard, we joined, everybody left. You know, we're still hiding. It's not like you're leaving and you're just coming out to say, I'm going. No. you're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house. There were 6 of us in a group now, no longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then. And then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked who where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us. You know, that was the idea in my head, like, God bless this man. Oh, he finally helped us out of this place. So the driver took us, proceeded to somewhere they called Nitel. That was what they told us, that place is Nitel. So they hid us in their family house at first. Then in their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a sheep on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes, that's probably doing dry cleaning or something like that. I don't know what she was doing over there, but me, I just assumed and then I told my sisters, that means maybe she did house help work over there. So we had fun with them because they were nice people. I didn't figure out if they were among the people who bought us, but they were nice to us. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath, you know. It was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night. And then they told us, everyone to lie down inside the hillocks, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there, took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave. Okay, so if we leave now, where will we go to? I say, me, if I leave like this, I'll be walking down. I would want to see a policeman. They should take me back to Nigeria. What kind of suffering is this one? This place that they locked us for like 4 days. Not as if the house is very enclosed. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libya, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libya. I'm like, I'm not going to Libya, me, Nigeria. No, Libya, like their own is, don't worry, we will help you anywhere you want to go to. That particular place you want to go to, we will help you get there, but you can't go back. So I told my brother that these guys are actually saying that they want to help us go back to go to Libya, but they can't help us go to Nigeria. My brother was like, we intended to go back to Nigeria before. We're going forward though, it's not backward. You know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them, they are not even ready to take us to Libya. Carried my bag. And it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So, because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back. We didn't answer. We left. Until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us, and then my bros said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bros, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was not much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups. This driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we're already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now up to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money. So that my brother helped us to pay ours. And then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there. They just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, the man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said is for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on, you know? We started talking, a lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome with this one, Jadid, welcome with this one. You know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience. Happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, we are welcome. We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place, he's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, I couldn't recover from the shock. I had to hide behind our bros, like the whole of us just held him. The man said, everybody, oh yeah, this way. Like he had to like scatter us so that we don't get to communicate with each other. He had big boys. In fact, those big boys, if they handle one person, I'm sure the person will not survive it. So I was shaking. And then the man said, he just wants to let us know that we are in Libya now. And that now that you are here, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for us, he bought us. He was saying it like, you know, when someone is actually practically trying to pass a message across to you with everything he's got inside, the kind of anger, like I didn't offend this man before. But the way he was saying it was like, I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you walk and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you're even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, we were able to reach out to the people that invited us to France. Those ones said they would send someone to come and pick us in a few hours. We should be patient. We were there, we were waiting. After a while, I came to call down my bros. Your people, they disturb me with call. Your people, they disturb. If they disturb me again with call, now I go beat you, you know. We're hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that not bros this person is talking to like this? You know, the fear was more. We pleaded, okay, can we talk to bros? So you have to plead to see a guy in that room. In fact, you're not even allowed to see a guy. They don't give you room to see any guy. So we're able to like talk to bros. How far? Did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again, and then they sent someone across. So I think the person who was supposed to bring the money was now pricing lower than the 300. I think the person was now saying 250. That was where the anger came from. At the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the, yes, still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there was this Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he crawled to where I was, tapped me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira, and was begging me like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding. And the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one he was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you are sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, you know, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had people die. someone died while giving birth. So had cases of people dying. A particular lady died trying to give birth because there were no professionals around, and then people claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help her give birth, they could help her deliver. You know, it was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted efforts. You're trying to get out of trouble, you get into more trouble. And even family doesn't know where you are because you can't even call them. I don't have access to any communication device. I can't reach anyone except maybe I'll have to pay someone to borrow his phone or have to, you know, the situation was even very difficult because a lot of people will not even give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. You know, people tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Garian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we're enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around, pay, yes, kind of bill them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama, Yangoso. That is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that, and if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested. I want to go back to Nigeria.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
60 Minutes with Angela starts right now.
Well, as of 8th of December 2023, it would appear that about 68 persons are aspiring to be governor of Edo State. Edo State is one of the 6 states that make up the South-South geopolitical zone in Nigeria and is one of the 9 oil-producing states of the Federal Republic. Now, forms have not yet gone on sale, and it will be interesting to see how many people of those 68 actually cross the threshold to buy forms, depending, of course, on how much each party decides to sell its forms. Meanwhile, the election will hold on Saturday, the 21st day of September 2024, and I intend to speak with as many aspirants as possible, at least until candidates emerge. So joining me on the program today is Anselm Ojezua. He's one of those aspiring to be governor under the People's Democratic Party. That's the ruling party in Edo State, to which the governor, Godwin Obaseki, belongs. Thank you very much for coming on the program with me today, Mr. Ojezua. So, your last political posting in Edo State was as chairman of the Edo State All Progressives Congress. So I suppose I'd like to know, did you join the PDP or did you move to the People's Democratic Party at the same time that Governor Obaseki did after the breakup of the governor and the All Progressives Congress, APC?
We didn't move at the same time. I had an ongoing tenure at the time.
As chairman of the party?
As chairman of the party, yes.
Okay. What informed the need to move?
Well, there were fundamental differences, within the leadership. And
the leadership of the APC?
Leadership of the APC in the state.
Right.
Involving Comrade Oshomole, who was then national chairman. I had the benefit of a private meeting with him. In that meeting, he had assured me that he wasn't going to precipitate any crisis within the party.
Yeah.
So when I found out that what he told me was different from what I saw,
yes.
Of course, it was not just me. The majority of the leaders in the party were a bit flustered by what took place.
Yes.
And that was what led to the impasse.
Were you flustered that, it didn't look like the APC wanted to give Governor Obaseki a second term? Was that the genesis of the impasse that you talk about?
No. It was not just about Obaseki. It had to do with the disrespect and contempt by which the leaders of the party in the state were being treated. It was as if our opinion did not count.
Right.
It was not just me, the majority of the leadership.
Okay, so eventually you moved to the PDP.
Yes.
If the grapevine is to be believed now, it looks like, even though the person in contention has come out via a press release today to say he's not the anointed candidate, and I'm talking about Asue Ighodalo, right? But if the grapevine is to be believed, it looks like Governor Obaseki has pitched his tent with Asue Ighodalo, a technocrat like himself. Why wouldn't he endorse or support any of you who are already existing in the People's Democratic Party and rather pitch his tent with a technocrat like himself? Like, you know, the way former Governor Shiomole, now Senator, brought him in because he thought he was a technocrat. Why do you think Obaseki is not sticking with one of you?
Well, it's difficult for me to speak on this issue because Obaseki has not told me that he's supporting anybody.
Right.
As is customary, before I came out, I mentioned to him. He also advised me on how I should proceed.
Yes.
And a few months thereafter, he sent for me and he asked me to give him an update as to how well I was doing. And in that encounter, he even promised he was going to make a contribution to my campaign. So on that score, that is what I know. Perhaps people suspect that he's supporting Asue because a lot of top government functionaries and the entire government apparatus surrounds him and moves around with him. Talking about technocracy, sometimes I wonder what they mean by technocrat, you know, because I once asked a question. Between him, an investment banker, and me, a professional lawyer, who is a technocrat?
Perhaps they mean that a technocrat is someone untouched by politics who spent all his life in private business, so to speak.
If you say that, then what are you doing in a political arena? The position of governor is a product of politics. He runs his government by the vehicle of politics. And I dare say that our problem in Edo today is as a result of poor handling of political issues.
In other words, whether you're a technocrat or not, you can't ignore the political aspects.
No, certainly not. Politics is not a profession. Politics is a vocation. Anybody can play politics. So why play politics and pretend that you're not a politician? And meanwhile, you're a beneficiary. I think there's a little bit of hypocrisy involved in it. Yeah. But the truth about it is that what is needed in Edo now requires some political experience.
Why do you say that?
Because looking down the line from 1999 to date, we have had successive political issues amongst our political leaders that have tended to disturb the governance of the state. We have never really had issues of governance. We've always had problems. It's either Chief Tony Aneni of blessed memory and Igbenedion
at loggerheads,
or Aneni and Oshomole, or Oshomole and Obaseki, Obaseki and Danobi. You know, it's always one of the others, you know, and you find out that these are very big political leaders who have huge followership. Should there be a problem between them? Should the problem between them not be properly managed?
Yes.
It affects everybody, as it is doing so now. That is one of the major reasons I am offering myself, because one, I have the experience. Perhaps I'm the oldest politician amongst all of them. I've been in politics since 1982. I was just about 22 years at the time, and I've been active in politics since then. I have been in public office. I have served in various aspects of government.
Let me, for the sake of the viewer, go through all the positions that you have held, apart from being the chairman of Edo State All Progressives Congress, which you did, I think, for 2 terms.
Yes.
You did that. You were a former commissioner for information and orientation. Even as that, you were commissioner there, you supervised ministries of education and works.
Yeah, at some point.
Simultaneously. You were a former deputy chief of staff.
Yes.
You served under former Governor Shiomole. You've also served under Governor Obaseki. I think you started from the time of Igbenedion. You started with Igbenedion Sports then. Okay, that's 1999.
Yes. And in Oshomole's government, I started as chairman post-primary education board.
Right.
And then I ended up as commissioner for information, during which period, for 6 months, I supervised Ministry of Works, and for 3 months, in addition, Ministry of Education.
So you're well experienced in the art of governance.
That is correct.
Right. So that brings me to the next question. Among the list of qualities that you've touted to justify your desire to succeed Governor Obaseki, you spoke of relevant political skills.
Yes.
You've also said that earlier on. Do you think this absence rules out any of your rivals in the PDP?
At this point in time, I will say so. Because what we need at this time is somebody with political goodwill. That is to say, you have solid relationship with all the players involved who are at loggerheads.
Yes.
You can imagine now there seems to be a chasm within the party. But I am in touch with all the parties. They are my friends.
All the aspirants?
Not the aspirants. Most of the aspirants are my friends. But I'm talking about those involved in the so-called political crisis. Those who disagree with themselves cannot find common ground.
Yes.
I believe I can create the atmosphere for a common ground that will give the party the much needed unity to face our opponents.
And that opponent is a serious opponent, because that opponent, the APC, is the party at the center. It's the ruling party. Surprisingly to me, no matter how the PDP thinks it was strong in Edo State, I'm surprised that the former governor, Adams Oshiomhole, managed to get a senatorial seat as an APC candidate the last election.
If you are surprised, it's because you are not from Edo. Adams Oshiomhole is very well grounded in the politics of Edo. If he didn't miscalculate with the way we handled our issues, APC would have been the only party in Edo as at the moment.
Why do you say he miscalculated?
Because it is as arising from his activities, APC broke down and we lost the governorship. If he didn't disqualify Obaseki, if he had allowed Obaseki to remain in office, if he had allowed us to contest the election as desired by the party members, and as you can see by the electorate. You see, when politicians do things they do, sometimes you wonder whether they are sensitive to the environment around them. Do they know the implications of what they do?
They have their ear to the ground.
Do they have, or if they do, are they listening? It's like the situation we are finding ourselves now. There is a very strong sentiment, rightly or wrongly, against what they have now called imported materials. So for anybody, in spite of that, to begin to propagate that, I think is a big political mistake.
Imported material as what happened 8 years ago, and now we're seeing another...
You're even talking of 8 years. It's 15 years now. Because Comrade Oshiomhole also falls into that category.
Of someone imported?
He was imported. But he has now grounded himself, and as you can see, he has played his politics right. Particularly in Edo North. He controls the location. Specifically, I speak of Etsako. But you have to be sensitive to your environment.
In terms of numbers, which senatorial district has the most numbers in Edo State? Is it north, south, or central?
It's south.
The south.
You know, because everybody converges on south. South is where you have the capital, you have the major tribe, and then a lot of people in search of greener pastures come to the south. That's where everything is happening. Naturally, you have more voters there, but everybody is represented.
In your party, the PDP, well, as of 8th of December, when I did this research, they say there are about 68 aspirants for this election. In your party, the PDP, there are 11. 9 are from Edo Central Senatorial District. There's 1 from the north and 1 from the south. Interestingly, since 1999, Edo Central has never produced a governor. You are from Edo Central. What do you then say to your brothers and sisters from Edo South and Edo North who are hoping or aspiring to be governor?
Edo State arguably is the most homogeneous state in the country. We all derive our origins from Benin. And to that extent, it can be basis for discussion. Like I've always said, politics is about persuasion and negotiation. It is assumed that we're all reasonable people. And in my own personal experience going around, particularly in Edo South, I have seen that there's a lot of sympathy for Edo Central in this regard, across board. To that, so arising from that, I'm not really very worried about it because Edo South have consistently been very sympathetic in terms of equitable standards. If you look, you will find out that Adams Oshiomhole was able to become governor because he had a lot of sympathy from Edo South. They supported him throughout till the end. I expect that the same will apply. I have been told by very senior leaders in Edo South that they consider that it is good for Edo Central to have it, if for nothing else but for equity.
Any of the three parties, the three major parties, that is the APC, the PDP and the Labour Party, are they willing to zone the ticket to Edo Central Senatorial District?
This issue of zoning, it's something that has been topical over time, but I don't think the constitution of the party or even that of the country encourages it. But we can use the word if the intention is to put the discussion such that, a decision can be made. For instance, when Adams Oshomole was nominated, we didn't use the word zoning, but there was an understanding that it should go to Edo North. Hence, it went there. Ditto for Mr. Godwin Obaseki. Once there is a consensus amongst the leadership, then you can say they have zoned it there. But they usually don't use the word zoning, but the understanding is there. It's like now, there seems to be a very strong understanding that it should go to Edo Central by reason of equity.
So I want you to talk about your rivals in the PDP. Major names there, the Deputy Governor, Philip Shaibu. Though in spite of all his troubles, he's been unable to get a straight-up endorsement from the governor. He's going in as well. He is from Edo North. John Yakubu is from Edo Central. Asue Ighodalo is Edo Central like yourself. Who among the 9 people from your party do you consider to be a veritable competitor?
It will be very difficult for me to come up with an answer to this question because each of them has a strong points going for him. I don't think it will be charitable for me to begin to offer an opinion on them and still expect that should it come my way, that they will work with me. So I think it's best to say they are all good men and I just hope that the will of God will prevail.
Do you agree with those who think that the position of a vice president or a deputy governor is, to all intents and purposes, a period of internship, and being a deputy governor for 4 or 8 years puts you in a great place, in good stead, to fight for the governorship seat or the presidential seat?
Well, it's not really an internship position. If you have the requisite political experience and skills, wherever you are, you can contest for governorship. But the deputy governor position exposes you to what is possible if you were governor. And sometimes, because of the way the constitution is couched, they see a lot of retardation on their part. You can see what has happened across the country, not just in Edo. You see that where the president is not disposed to the vice president, he can neutralize that office.
He exists at his pleasure.
Yes, so to a point where even the vice president becomes less, should I say, relevant than some of the paid staff of the president or governor, as the case may be. That is one of those deficiencies within the constitution. But there it is, that is what it is. I will say that whoever takes the position of deputy knows the implications of that office and therefore must strive to play that role as prescribed by the Constitution until amended. But it's a good point. As you can see, the deputy governor, in our case, you can see that he's pulling his weight because he has held office over time. But before then, he has held other offices. So he understands how this game goes. He knows how to campaign. He knows how to put his...
What to say.
You can even see now that he's also trying to make a case why I don't know should have it. So, politics is like that. But I think it's something that gives room for negotiation. You have your position, I have my position. We talk about it. You give me your strong points as to why I should agree with you. That's how it goes. At a point, you may be lucky and it says you have a point there. Once somebody says that to you, it means it's beginning to move towards your end. And where necessary, both of you can shift, meet somewhere in the middle, and then we'll make progress. That's how it works.
We'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. And welcome back. One of the things I find interesting is that, you know, in Nigerian politics, the question that most people ask anyone who's aspiring is, who raised your hand up? It's always very important, the person that takes your hand and says, this is the person that I want. So I'm going back again. If, as you have said, Governor Obaseki says, go ahead, start your work and let's see where it will go. But there are also rumors that he's imported somebody, he's taken him round, introduced him to the leaders of the party. Why would you want to put yourself into that game when the governor seems to have a preferred candidate, even though all parties are playing it down, including Mr. Ighodalo saying today, I'm not the anointed person. I've worked with Adams Oshiomhole, I've also worked with Godwin Obaseki, and that puts me in a good place to try for this governorship seat.
You see, if when I went to see the governor in the first instance,
yes,
to tell him of my aspiration, he had told me, oh, you didn't come on time. I've made my commitment to somebody. Then I would have been put on notice.
Yes.
And this, your question, would have been relevant. It didn't happen. A few months after, he sent for me. I didn't go to him to be updated on my activities in this regard. And by the time I finished with him, he seemed quite satisfied that I was making reasonable progress. At least I believe that is the reason why he said he was going to put some money on me. So at what point did he change his mind, if he did change his mind? And I'm not too sure that having gone round, I have given my word, and people have given me their word, leaders of no mean repute. This is not a time for anybody to suggest any such things to me. And let me say this for the record. The governor or president who can pick his successor must do so with the cooperation and collaboration of leaders. He can't do it alone.
Not unilaterally.
He cannot. He does not even have the powers, not to talk of the capacity.
But you agree with me that a governor or president is only really strong if he can ensure that he puts in a successor.
I don't know about that. There's evidence. Most of them who have put in their successors by willy-nilly,
yes,
have ended up fighting their successors. The ones with the greatest record is the one of Rivers.
Yes.
How many months? And you can see the drama playing itself out. So I don't know what the reason is, but if that is the custom, I am telling you, I have been part of the process for a long time. I have helped governors put in their successors or their chosen successors. And they've only been able to do that where the leadership of the party is in tandem with them. Anything outside that, you may get nomination, but you will never win the election.
Well, I understand that your billboards have been very prominent in the capital city, Benin, and possibly some other areas. I'm still wondering why, as former chairman of APC, you didn't decide to contest under the APC. Now that Adams Oshiomhole, who was the former chairman and who you say was probably responsible for how the APC disintegrated, he's back now in the Senate. He's a very vocal member of the APC. He's close to the president. I think that based on all the positions that you've had under the APC, you would have been best suited to be the candidate of the APC for this election.
But I left the APC.
Is there anything stopping you from having gone back?
The circumstances have not demanded that yet.
You are not worried at all that Governor Obaseki may have changed his mind
about
supporting you and pitched his tent with somebody else?
If I were to worry about that, I won't conduct my campaign. I'm on track. And I still believe Obaseki will support me when the circumstances demand.
By the time you go into primaries and...
Yeah, he could be persuaded. If he is convinced that he has made a mistake, he will correct it. That's normal.
We'll come to the question of delegates. The way I understand this politics, the governor controls the delegates. I don't know if Edo State is any different. If he's not supporting you, how will you woo the delegates to your side? Because politics all over the world is very expensive. Are you prepared financially for this game?
You see, there's a lot of premium paid to finance. But let me just say this. Money does not send itself on an errand. People are more important than money. In politics, you need goodwill, you need finance. I have both. I think I have enough to get this done. But should it be, like you say, the governor puts in all his resources,
yes,
and it becomes a matter of that, then I will allow the people to decide when they go to the election. So as you are measuring it at the ground, also measure at the top.
All right. So can you speak your language? I know that in Edo State there are a few languages, but I think there's a major one. Do you have dialects? What can you speak yours?
I'm Ishan.
You are Ishan.
I'm from Esan land. I speak Ishan fluently. And for greater measure, I also speak Benin very fluently too. So you could say I'm a Benin boy from Ishan.
So if it comes to that on the stage, for a debate or for the primaries, you are well versed in at least 2 languages.
At least 2.
At least 2. Do you think ability to speak a local language should determine if a person should be governor or not? And I'm asking this question because the last governorship election in Lagos State, the candidate of the Labour Party was vilified seriously for his inability to speak Yoruba fluently, whereas he could get by in Igbo language where his mother was from.
Yes.
So where do you stand on that? Do you think ability to speak the local language, even though it's not one of the requirements, the 4 requirements to be governor under the Constitution, you think it should matter?
Well, you know, politics is more about perception. You know, how people perceive you determines what they do for you,
yes,
or against you. Because nobody really knows who will do well. They just believe that this one will do better. And one of the ways by which you convince them is communication. And if you go to your home, any part of Esan land is home to an Esan man, and you can't communicate with your people, I'm sure they will begin to wonder if truly you belong. It is they, it is not me. But if you ask me,
yes,
as an individual, with the exposure that I have, I don't see why speaking a dialect or a language should impede you from carrying out an assignment. I don't think so. But because of the fact that it is about politics,
and politics is local,
it's not the first person to come out who cannot speak his language. We have had very, very prominent politicians who have been able to get by without speaking their language. They've done a lot for their people too, you know, but there it is. If the people say this is what they want, you give them. I tell you this, I could speak Ishan passively until a day there was an event, you know, students of Ambrose Ali University, they had an event in memory of Ambrose Ali.
yes,
And the late Chief Antonio Nauru was the guest speaker. He spoke in Ishan for more than 2 hours without one interjection in English language. And I looked at this man and I said, I'm looking forward to a day when I can address a crowd in Ishan language without interjecting. And I worked for it. And I'm very proud to say that I'm an Esan man. I speak Esan very, very well, fluently, complete with all the adages and the proverbs.
without mixing any small English in it.
Well, I still do a little bit of but.
Yeah.
But we are working towards.
Okay, so, but generally you don't think that it should, you know, debar anyone?
If you ask me, personally, I don't think so.
But the electorate will decide if that's what they want.
They are the ones.
Right, so now let's come to your agenda. In researching you, I've only seen you talk about healthcare, I've seen you talk about security, and I've seen you talk about education. How many sectors are in your agenda?
Oh, my intention is to address all sectors. There could be prioritization, having regards to the resources that are available. Essentially, no one you can really leave out, but
Yes.
you can place emphasis on some of them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look at those ones that have to do with lives, as healthcare, agriculture, because if there's no food security, there can be no security.
Yes.
Yes, and well, you must also look into security, properly so called,
Yes.
because without it, nothing works.
On security, you say you support state police. Right now, it's unconstitutional, you know. So, what is the informal state police system that is in place in Edo that you say can be improved upon?
You know, there was even a time the immediate past president, when he was being asked about security, he put the blame on the governors, who have little or no responsibility over the security apparatus of the country. But that also set the stage for governors to begin to take steps, you know, to protect the lives of their people.
Yes.
Because, you know, the Constitution of Nigeria says that the primary purpose of government is the welfare and security of the citizens. So whatever you do to protect those two cannot be unconstitutional. And that was why I supported fully when Obaseki insisted that there must be a way the state can play a role directly. And that is the birthing of the Edo Security Network, which has now been, you know, supported by the commissioning of a control room. So they are now upgrading, you know, with the use of technology. I won't be surprised if I see drones in a short time. These are all measures that can be taken to even help the regular police. Because you find out that the major threat of security in our places lies in the bushes, in the forest. That's where these kidnappers come from, hiding under the canopy as if they are herdsmen. They are not herdsmen, they are kidnappers. They are terrorists, you know, but they hide under those. So that's why in Edo, there was a policy that nobody should be in the bush. So come and live with people.
Outside.
Yes, so that is one thing that I'm going to passionately pursue. The reason why I talked about improvement, what you find right now, you have a plethora of small units across the local governments in the state. You don't have a regulated force.
Each local government is running its own thing.
In its own way. Even in a local government, you still have small pockets, vigilante, this one, you know. So it's still amorphous, so to speak. I think that for the job they do, it has to be a regimented institution so that you can control, you can monitor, and you can train, you can improve, you can do it, and everything will be done empirically because security is important.
So what are the major security challenges that Edo experiences? You've mentioned kidnapping and people camping in the forest. What else? You know, each state seems to have its own color.
Peculiar, It's a wide range, you know. You still have the regular crimes, you know, stealing, armed robbery.
Yes.
You have some of those. You have communal clashes. You have intra-communal clashes. You have small groups within the community fighting over land and stuff like that. We have serious issues along those lines.
Yes.
So those ones are there. But the major problem, and it's pervasive in the country, the Nigerian police force is not prepared for policing Nigeria. Number one, I believe their numbers are inadequate. Number two, I believe they are ill-equipped. Number three, I believe that the federal government is not investing enough in the police in terms of training, in terms of technological upgrading and updating. Police is the basis for any type of policing in Nigeria. Whatever arrangements we make is only complementary. For instance, what we do now, the major advantage that the local network helps for is intelligence gathering. You know, I was going that way. Those who really know the bushes are the hunters. They know the bushes more than the guys who live there because they stay there. They go into the bush and they stay for
days hunting.
Yes. No policeman
or even soldier will go into the bush if he doesn't know what he's going there for or where he's going. Those are the guys who are able to come up with invaluable intelligence that help to do those kinds of assignments. So it's going to have to be a joint effort. Federal government must prioritize the Nigeria police force. There seems to me to be some, I don't know, to ensure that our police don't work the way they should. You say the governor is the chief security officer, yet he cannot give instructions to a commissioner of police. The commissioner of police takes instructions from his inspector general
in Abuja.
So when the chiefs are down, what happens? So they need to look at all of those things. Let us prioritize the lives of our citizens rather than the powers that we have. And in all of that, more than half of the entire police force goes to VIP protection.
What do you say to those who think that some governors may misuse state police to go against their enemies?
I always say this. A governor may want to misuse power for political advantage. So does the politicians. Not everybody is interested in politics, but everybody is interested in life. And the protection of life, in my opinion, supersedes that of this. Why don't you say that the president is misusing his power over the Nigeria police force or the army? We have had cases like that.
Yes.
We have had presidents who have actually misused their powers. It does not remove, from the essential work that these bodies have been created for. So we are interested in ensuring that our citizens are safe, that they can go about, do their businesses under safe conditions. In Benin now, you have a situation where terrorists have taken over entire villages. The villagers have left it for them. It's disgraceful, to say the very least. It's unacceptable. So the issue of abuse, in my opinion, does not arise. Even with the status quo as it is, what stops a governor having all the resources from calling the police even as it is and using them for the purpose that he wants to use them for? Are there no cases of that nature? So what's the difference? But if we bring them in and they do the job that essentially that they are meant to do, I will be satisfied. And let me also say, even though a lot of people appear to have lost confidence in INEC, but the general belief is that if you are a governor and you have misbehaved, you will be voted out of office. Things will not remain like this all the time. They will improve. At least until this last election, INEC had steadily been gaining a lot of, confidence. It's just this very last one, and there are people asking fundamental questions and so on. But again, look at it. You blame INEC, you blame the police, you blame the judiciary, what is left? And none of these people you are talking about are imported. They are all Nigerians. What does that tell you? Sometimes all this misbehavior and misdemeanors, I hope it's not a culture that is developing in Nigeria. Even you can tell from your own staff. You ask your driver, go and buy me petrol. You give him cash, you will be lucky to get value for money.
And yet we want to elect angels into office.
Do they exist?
Join us again after the break. Welcome back to my concluding moments now with Anselm Ojezuwa. Let's talk about your agenda on education. I read what you said about teachers and
yes.
How in those days teachers would teach all subjects and so on. I was thinking, isn't it a better scheme to have teachers who are specialists in some subjects rather than teachers who just have general knowledge?
If you had the numbers, if you can afford it, that is best. But in the event that you don't, what happens? Will we leave the children like that? That is my question. It is good. I don't even say we should reverse the policy.
Yes.
All I said is to restore teacher training. So where needed, they will do it. I can major in history, But if I have been trained to teach all, where I need to teach, I will teach. We have a situation, at least in some schools in Edo, where you will have a principal and one teacher in a school. Yes! Look, if the federal government were to be honest, they should have declared a state of emergency on our educational institutions, starting from primary schools. How else would you imagine a situation where local governments are being made to pay primary school teachers? Are they their staff? And if they now pay the teachers, they cannot pay their own staff, local government staff. So it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Yeah. You want to solve this problem, you create. They have to be honest with themselves. If they cannot be honest with Nigerians, they have to be honest with themselves. Let's do those things that are fundamental. I cannot even tell you now that if I come, I'm going to reverse that and the state will pay. How do I know that the state can pay? Do I know that the state can pay?
And that's another thing. You know, when a lot of you are campaigning,
yes,
you make promises and pledges, but when you get there, you find that the resources are not there.
But you should know. You should have an idea of the size of the economy you are coming to manage. That is what should inform your manifesto anyway. So even if I don't know with exactitude, I do know that this problem exists. I must proffer some level of solutions, which is what I'm telling you now. So I am assuming that we don't have that resource. The economy is growing, that is true. It might get to a point where we will be able to have this excellent and beautiful idea that you have specialized teachers even at the primary school level. But for right now, we have to do that which is necessary in the interest of our children.
The United Nations says that, governments should spend 26% of their revenue on education. Is that a policy that you probably would seek to use?
I believe that those who come up with those figures, they probably are dealing with developed countries who don't have issues of infrastructure. Look, we don't even produce anymore. We used to produce in the days of marketing boards.
Yes.
We used to produce and we export our produce in their raw form. I'm a critic of that. I don't see why Nigeria should export any of its produce in its raw form. Starting with oil.
Value to
without adding value. You are exporting your jobs. You are exporting your economy. And in Edo, that's one thing I'm going to fight very hard to establish. A policy that says nothing will leave Edo in its raw form. We will encourage a lot of produce because at the moment, we are not in production.
What are the crops that are unique to Edo State?
Edo is unique by itself. We have tropical rainforest. We have some level of savanna. There is nothing you cannot grow in Edo. Cocoa does well in Edo. Palm does well in Edo. Rubber does well in Edo. These are economic crops. We can produce maize, but we are not. We have land in abundance. The IITA has said that the best rice belt in Nigeria is between Agenebode and Ilushi. That's in Edo. Are we producing rice in that quantity? The answer is no, but we should. So by the time we do, even take advantage of our comparative advantages, I believe that the economy will deepen. Right now, Edo economy has grown. No doubt about that. The only question I may ask, how much of that growth has impacted the citizens of Edo directly? Because you see a lot of investment coming from the outside, which means the proceeds will also go out. Wow. But I'm looking for an economy that will grow and impact directly. We have to do it both ways. So when that happens, then we can truly say we are doing well.
Your agricultural security, in talking about that, you talked about food security as well. So I am assuming that you must have a program for that.
Yes, I do. I'm going to take advantage of one thing that Obaseki has done. Obaseki has developed a pathway, a roadmap, a 30-year plan for Edo. We can follow it to prioritize those areas in which I am talking to you now. Those ones that impact directly. That is quick. It has to be done quickly. Livestock production. We can create colonies. I don't know what to call it now. Whether you call it a colony, you call it a cluster, you call it whatever you want to call it. But we can have one cluster, say with about 50 pens, that can produce 250,000 beds, at least once in 2 months. So you have about 6 cycles in a year. That tells you. And all these beds, there will be a processing plant that will be right there to deal with it. Like I told you, our emphasis is going to be nothing lives in its raw form. we can have another cluster, other clusters, because this one has a potential of having at least one in every local government at the end of a period. So if you multiply 250,000 by 18, that tells you what is possible. If you do the same thing for eggs, you will now have maybe egg glut. Then that means an invitation for an investor to come and set up an egg powder factory, knowing that the raw material is readily available. And any more that comes, the more you create. All you have to do is to show the people that this is possible. Once they see that it is possible and profitable, you see everybody coming in. And we have a very, very strong and sympathetic diaspora. We have Edo people, they are so passionate about Edo. They actually send money. Does it not surprise you that the Nigerian economy is still functioning, in spite of all the abuses that we have undergone? You know that the economy should have gone down, but for diaspora intervention. There is that informal economy that makes money available to their relatives. And that is why government is able to do that which they do, and still boast about it. But that diaspora investment can be properly directed to further, infuse into the economy and even make it blossom more. They can then encourage their family members to get involved in these programs. You can imagine somebody who is already a poultry farmer but lacks capacity. Maybe they have 1,000 beds. Now you can tell him, come, take this one and do 5,000. We will invest in the inputs and all that, and then we'll come up with an arrangement that will make the person feel very proud that he is a farmer. Another thing is, we have to change the way by which we farm. We still do what we even admit is called subsistence farming. What do they mean by that?
Just enough to feed yourself and
Do
your family.
they even do that now? Can they do that now? They cannot. Any farmer, properly so-called, should not farm anything less than 2 to 5 hectares. So you can bring a program that will show them how it is done, and thereafter, others will begin to ape them. And before you know it, it catches on. Even this so-called subsistence farming, somebody started by saying, if you bring cutlass, you will be able to cut grass faster. Now the cutlass is not enough. But the population has exploded. So we need to come up with devices and technology that should help us. It may not be tractors. Yes, but it can be handheld tools that will do the job faster. So we want to invest directly in those things.
Healthcare. What are your plans for healthcare?
You see, one thing I've noticed about health is the fact that the cost is getting beyond the reach of even the middle class. And again, that is why I like the idea that Obaseki has introduced health insurance. For whatever reasons, the people haven't really bought into it, but steps are being taken to ensure that they do. But until then, there are some of them who cannot help themselves, the very old and the very young. And perhaps the women. You can come up with a scheme between the state and local governments making contributions, even if it's going to be what you call counterpart funded scheme, whereby if what is required is, say, 18,000, the state and local government can say, okay, we pay 9,000 for every 9,000 you pay.
Yes.
So that you have access to health. But again, when you have access, you now find that we are having serious problems with migration of key medical personnel, doctors and nurses. What is responsible for that? The conditions of service, which has been worsened by the degradation of the naira. Time was when the dollar was 50 kobo. Today, 1 million naira cannot buy $1,000. That is as deficient as our economy has become. So if a doctor knows that he can get so much in dollars or pounds
elsewhere,
and they're actually looking for them, you can't stop it. What do? You have to devise ways. I am thinking we may have to invest in scholarship for those essential professions like doctors and nurses. Because to every scholarship, there's a bond that you have that this person will stay with you for a number of years before they can serve the state. So that gives you ready manpower, and therefore you can distribute them to wherever they are needed. So once you do these two, you may be able to arrive at an acceptable balance. People will have access to health, whether they have money or not. And when they get there, they will have treatment, knowing that the personnel are there.
I also read that you were a beneficiary of bursary,
Yes, I was.
as a university student. Are you going to revive that? There was a time that it was pretty standard in many of the states, especially the old Bendel state, you know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
is it something you're looking at to revive or bring back?
Yeah, it's something clearly that we will have to look at. And the reason is not just because I was a beneficiary.
Yes.
The reason is that the cost of education is not cheap. And with the state of our economy, it's becoming very clear that the state cannot fund tertiary education. Even the federal government is already making plans to let go. Because the realistic picture is that even if the state were to say they want to put in the money, they cannot afford it. So what do? If you take the realistic policies, then you must do something to encourage the children. So it's something that we must look at. But you have to also understand that the population of students at that time is different from the ones that are there now. So we have to also look at that. But I think it's something we need to look at.
So finally, Kenneth Imaswagbon is contesting under the Labour Party, or is aspiring under the Labour Party. He's made a point about people making sure that they don't give tickets to newbies, I think new entrants into politics. And so that brings me to this question that, across board, you've talked about your co-candidates in the PDP. Who would you say in the Labour Party or in the All Progressives Congress do you consider to be a strong competitor going into this race?
You want to ask me the same question in a different way.
That's from
I'm
the
sorry,
APC
I will give you,
and the
I will give you
Party.
the same answer.
Yes.
I am not qualified to, back the scripts when me myself am taking the exams. So I think everybody is strong. It takes a lot of guts and courage to first of all present yourself. But I'm amused by the statement my brother made, because he was once a newbie. And if he had gotten it, he would not have refused it by reason of his newness.
Yes.
So I think the people should decide these things.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ojesua, for
so
spending
much.
60 minutes with me today.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
So bloating is abdominal disorder in the gastric tract. So when you have hair or gas locked up in the gastrointestinal tract, then you have bloating happening to an individual. You have the person bloated. So what you can do in that process is to either, you can take a warm bath. If you're bloated, you can take a warm bath. You can put lemon in your water. But even before you...
Lemon in your drinking water?
Yes, lemon in your drinking water. But even before you even start, bloating could be very, very discomforting. It could cause your stomach walls to be tight, so you could have pains in your tummy. Then you could belch severely, and you can stop that by taking, you can control bloating by taking mint, things that have mint. You can take a warm bath. You can take a walk. You can take fruits like the citrus fruits. You know, lemon is equally in the family of citrus. You can take citrus fruits, you can take banana, you can take kiwi, you can take cantaloupe. You know, they're all good fruits for bloating. You can also take, I think I mentioned you taking mint. You can take anything with mint when you're bloated. Your normal fizzy drink, our everyday fizzy drink, alcohol, you know, causes bloating. Then there's some food that have gas, more gas than the others. So example is beans. So you tend to fat when you take beans. At times, lactose is another thing that causes bloating. So you fat, you're very uncomfortable when you take some of these fruits, then the cruciferous vegetables, example of cruciferous vegetables are lettuce, cabbage, and cauliflower. They're all in the family. They equally cause bloating. However, these are fruits very good to eat for the body because they are high in fiber. So when you take things that are high in fiber, you need to know how to take them so that you're not constipated. So some veggies that causes bloating, for example, your normal lettuce can make you bloated. Cauliflower, cabbage, you know, can make you bloated. While these vegetables are very good for the body, you need to know how to eat them in small portions. Like they always say, too much of everything is bad. So you take everything in little quantities. They are high in fiber. So you don't just concentrate on food that are very high in fiber and you say you're on a diet. No, that's not how it works. So you take a bit of fiber, you take a bit of protein, you take a bit of carbs, everything together, and you have a very good diet. When you eat too much, eating too much can cause bloating. Drinking too much. Really? You know when you're taking water and you're taking it with straw, at times you take it in with some air, so you can be bloated like that. You can take citrus. You can take add a bit of lemon into your water and drink to relieve you. You have your mint leaves. Put mint leaf in water. Take it as a tea. It's equally good. You have your kiwi. Take some kiwi. Chew on them. It will relieve you. You have your grapefruit, your berries. They're equally good. Apple, banana. They are good to combat bloating. Hello, this is the Greater Region and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. No part of Lagos will be left undeveloped. This is a promise from Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The governor made this declaration while on a walking tour and visit to Badagry tourist sites and projects to have first-hand knowledge of the needs and challenges of the people in that area. Governor Sanwo-Olu reiterated his administration's commitment to make the Badagry axis of the state a tourist attraction city. He said the ancient city of Badagry, with many historical and tourist sites, has a lot to offer Lagos State and Nigeria as a whole in terms of tourism potentials. Greater Lagos is indeed rising. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Youths have been reminded that they are leaders not only for tomorrow, but today. As such, must think out of the box, innovate, and unleash their leadership potential. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu stated this at the first Lagos Leadership Summit organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy held at the Konga Place in Lekki. The event, organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, presented an opportunity for inclusive interaction between the old and new generations. Debates, speeches, and panels delved into topics that challenged the mental, emotional, and physical preparations of the youths to take up leadership roles.
When you occupy a position and you belong to an underrepresented demographic, whether you like it or not, you're going to be looked at as an ambassador of that group. You're going to be looked at as a representative of that group. It's not fair, but it is the reality of things. And I think that as young people who have the opportunity to serve, we have to ensure that when we're allowed into these rooms, our character, our behavior, our performance, the way we conduct ourselves, our commitment to work, all of these things should add up in a way that holds the door open for other young people.
Preparation. What's your goal? We've also talked about this morning about knowing you want to be a leader, but what does that leadership look like? What's your vision as a leader? So you must be able to paint that vision, articulate it, and share to as many as you believe will be a part of that journey of leadership with you.
Discussants evaluated how young people currently in leadership positions have inspired impactful changes. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu shared his personal leadership engagement story with the participants. He recalled how at 37 he was appointed into Lagos State Cabinet as special advisor with only private sector experience. The Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, also shared perspectives on leadership and community engagement, strengthening the social fabric of Nigeria.
How do we make sure that we build the institutional structures so that we can, so people have mentioned sustainability. That's exactly what it's saying. So it's not saying that, so for example, if the president, for example, release grains, it's not children in 20 years' time that will eat those grains, it's today. But the question is, what do we do so that we don't need to be releasing grains? So that our children will not go through what we are going through today.
Dr. Hamzat noted that foundation for building a consensus in the community has been jettisoned for individualism. This, the Deputy Governor said, has made parenting significantly deviated from its essential purposes. For his part, Minister for Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, urged the participants to go with the trend of technological advancement.
He noted that the future leadership would be influenced by the industrial revolution that will be taking place in the era.
It was the means that was used back in the days, where leaders had to use the best way to reach people. And those best ways are different from today. If the governor today needs to do anything on taxation, part of his strategy is going to be how much information we're putting on social media, which is something that we didn't do back in those days. So you can see how important technology is. And as a leader, as we think, you can't think of engagement, you can't think of leading without thinking of the implication of technology at the time that you're leading. It's extremely important. So particularly for you to be a successful leader at this time, you must be visionary. There's no leader that can exist in the world we live in today without being a visionary leader. It's impossible. When Mr. President said to us that as a nation, we must cultivate 500,000 hectares of land, a lot of people don't understand where that is coming from. We probably can still remember the campaign era when the president was talking about cultivating maize, and a lot of people thought that was disrespectful. But if you're a leader that is thinking deep, you understand the fact that the biggest supplier of grains in the world, the biggest supplier was coming from around Ukraine. And there was a war between, and still war between Russia and Ukraine, which is affecting the supply of grains globally. And if there's a problem with the supply of grains in the world, it will affect food prices in a country like Nigeria. So how are you a leader if your country can't feed itself? And that was where that thinking was coming from the leader. You must be a visionary leader. Yeah, a round of applause. You must be a visionary leader if you don't understand that in the world we live in today, that there's misinformation because all the people you govern are on social media. And your opponents are going to see the information that may not be true. Your opponents will distort information and put it out there. And before you wake up to see this information, it's already in the hands of millions of people. So how do you manage that as a leader if you're not visionary?
The first Lagos Leadership Summit ignited a new passion and zeal towards charting a new course of action for the country's future. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his commitment to transform the Badagry axis of the state and make it Africa's tourism hub. The governor, who spoke during a walking tour and visit to Badagry tourism sites and projects, said the ancient city of Badagry, with many historical and tourist sites, has a lot to offer in tourism. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was accompanied on the visit by the chairman, CEO of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, members of the Lagos State Executive Council and Lagos State House of Assembly, as well as officials of the Lagos State Diaspora Commission. They visited the slave market, Museum International Vlekete, Badagry, which was recently restored and upgraded by the administration. The visit, according to Governor Sanwo-Olu, was aimed at getting first-hand knowledge of the needs and challenges of the people of the area. He said it was also part of measures aimed at paving the way for continued progress and development of the area. The governor also visited the Badagry Heritage Museum, the seat of the fallen Agio tree where Christianity was first preached in 1842. The first story building in Nigeria, the first Christian burial site, the Hospital Road construction project, and the Old Governor's Lodge, a purpose-built 70-room and hotel complex. Fielding questions from journalists during the working tour, Governor Sanwo-Olu said his administration will complete all ongoing projects in Badagry and restock some of the heritage sites. This, he said, was aimed at telling a compelling story about what Badagry holds for the tourism potential of Nigeria.
Let's come and see things for myself. What are the things we have done? What are additional things that we've spoken about that we need to do? How do we intentionally make Badagry and all of the tourism potential that it has, a real destination? We also went to the old governor's, lodge, where you saw that there is a purpose-built 70-room hotel complex there. And so for us is to complete the ongoing projects that we've seen, to also restore some of the heritage sites that we've seen, and not to completely deface it, but just to restore them, and to generally just preserve what we have, and to be able to speak a very compelling story about what Badagry truly really is and what it holds for the tourism potential of our country.
Speaking further, the governor said his administration will ensure that no part of Lagos is left undeveloped.
We've also seen that Badagry is actually having a major facelift. There are lots of new roads that you've seen, dual carriage routes that are nearing completion. We've all seen it that we came around the last time to open the hospital. We've seen the roads that they've all been done extensively. And indeed, Badagry, I'm very impressed because it's actually wearing a more cleaner road. We all came by road from Lagos, from all the way from Lagos Island, where we all worked together. And you could see that it took us just about an hour, 15 minutes from Lagos all the way driving here back to Badagry. So these are journeys that hitherto will take 3 hours, 3.5 hours. We've experienced it ourselves, and in 1 hour, 15 minutes, we're in Badagry. And you can see the citizens are actually very excited, right? And so really is to make sure that no part of Lagos is left underdeveloped or undeveloped. Right? And tourism being a major cardinal of our team's agenda, I needed to come and see things for myself too, and also help. You saw around the Agia Center that we have like an amphitheater there. There are a few projects here that we also need to complete around the marina here. But I'm satisfied, knowing fully well that we still have a lot of opportunity to do for Nigeria.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also took a boat ride to the point of no return, where slaves were taken to different parts of the world during the slave trade era. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated calls for idea sharing and mutual respect between legislative and executive arm of government as the most assured way to succeed. Governor Sanwo-Olu stated this at the 18th edition of the Executive and Legislative Parley themed Engaging All for Inclusive Governance, Hands On for a Greater Lagos Rising. The Lagos State Executive and Legislative Parley, 18th in a series like previous ones, brought together past and serving members of the state executive and legislature. Organized by the Office of Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, the forum provided opportunity for the elected and appointed members of the state to benefit from the knowledge, experience and wisdom of the leaders who are the forebearers in public service and governance.
It's just to bring the executive and the legislative together to be on the same page, to bring about good synergy on governance. What we notice that those are the two key major de facto in our political terrain. The executives are there, the legislators are there. But what do we do in terms of discourse? How do we bring them together to judge agreeing on purpose on which they can take the state forward?
What this brings about is to feed the people, the stakeholders on the activities of government, and to ensure that we follow up with our campaign promises to better the lot of Lagos State residents and indigenes. I think that it's a forum that gives all of us opportunity to know what is going on. So that when they ask us questions, we'll be able to answer and we'll be able to feed the entire Nigeria of activity mutual understanding and good relationship to all.
Delivering his keynote address, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu commended the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, and the entire lawmakers for their commitment and passion towards ensuring a better Lagos.
And so what we see today is that the philosophy that drives effective and impactful governance is one that recognizes the importance of widening as much as possible the opportunities for citizens and its stakeholders, participating in every state and process of decision-making and implementation. In a participatory democracy which is currently operates, we have a key role to play as representative of our people at various levels. We are actually representing our people, and we are using that platform to create opportunities for them and to also support our individual aspirations. For us to achieve this goal, it is imperative that we continue to work together, understand and harmonize our differences, always on the side of overwhelming majority of our people in line with the manifesto of our party, meaning that our decisions will be driven, like BRF always say, the greatest good is for the greatest number, that always ensure that it is the people that have entrusted us with their lives, with the belief that we being government will make life meaningful for them, will make it better for them, will create an ambience and an environment where security of life and property is paramount, is important, and will create an economy where people can live and breathe, and know that indeed this government is working for them. I wish to acknowledge the fact that both the executive under my able watch and the legislature has continued to maintain an uncompromising posture in pursuit of the vision of a greater Lagos that we see. And I want to say that not only are we in Lagos doing that, our brothers and sisters, our colleagues at the National Assembly are also doing that. We've seen over the years a lot of support, a lot of collaborative effort, a lot of intervention coming from our representatives, at the federal level, who directly also work with us now to identify key gaps in all of the things that we're jointly, doing, and they look for opportunities that they can directly intervene at their own level. And I want to use this opportunity to thank all of them, our senators and our members of the House of Representatives. Please, let's give yourself a round of applause. And to the legislature, the Speaker is not here, but I'm bold to say, and I think BRF also made the point, when we start, especially for members of the executive that are new, and so when that executive was constituted, a couple of months back, and we have to present ourselves, and get clearance and the rest of it. Those are the constitutional responsibility. Those are things that the House of Assembly must perform and must do, with free of mind. And I want to commend them for doing that role. And I want to say that afterwards, they also have a constitutional responsibility, no matter how well we put the budget together, that the Constitution has given them the power to look at it, to deliberate on it, and to issue a bill, an appropriate bill, that becomes a guiding rule for us to pass, our budget. And I want to say and commend the leadership and the members of the Lagos State House of Assembly for always coming through for us, and ensuring that that working tool happens at all times.
The governor promised to maintain a harmonious relationship with the State Assembly, noting that it is good for the executive and the legislative arm to share ideas with mutual respect.
So what we see is that the dividends of a mutual understanding and a collaboration between our executives and the legislature will create, a direct benefit for our citizens. We'll be beginning to see the impact and the import of it on some of the deliverables that happens on the executive side, rail projects, meal projects, food markets, and the rest of it. And that's why we're in government. And like my mom also said earlier when he was speaking, to some people, you're an executive, you're a legislator, you're in government. They really don't want to hear excuses. They don't want to listen, to the fact that you are part of government and you need to be able to own it. You need to be able to defend that government. You need to be able to take proper feedback back to the person that either will fix the problem will resolve the solution or bring about, a problem-solving mechanism. We cannot shy away and try and explain it or excuse it and say that I'm not part of it. You are part of it in one form or the other. You've been elected, you've been appointed, you've identified with us. You are indeed part of government, and we all owe it a responsibility to the citizens to always show up for them and make sure that indeed, when they knock on our doors, we can assist, we can listen to them, and we can help them solve, some of the problems that they have.
In his lead presentation, our former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Fashola, advised the government to reduce levies and taxes as a way of easing the current socio-economic challenges on the residents. Fashola noted that interactions such as this is to build collaboration and provides a forum for the party to know what its government is doing.
Help to demystify each other before each other, and then they eat together, they sit on the same table, they socialize together, and then they realize, okay, this person is not after all different from me. And that can break down the prejudices and the barriers that are preconceived, and then help to focus attention away from the person to the subject. What's he actually saying? Let me listen to him. He dresses like me. He talks like me, so he drinks water too. So let me listen to what he or she is saying, and this is important. So this kind of team building is very, very critical, and it also helps to bring the party into the play, because at the end of the day, the party is the one that owns the government. All the politicians must belong to one party in Nigeria, at least. So, and that they campaign on the manifesto of the party, and this is if you like, a fact-checking exercise, if you will, or something similar to that, where the party is conscious or made aware of what its government is doing, what its elected officials are doing, what they are planning for the people on whose behalf they hold authority.
He maintained that the work is far from being over, especially at the National Assembly, noting that a campaign for special status for Lagos State should be realized.
Give special status to Lagos, but it's the first point of call for anybody coming to Nigeria. So we must enjoy that. Transportation and so on and so on. Now in some areas it takes you 3 hours to get home after work, and so on and so on. So we need to put in more into transportation to make life easy for people. We need to put in more into food so that in Lagos we don't have too much land.
Legislative and civic engagement, Dr. Afolabi Tajuddin recalled that for nearly 2 decades, the executive and legislative party has stood as a cornerstone among numerous programs of the Lagos State government.
On many occasions, if you go to the House of Assembly, if we had met before going to House of Assembly, many of the issues would have been discussed in this type of a forum. And when discussed, by the time we meet, it's just going to be a walkover. So we want, and what it involves, it does not even involve the Lagos State Assembly alone. The National Assembly too, they are here. That is the senators, the senators we have, and the members of House of Reps, they are here. We might have matters of importance to the state. It is them that will help us on their plenary to bring the matter to the floor of House of Reps, get whatever the state wants for them, lobby with other executive members, and make sure that Lagos State is well positioned in whatever area, whatever ramification, and whatever they think, and whatever they think and the government thinks, they can move the state forward.
The 18th edition of the Executive and Legislative Party is themed Engaging All for Inclusive Governance, Hands-On for a Greater Lagos Rising. That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV. Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have an interesting event you would absolutely enjoy. Loving, disciplined, and generous were the words of family and friends to the late Morenike Bode Ogumba, Ni Ogumbawo, at her funeral service at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Anthony Village, Lagos. The 2-day burial ceremony attracted dignitaries, well-wishers from far and wide who converged on Ikorodu for the final burial rites. Our correspondent Paul George was there and brought back the reports.
Men and women, young and old at this congregation wore mournful looks. It was a moment of sadness and celebration of a life well lived by Mrs. Morenike Bode Ogumba. Tributes poured in one after the other from her friends and those who had some experiences with her when she was alive. The son, Aditapo Ogumba, and one of her daughters-in-law, Layo Shola Daniels, spoke about her good deeds, wishing her eternal rest.
My mom was a mother indeed. She practically gave her life for us. She was very tough. She was a disciplinarian, but after 50 years of life, we look back and we realize that that discipline was worth it. And we love her so much. She was so wonderful. And we will miss her, but we know she has gone to a better place to be with the Lord.
She was brutally honest. She knew what she wanted, and more often than not, we may not agree with her, but we always found out that whatever she said was actually the right thing to do. She had a way with people. She was a people lover. Even though she would say she has favorites, she would tell me that the other one is her favorite. Then she'll go to the other one and tell her that I'm her favorite. You can see the children. She raised 4 boys single-handedly, and all of them turned out well. I know that she's already with Jesus.
Her bosom friend and confidant, Adoni Kasim, shed tears as she recounted great memories of her.
I miss her so much.
Meanwhile, the senior pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Conrad Meime, gave exhortations from the book of James, chapter 4, verse 13 and 14.
She was a frank someone. She would tell you the truth. It doesn't matter whether you agree or you don't agree with her. In my marriage, she helped me. I'm going to Jerusalem. She was the one that facilitated my journey. She told me that when she comes back, she will make sure that that Labour did my own. I miss her. Ibi wájú tó kọjú sí kò ní fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ o, kò ní jọ̀kùn, kò ní jèkò lóhun tó ń jẹ lọ́hùn ló máa bá wọn jẹ.
The scripture we just read in James chapter 4 says, "You who have made plans for tomorrow, how do you know what your life will be like tomorrow?"
The next day, well-wishers converged on Ikorodu for the burial proper. The pallbearer, in celebration of the late Mommy Ogumba, as some called her, displayed their dancing steps, adding color to the ceremony. The senior pastor of the Fountain of Living Waters, Pastor Meime, prayed. Tears followed as her remains were finally committed to Mother Earth. The celebration of life continued with a reception after a short service held for the late MBO. The second son of the deceased, Adeyinka Shomotun, said if reincarnation was possible, he would want her mother back. Other members of the family, Victoria Omoboale Ogumbanwo and Owolabi Ogumbanwo, also paid tributes to their late sister.
Apart from our biological children, there are a lot of other people who call her mom that she, basically adopted and sowed into their lives and was a blessing to them. So I know that's a lot, but my mother was many things, and there are many things I will remember her for. If I could choose all over again, 100% I'll choose her to be my mom. We just want her to continue to rest in the bosom of our Lord and Savior.
She does not condone nonsense. If you say anything, she will scold you immediately. That is her. So she's a good woman. Very good. Well, I wish her safe journey.
When you look at her, you have seen our mother. There's no good thing to say about that than it is well with her. And even in her death, we will still continue to love her.
Morenike Bode Ogumba Ni Ogumbanwo was born on March 8, 1941 in Shagamu to Mr. Emmanuel Adebayo Ogumbanwo and Madam Ramotu Ogumbanwo. She died on December 26, 2003. Paul George plus TV News.
For your mercies never fail. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake till I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of its founder, Chief James Aboderin, as part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was turning alluring and mesmerizing with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers, and serene music. People of all strata graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emuwa, said the dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were a bit idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Aboderin decided to establish and found Punch.
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality's limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climate such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you. to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger, and that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes, and all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I'm a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept government and every stakeholders in check. To me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodeni.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes, and like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
Some people keep to me. Guess I'm on my way. I could just stay. Stuck on you. Been up for too long. I guess it's time for me to come home. Guess I'm on my way. So listen, now on my mind, you can wait around home and lie to me. Guess I'm on my way. I can let you stay.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity ball and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street,
nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now. They have no skills. So the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eating. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilon Shele. Baba mi. Shebi na me dey park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make he reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as he dey reverse back, now I tell him make he cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy. I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erewa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcased the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is advanced in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days, I love music. So I started working in a pure water company, where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session, go to shows before you buy one or two, bus score for you to wear money don't finish, I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
Like what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant, yeah. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
Where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, everything went well for me. But thank God, after the OSU, so many dirty jobs that I did then, but thank God today I'm here, Even
while I was Waji, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house, I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, and sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you, you said go find how you go. You understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, work and give my daughter something, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There was no question that that was the most important moment and sentence that was being said and became central to the whole Beijing Women's Conference.
I remember it felt very exciting, almost like a Woodstock for women or something. It was breaking new ground.
It was the biggest gathering of governments which committed to gender equality.
It was just completely transformational for me. It was this sort of pivot point where all of a sudden the path appeared.
I was there, and it changed me. I'm Sally Field. The 4th UN Women's Conference in Beijing inspired me to take a bigger role in women's rights. We've made great strides over the past 20 years, but a vast distance lies ahead. The women you are about to meet are true global leaders, groundbreakers, innovators, agents of change. We began our journey in China with Peggy Liu, a leading voice in the environmental movement. Peggy is taking steps to make a more green China and in turn help our planet. She brings together the best minds to create innovative and sustainable solutions for China and the world.
We're in the midst of a huge urbanization boom in China. 40 years of building city after city. But what happens to these places? What happens to the soul of our city? You've really seen nothing like it until you land in China and you take a look at the skyline.
To deal with China's growing pains from unprecedented economic growth, Peggy Liu, an MIT-educated engineer, started JUICE, or Joint U.S.-China Collaboration on Clean Energy.
JUICE is a nonprofit organization, really a volunteer organization of some of the top experts around the world who want to help China go green as fast as possible.
Peggy brings together top international experts and Chinese officials to discuss new ideas and technologies to solve China's environmental problems. Peggy's upbringing and heritage helped her move seamlessly across cultures.
Just being born Chinese in America has helped me figure out how to be a cultural bridge.
Her first major accomplishment was to accelerate the adoption of smart grid in China.
Because it allows us to put more solar and wind energy onto a traditional grid. It reduces the need for buildup of power plants. Since we introduced this to China, China has really become the leader in investing in smart grid technologies around the world.
Peggy began promoting clean energy in China, but over the years has expanded her work.
Livability is the single biggest challenge. We need to make sure that we have shared spaces for these tens of millions of people that are coming into China's cities.
In order to accomplish this, JUICE reaches out to mayors, as Peggy explained in a recent TED Talk.
In China, one of the most effective channels is to teach government leaders about how they can build the China dream as they're building new cities, as they're building 226 cities with 1 million or more people. Now, the power of this is that in a short amount of time, we've been able to reach out to over 900 mayors. And these mayors might have 1 million people, they might have 30 million people in one single city.
Mayors can impact the environmental policies in China in the short term, but the long-term sustainability will depend on the actions of future generations.
Before you add any sugar, try it.
We can teach children how to make a huge impact in climate change through their stomachs. So we created a new way to eat, or teaching them how to eat in a way that's good for you and good for the planet. As a mother, like hopefully every parent, I do feel a personal responsibility to make a change in the world, to leave a better world for my kids and their kids.
To Peggy, China's crisis is both personal and urgent.
I know you've heard and seen these ugly pictures of pollution in China, and yes, this is affecting the rest of the world. 25% of the particulate matter in Los Angeles, for example, is drifting there from China. So we know that we need to win this battle on pollution. We need to win this battle on clean energy. But to do that, we really need to learn how to capture the essence and the beauty of Chinese heritage while we chase this urbanization and modernization.
Perhaps bamboo, which is fast growing, strong, and beautiful, is the best metaphor for Peggy's vision for China.
Bamboo is really symbolic of the type of nature that we need to preserve in the cities as we urbanize. We need to bring to life the soul of bamboo, but in our concrete jungles. The single step that led me on this journey was actually an accidental one. Chinese have this saying, it's called 缘分 or fate, and I really feel like juice has been my calling.
Katie Myler founded Liberia's first tuition-free school for underprivileged girls. Building educational infrastructure in Liberia was challenge enough, but she soon faced something more formidable: Ebola. A great leader presses on in even the most difficult of situations. That's exactly what Katie did during the epidemic. Fighting on the front lines against Ebola was worth the risk because it meant protecting her girls.
I think that no matter where you go in the world, we are humanity and we're all the same. Each of us has a calling in our life, and for whatever reason, I was brought to Liberia when I was 23 and I saw a need that I knew that I could do something about, and I couldn't turn my back on it. Liberia is a beautiful place, but it's full of struggle. It was a country that has been devastated by war.
In post-war Liberia, 2/3 of the country lives in poverty. Only 35% of children are in school, and 42% suffer chronic malnutrition.
You know, I think I do see myself oftentimes in these kids, and whether that's right or wrong, it's the truth. I think that's empathy has a lot to do with, what drives me. And I grew up poor in America, but despite the poverty that we lived in, there were safety nets.
Katie started the More Than Me organization in Liberia to provide some of the support she had.
It's about living for something bigger than just yourself.
You studying hard? Yes. I want to see you people reading plenty. It's important you can read well. If you read, you can teach yourself anything you want.
We focus on the most vulnerable young girls in Liberia, specifically in a slum called West Point. It has one of the highest rates of child exploitation, sexual exploitation in West Africa. We have our own academy for these young girls. Our mission was really to make sure that when they graduate that they have real choices. They can decide what comes next for their own lives. We believe that no young girl should be on the streets, when her biggest dream is to go to school.
As More Than Me Academy wrapped up its inaugural school year, the Ebola outbreak hit and shut it down.
There's a baby on the verge of death.
Katie turned her school into a first response unit to aid Ebola victims at Ground Zero.
I had spent 6 months on the front lines fighting in the community. People were afraid. Businesses shut down. International organizations left. It was scary. I was afraid for the lives of our students. To be honest with you, I was afraid that Liberian existence was at risk. So we coordinated ambulance responses and worked with the Ministry of Health to hire nurses and medical staff.
I will come and get you. You will be okay, okay?
We rescued and took care of orphans that had been abandoned.
We'll take care of you. All right?
Ambulances took as long as 4 days to reach Ebola victims. Katie cut that time down to 30 minutes.
When I talk about Ebola, it's still pretty raw. There's definitely moments that will never leave me for the rest of my life. One was this little boy named Charlie. I remember, I left people laying outside of the holding center just dying. I felt like vomiting. I felt like I had to go back, so I did. I went to the grocery store and I bought ice cream and I bought toys, and I went back later that night and I went looking for Charlie. I handed out ice cream and toys and sang and prayed with people as they were dying, squashing through the vomit and the blood. And I found Charlie, and I put a blanket on him. It was time to go, and I was like, I can't leave him here. And so I left, and I never saw him again.
In the wake of Ebola, Katie's looking beyond the epidemic to help aid Liberia's recovery.
What's scarier than Ebola is what happened before Ebola and what will continue to happen after Ebola is out of the news. You know, unless you fix the infrastructure of the country, starting with basic education, nothing is going to change. You're just treating symptoms.
Katie's focus continues to be on education.
I'm working with everything that I have to make sure that we rebuild education in Liberia so that we can protect our girls and the women of Liberia long term. It's about coming together with different people and joining hands to make sure that we do everything that we can, to create a more beautiful world.
I want to know that my life has purpose.
I believe we all have a blinking light inside of us, and that light leads the way, and I'm following that light.
I'm gonna take you places, show you faces that you've never dreamed.
Sharon Bhagwan Rolls was in Beijing in 1995. Galvanized by the experience, she has made it her life's mission to give the women of Fiji a voice. Sharon provides women with access to radio so they can broadcast and promote gender equality. She empowers women and girls to make decisions so they can be heard on the island and around the world. Sharon is an agent of change.
We love this country. We've got from the beaches to beautiful mountains, we've got this amazing geographical structure that you don't have to go anywhere beyond Fiji to enjoy the Pacific.
Fiji's landscape may be beautiful, but it has one of the largest gender gaps in the world, according to the 2014 Global Gender Gap Report.
Decisions aren't being made for or by women. If you look at all our governance structures, traditional, local, even parliamentary, we haven't seen any change in addressing the gaps in decision making. So that's a big problem politically.
A problem rooted in the patriarchal society of Fiji.
We are women. We stay in the village. We will respect the elders. When they talk, we have to keep our mouth shut. We want to be empowered because as women, we got all these powers. We got the talent. We can talk. We can raise our voice to be heard.
To give women a chance to express their viewpoints and share their stories, Sharon launched a community radio initiative in 2004.
On Fem Talk 89 FM, I'm Sharon Bhagwan Rolls, and it's time for a special program, our Lambasa Women...
Sharon used a simple yet powerful tool, the suitcase radio. It's both portable and easy to use.
It's literally a whole radio station in a suitcase that weighs up to about 20 kilos, and we've been able to travel around Fiji into rural centers and taking our community radio station to women in the communities. It's meant that the local issues have been discussed. It's just given women that chance to talk, to speak out, to overcome those traditional barriers of participation and decision making, and to value their voice, and for us to demonstrate that you don't need to be highly educated to have something to say. Regardless of who you are, your voice counts.
My issues, there are times I face discrimination. When I talk, they seem to think, oh, she's disabled, well, who is she to talk to me? And there are times I cried, and it's just a big challenge for me.
Sharon turned the suitcase radio into a platform for programming central to Fiji's women's movement.
If I just look at women's programs, you suddenly had women's programs with DJs or personalities reading recipes out of Women's Weekly, rather than we still needed assistance in terms of the development issues. So the poverty of information is that the airwaves not being dedicated to the kind of information that could liberate women, that could alleviate some of the poverty that they experience.
We are left out. We need more workshops whereby women to be taught how to live in a society where issues like budget to live on $20 to $30 a week, to live on what they can produce, right? To share one another's burden.
Thank you. And you have been listening to Femme Talk 89 FM, coming to you live from Nandi.
Today, a network of volunteers is taking an active lead in FemLink Pacific and its radio station.
This week, 32 women leaders, all
And it's been bridging the divide between what's in the capital city and not being heard, and that opportunity for women within their communities from where they live to talk about issues of local priority, but when you connect it all, is a national agenda. I firmly believe that the more women are participating, not just in decision-making within the women's movement, but in broader civil society, in all governance structures, we can have a more peaceful country and a more peaceful world.
From her earliest days in Japan, Dr. Sachiko Kuno has trailblazed her own path and created her own opportunities. Dr. Kuno's love for science and sheer determination drove her to break societal barriers. She co-founded a multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical business that spans from her native Japan to her home in the United States. Now, Dr. Kuno pays her good fortune forward to inspire the next generation of innovators.
My journey started in Kyoto. I think Kyoto is a traditional city, but at the same time, very innovative, creative city. Kyoto has some sort of power to inspire people to think about something new.
Dr. Sachiko Kuno infuses Kyoto's power into everything that she does. Trained as a biochemist, Sachiko and her husband, Dr. Ueno, discovered life-changing glaucoma drugs. She defied the expectations of her times, beginning at Kyoto University.
I entered into the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, so that I was only one female among the class, and the 50 people. Expectation in the 1970s for the girl or the women in Japan is definitely to grow as a good woman and to be the good wife and to be the good mother. I felt there's some sort of loneliness or that to be isolated from the other people.
After relocating to the United States, Sachiko and her husband established successful biotech companies. What began as a way to express their love for art and science grew into the creation of the S&R Foundation. The S&R Foundation in Washington, D.C. inspires innovation and empowers excellence in arts, science, and social entrepreneurship.
So that is the ecosystem which can be given to the young social entrepreneur to think about and how they can achieve the challenges and to solve 21st century problem. We are supporting fearless social entrepreneurs and who are thinking to change the world.
Diana Sierra is one of these fearless social entrepreneurs. She is a fellow of the Foundation's Halcyon Incubator, helping those looking to change the world for the better. Diana created the social enterprise Be Girl to overcome menstruation stigma and empower women and girls. Be Girl designs affordable and reusable sanitary products for women and girls everywhere, including these students in Ethiopia.
Menstruation can be a very simple thing for some people who have access to proper management materials, but if you don't have them, it could be a burden, a huge burden. So we want to have a better understanding of the type of challenges that girls face and make things better.
I had a dream, I had a vision. I wanted to keep girls in school.
You said that you miss class, right? Where you have your menstruation. Tell me how many days you miss and how and why.
Some people, I always miss like
dream these.
Sachiko's SNR Foundation is helping make dreams, like Diana's, a reality.
Here you have an infrastructure, you have the business plan, you have the chance to pitch to other people and show them your project, get advice. It's an amazing platform for entrepreneurs to really take their ideas to the next level.
I was supported by many people when I was young, and many people who believe in my talent and capability and potential. So I just want to do the same thing to the next generation.
India's infant mortality rate is among the world's highest. As a child in Mumbai's public housing, Dr. Aparna Hegde saw firsthand how a woman's health declines if she can't get access to information. Her novel approach turns the universal mobile phone into a prenatal care device for expectant mothers. Dr. Hegde's use of modern technology is closing the gaps in India's healthcare system so that women and children can thrive.
This is my favorite spot in Mumbai. You know why that is? It's a great equalizer. It is a spot that gives both the rich and the poor solace. You'll have the biggest millionaire sitting next to the poorest person from the slum of Dharavi, and they'll be sitting in silent communion.
But the rest of Mumbai is marred by inequality. Dr. Aparna Hegde realized this early in life, growing up in a lower middle-class neighborhood as a daughter of migrant parents.
The one striking part of Mumbai city is extreme disparity of the human existence. However, it's a city where every dream is possible. The only thing you need to do is to keep going. If you stop, you're mowed down.
Despite the odds, Aparna kept moving and became a doctor specializing in urogynecology.
The city of Mumbai gave me everything, and I really want to give back.
Aparna decided to give back to Mumbai by addressing the huge divide in healthcare information available to the haves and have-nots. While working in an overcrowded public hospital, she realized that information can be a lifesaver for pregnant women living in the slums.
When we were sitting in these antenatal OPDs and they were extremely crowded, 200 women waiting outside for us, and I had no time to counsel them. And I would see that because of lack of access to counseling, women would not come back for antenatal care and only come back to die in labor.
The lack of information to India's urban poor is a major reason the country has high rates of maternal and infant mortality.
A woman dies in childbirth every 10 minutes in India. 2 newborns die every 3 minutes in India. More than 300,000 infants do not live for more than 1 day after birth. So I realized that, I had to do something to give them information. And then I suddenly realized that there are, maybe these women had phones. There are more phones in India than toilets. So why couldn't I use a phone to reach across to her in a cost-effective manner with the information she required?
To provide simple yet life-saving information to poor pregnant women and mothers with mobile phones, Aparna started the non-profit Arman and a program called M-Mitra, or Mobile Mitra.
Mobile Mitra is an automated voice call service that sends timed and targeted preventive care information directly to the phones of the enrolled women through pregnancy and infancy and their chosen time slot and language. We also have a call center. If a phone number has changed or a time slot has changed, a woman can give a call to our call center and a call center personnel calls her back.
फ़ोन से मुझे पता चलता है कि क्या होने वाला है क्या नहीं तो इससे टेंशन नहीं आता
यम मित्रा से हमको मतलब मेरे वाइफ को तो बड़ा बेनिफिट हुआ है मतलब उसको पता चलता है कि क्या-क्या होने वाला है क्या-क्या केयर करना पड़ता है
Access to preventive care information and access to health care is a fundamental right that I would like every woman and child of India to have access to.
To realize her dreams, Aparna has expanded the program to rural India.
So we are going right now to Solapur. Solapur is a small town in rural Maharashtra which is around 450 kilometers from Mumbai. The need for our services is more in rural India. The hospitals are very far. Transportation to the hospitals is very difficult. And when you go to the hospital, care is apathetic. So we convert village women into health entrepreneurs. So they go home to home and provide this care after work hours. And these health entrepreneurs are taught to do antenatal and infancy care, along with performing diagnostic investigations like blood pressure, hemoglobin, urine test. In rural India, in addition to voice calls, we've also added animations, because animations help to involve the whole family in the health care of the mother and child.
In just 6 months, Mitra has reached over 80,000 women. Aparna plans to reach 1 million women in the next 3 years.
And when I went back to Maharashtra this time, and some Arogya Sakhi came and told me that she had named her child Maitra, because she knew that Mobile Mitra had actually ensured that her child was healthy at the time of birth. It really inspires me and makes me feel hopeful for what is possible, because for all India's problems, things are possible here.
These women from around the world are leading the way to challenge the status quo and motivate the next generation. They're doing their part to close the gender gap, empower women, and create a healthier future. The 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing ignited a movement. These women embody the progress made over the last 20 years and continue to be part of that journey. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I think one of my proudest moments is that I was lucky enough to go to Beijing, to be part of that journey, and to now know that the journey has been moving ahead.
Equality can't happen overnight. There are steps. One of the first major steps is educating, providing education, literacy to women and girls all over the world.
If women are empowered and they're included, economic development will have a much, much better chance to advance.
We are still on this road. Some of us are farther ahead in the progress we've made in our countries. Others are farther behind, but we're all on this road together.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Workers' Day. Increasing minimum wage won't worsen inflation. TUC. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. Workers' Day. Increasing minimum wage won't worsen inflation. TUC. The ongoing negotiations for a new minimum wage have been lingering following the inability of the federal government, state governments, private sector, and organized labor to reach a consensus on the issue. President Bola Tinubu gave this indication in his speech during this year's International Workers' Day celebration in Abuja on Wednesday. The President of Nigeria had in January set up a tripartite committee consisting of the governments, that is federal and states, labor and private sector representatives to review the 30,000 naira minimum wage introduced by former President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, which technically expired on the 17th of last month. The government failed to announce the new minimum wage at the May Day celebration on Wednesday, as it had not accepted labor's demand, or indeed a conclusion had not been reached by the tripartite committee. Also, the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Ononuga, in an interview, faulted workers' insistence on the 615,000 naira minimum wage. He said the government and labor unions had not agreed on the amount for the minimum wage. But the president of Nigeria Labour Congress, Joe Ajero, defended workers' demand, insisting that the organized labor would not accept any amount that would impoverish its members, while his counterpart, President of the Trade Union Congress, TUC, Festus Osifo, says increasing the minimum wage for civil servants from 30,000 naira to 615,000 naira won't worsen Nigeria's inflation rate, which stood at 33.20% as of March 2024. Comrade Osifo said the organized labor proposed 615,000 as the new minimum wage for workers to confront current socioeconomic realities, a view backed by Nigeria Labour Congress NLC's leader, Joe Ajero. In an interview on Wednesday, the NLC boss said the proposed 615,000 naira minimum wage was arrived at after an analysis of the current economic situation and the needs of an average Nigerian family of 6. He said the last minimum wage of 30,000 naira expired on April 18th. He described as mischievous the pay rise of between 25 to 35% for civil servants across various consolidated salary structures announced by the federal government on Tuesday.
We have pressed for a 2-year lifespan for the new act with automatic adjustment triggered by inflation suppressing 7.5%. Every employer with 5 employees and above must comply. We demand robust monitoring and strict penalties for non-compliant state governments. We have based our figures on real data gathered from responses nationwide, ensuring that our demand reflects the true cost of living for an average family. Our message is clear. Anything less than a living wage condemns workers to poverty.
That the government restrain itself from the use of violence in civil engagement within the industrial relations sphere. An immediate reversal of the unilateral hike in electricity tariff, enthronement of service reflective tariff, and stoppage of segregation of consumers.
We are now being joined by Lagos State NLC Chairperson, Comrade Funmi Shesi, journalist, PDP chieftain, Larry Olayinka from Osun State has also joined us. We also have joining us two economists, Paul Alaje and Opeyemi Taiwo. Ladies first, let's start with the chairperson of Lagos NLC. Comrade Shesi, how would you want to further make the point that your colleagues made at the rally in Abuja yesterday?
Thank you very much. And once again, let me greet Nigerian workers a happy Workers' Day yesterday. Well, our expectation was cut short yesterday. We were expecting an announcement of a living wage to the workers across the nation from the presidency, from the federal government. But nothing like that happened yesterday. And we know that it will happen like that because the labor leaders have been coming out to come and condemn the lackadaisical attitude of the federal government in foot dragging to the extent that the conclusion of the minimum wage tripartite committee is still yet on hold. So we know that since there was no conclusion of the committee work, we also know that there might be no announcement that yesterday. The NLC and the TUC leadership, they have come together to agree on a living wage that will be just be the best for the workers with the socioeconomic indices and the parameters that were used to calculate the minimum wage that will be commensurate with the job that Nigerians are offering currently and the socioeconomic situation. So 615,000 naira has been agreed by the both labor centers that this is what will be best for the workers in this country. I support that idea. But having said that too, the tripartite committee, they are still discussing, they are on the negotiation table, on the side of the workers, on the side of the government, and also on the side of the employers of labor, both in the public and the private sector. Let all of them sit down without further delay and let them come up with something
it is just inevitable that one must ask you that do you, as a labor leader, truly believe that this economy can accommodate a minimum wage of 615,000 naira? Or is this a negotiation or a negotiating strategy by the labor movement? What's your honest belief?
We are still on the negotiation table. Anything could happen. It's just a proposal, and it's just in 2019, labor proposed something higher than what was finally agreed upon by the committee that negotiated then. So we are still on the negotiation table, and but the only thing that we are asking is for a fair deal from all the sides. The labor should be fair to the employers of labor. Employers of labor as well should also be fair to labor, and also the government should be fair to both the employers of labor and to labor itself.
Okay, so, I'll come back to
but we are not stiff-necked, and we are not having a hard shoulder. So it's just a negotiation, and we are still negotiating.
Okay, I'll come back to you, comrade. Let me go to your colleague on this show. Larry Olayinka, you being a chieftain of the PDP, and it does seem that the PDP is playing the opportunism card on this issue because your presidential candidate in the last presidential elections and the official spokesperson of your party, indeed, what the official spokesperson of your party said yesterday was a borderline, like pushing the envelope in the direction of calling for anarchy. So, what is your own personal take of this imbroglio between Labour and the government, federal and states, on the issue of minimum wage?
Well, thanks for having me this evening. My position is not too different from the position of the Labour movement. I only disagree with the Labour movement on the issue of what they are proposing. 615,000 naira as minimum wage, to me, is way far ridiculous. It's something that I don't think anyone can even sit down and begin to discuss. Aside that, you agree with me that for instance, someone who was earning like 100,000 naira per month this time last year, if you see any the same 100,000 naira per month this year now, what is earning is in the region of, like, the value of that 100,000 naira is in the region of 25,000 naira last year. So I don't believe that Nigerian workers should remain at the level of salary that they were last year. But I do also believe that labor movement should be about salary increment all the time. We've been increasing salary and nothing has changed. Because the moment you get to increase salary, even what we are buying now will increase, like triple almost immediately. So to me, I don't see increment of salary as solution to anything. It has never solved any problem. And even if you increase salary, if we increase minimum wage to 1 million now, it will not solve any problem. Because inflation will go alongside that increment. And again, I don't know how the labor movement, how they are handling this, because all along salary increment has always been about public service, government workers. What happened to that person that is working in a beer parlor, for instance? What happened to that worker that is working in a laundry? What happened to that worker that is working in a supermarket? As of today, we see people that receive as cheap as 20,000 naira per month. What is the labor movement doing about them? So it's not just about coming up labor movement. You are talking about federal government workers, state government workers. What about the workers you talk about organized private sector, the one that are organized? What about the one that are not organized? What about the one that you cannot even see? So to me, I agree that there should be review of salary across board, both in the private and public sector. But I don't agree with this notion of because if we are going to be honest with ourselves, the level of inflation that we've had, because I'm not educated as in the area of statistics, but I can tell you that from this place that I'm talking from in Abuja here, from here to the airport this time last year, boat will take me 3,600 naira from here to the airport. Today, from here to the airport, the same boat will take me like 10,000 naira. So if you take 10 naira, 3,000, it's like 300% increment, or I think it's like 200% increment. So, and that is what has happened to almost every sector. Petrol was like, I think was 165 or so. It is now like 600, 700. Well, so if you are looking at it from that angle, something that was sold for 200 naira before is now being sold for 600 naira. So can we now marry that with request with demand for 615,000 naira? We look at what we were buying before. What are we buying now? What we were buying before was 100 naira. We are buying 300 naira now. So it means that if your salary was 30,000 naira before, it should now be like 90,000 naira. That is my own layman. I'm not an economist. I'm just a journalist. So that's my own layman. I believe, I agree that there should be review of salary of Nigerians across board. I also want to believe that.
How would you want to respond to the fact that the federal government unilaterally, without necessarily forsaking its participation in the tripartite committee, the federal government unilaterally made an increase in the consolidated salary structure. So how would you want to respond to that? And on that,
well, as for me, that shouldn't have happened. There was a committee set up by the government. The committee was sitting. I believe that whatever should come out as the new minimum wage to be as a result of the work of the committee. I also want to say that the federal government did that just the way Labour also did their own, asking for 615. Is it everybody like the Lagos NLC chairman just said? Everybody is looking for negotiation. I believe that the federal government also pushed that to the table. So you have pushed 615. Let me also put at 5%, so that we have something to begin to now talk about. Is everybody?
Okay, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Larry. Let me go to the comrade. Lady comrade, your colleague believes that the prayer or the request I'll come back to you, Lady comrade. We have an economist joining us now, Paul Alaje. Paul, welcome to Plus Politics. Is Paul there? Paul Alaje? Okay, in the interim, I'll go back to Lady comrade Shesi. On the one hand, your colleague Larry believes that the 615 proposition was to him a bit outrageous, quite unrealistic, and that like most reasonable persons have also opined that this will just be a galvanizing force to the inflationary trend, that giving a good life to workers should not necessarily revolve around salary increment alone. How would you want to respond to that, Comrade Shesi?
Thank you very much. My heart bleeds sometimes when people react, and their reaction is that they should throw food to the labor as they throw to a dog. They should just throw something to the labor. And then people don't really think that labor, they deserve to have a living wage. So if you have to look at the current realities on ground now, what do people really think that would be the best for labor as the minimum wage? We know what is the best for us now, because we are also going to the market. If you have to look at those, we have three arms of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. How much is the salary of a legislator? How much is the salary of a senator in this country? And they did not create a separate market for labor, for workers, for laborers like us. No separate market. As they are human beings, we are also human beings. We also deserve a good life. We deserve to also give a good life to our offspring too, our children and our family. They also deserve the best. So who is now thinking that we don't deserve the best of life, that we don't deserve the best of everything? Those who are in the government, those who are leading us, their children are not country, they are outside. So when we are thinking about, we also deserve the best. If you believe that 615,000 is not the best, what do they think is the best for us?
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Fortunately, we have two economists who have joined us now. Paul Alaje, good to see you. Good again.
Thank you so very much for having me. A beautiful evening to you, sir.
Wish you same. Paul, I've been talking to partisans since the program started, because Lady Comrade Shesi, who is the chairperson of NLC Lagos State, inevitably in matters like this will be a partisan. My friend Larry Olayinka is a non-chieftain of the PDP. Now talking to a professional and an economist who should be dispassionate and not partisan about issues. What is your take of this imbroglio between organized labor, the private sector, organized private sector, and the governments, federal and state, particularly on the proposition of labor that what they believe to be reasonable take-home pay is 615,000 naira. I would want to respond. I would want to fire your open salvo.
Well, labor, they said they want 615,000 naira, or 40 or whatever amount they want, over 600. When they do that, know that the price of a bag of rice will range between 400 to about 700,000. This is because when the first, hello, are you still with me, sir?
We are perfectly with you. We're perfectly with you.
Hello. So because this is because when you check the history of minimum wage in Nigeria, and you want to start that from 1981, when minimum wage for the first time was fixed as 125, it was about 50% of that was a bag of rice, and that was equivalent of $204 when the first time minimum wage was fixed in Nigeria. Subsequently,
go ahead, we can hear you.
Subsequently, minimum wage was increased to 250 in 1991. In 2004, minimum wage was increased to 5,500 in Nigeria. After that, we saw minimum wage got increased to 9,000. After that, in 2011, minimum wage went to 18,000. So at the time it was 18,000, exchange rate has also improved significantly, even though it was a much devalued exchange rate that we had at the time. In 2018, however, to 19, when we have President Buhari in office, a commission was set up where minimum wage also went to 30,000 naira. And unfortunately, that is the minimum wage we still have in Nigeria today. When this was done, a bag of rice was 9,300. And we now saw the major devaluation in price of bag of rice to about 16,000. Eventually, bag of rice at 16,000, government agreed was going to pay 30,000 minimum wage, as if those were not enough. What we have seen today is that even government improved minimum wage to about 40,000. When you convert that to the dollar, and this is just the beginning of my conversation, I don't know how much time I have, you need to do this in the context of today's reality of what exchange rate is and the commodity I've used over time, which is the bag of rice. A bag of rice today is in fact more than 60,000 naira. In some markets, 70,000 naira, 60,000 naira. If you look at exchange rate, as of today, naira was about 1,390. To be charitable, you say 1,050. Now, how much in dollar are we paying labor? Perhaps we are paying labor about $30 per month. What does that mean? We are paying labor $30 per month, means we are paying $1 per day. Now, what does the UNDP say? What is the recommendation? For somebody who will be out of poverty, the person must earn at least $1.95. In Nigeria, what we are paying people today at 40,500 is to keep people in poverty. What therefore is the practice over the years? The practice should be that minimum wage have always stayed between 98 or 100 to about 200. Therefore, the advice to federal government and indeed organized labor is to look within that limit of maybe 100,000 to about 220,000. It will not be 150,000.
Sorry. Polalaje,
600,000, unfortunately,
Paul,
not visible.
I'll come back. Inevitably, I'll come back to you. Your erudition and your historical perspective on economic matters always trip me. Let me quickly go to Opeyemi Taiwo, who is also an economist Opeyemi Taiwo, I was a grown boy in 1975, 1976 when the Udoji Salary Award by the federal government of Nigeria came to life. And I remember I usually enthusiastically used to assist my single parent mother in Awolowo market selling her wares. And I remember that although they were stark illiterates, but they knew that there was a salary award, and I could remember some of the slangs they used to say in those days. That is, you federal workers, you've taken Udoji's award, that inevitably it had to percolate down to them at the market space. In the background of that anecdote, what would be your opening salvo to this contentious issue between organized labor, the federal government, the state governments, many of the state governments who have not even honored the statutory sanctity of minimum wage 30,000 naira, and what would be your opening salvo, please?
All right, good to be here today. You have given a fantastic background to the challenge at hand, which has been we might call it a generational problem, so to say. But looking at the financial figures now, as at this time last year, we were talking about 21% of our inflation rate. All right, so going down the lane, as at 2024 February, we are talking about 31.7% inflation rate. All right, now moving beyond the inflation rate, there's something called consumer price index. That is looking at the capacity of each consumer to buy products in the market. So what does that mean? That means that the higher purchasing power that you have most times does not equate to the capacity of what? Getting commodity. And the balancing equation is what my senior colleague Paul Alaji was trying to analyze to you. For we to understand that when you have too much of currency in circulation, you are building up, you are piling up inflation. And what is the layman analysis of inflation? Meaning you have 1 million naira with you in your pocket, and you're going to use 1 million naira to buy a bag of rice. Economically, that is not practicable. That is not workable. That is not sustainable. So, moving beyond all of this figure, what do we need to look at? The first thing we should look at is sustainability of our economy beyond your purchasing power. If you are starting work as at the age of 20, by the time you get to 60, you're going to retire. Are you not still coming back to the same economy? So, if you have been earning 50,000 before, or you are earning 30,000, now you are preaching 35,000, or you are now preaching 658,000, and you are being given that amount. Less than 6 months, bag of rice will be 200,000 naira. So, if you now retire after 5 years, will you be able to afford that same 200,000 naira bag of rice? The answer is no. And that is why, as an economist, as financial analyst, what we say to NLC is, don't push the government into corner. Give the government a template to work on. I love the NLC, but NLC must understand, in the 21st century, purchasing power does not equate to purchasing commodity. It's not the same. Look at the affordability of commodity. And how do we have affordability of commodity? We should look at price control. We should look at price regulation. We should look at what we call economic palliative for the SME holders. Because the SME holders run out of our economy, not NLC. Not the civil servant. The civil servant doesn't run the economy. The SME that run the economy. Some
economists and some socioeconomic analysts tend to want to believe that price control is in itself anathema to good price to the market. Reason being that they believe that you should incentivize productivity, encourage manufacturers and producers to increase productivity, and let the supply side bring the demand side to a reasonable level of equilibrium. So when I'm hearing price control from somebody like you who is an economist, I'm thinking, okay, here we come again. Economics, you could have 10 economics with 10 opinions on one issue. You are like lawyers. I'll come back to you, but let me quickly go to Lady Comrade Shesi. My distinguished comrade, you have had your 3 other colleagues, from the gentleman who ordinarily should be levitating on the partisan opportunism that this case seems to present. Lady Olayinka is speaking to patriotism now, and is saying he believes that 615 is a bit too outrageous. He never used the word outrageous, but that is my understanding of his position. Paul Alaje went into historical enumeration of how minimum wage legislations have in themselves precipitated or nourished the demon of inflationary trend, and he used the pricing of an item that most of us can identify with, a bag of rice. Okpeyemi, also an economist, thinks that there may be other incentives that labor ought to be pushing government to attend to, like providing affordable housing, like making sure that we perfect energy transition, especially in the area of vehicular energy use, say from an average of 600 and something naira now per liter of PMS, or 1,000 plus per liter of diesel, to like CNG that is average of less than 300 naira. Comrade, how would you respond to some of these opinions, calling for caution, calling for a bit of, maybe that Aluta flag not too red? How would you respond to that, Lady Comrade Chelsea?
Thank you very much. I can see their sentiments, and I can see that they actually, being patriotic in the sense that they are thinking that Nigeria is bleeding, and so the labor should not also add to the bleeding of the nation. But let us be factual. The same sentiment should also be shared along the path of those who are our leaders. Everybody knows, please excuse me, everybody knows the salaries of those in the legislative arm of government. Everybody knows that they are not also ready to also share in the pains that everybody is passing through in this country. If it's the same thing that the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission is the one that is paying the salaries of everybody that is known to all of us, not that some particular sector like the sacred cow and the workers, the laborers that are tilling the ground and now laying the golden eggs, are now the ones that are suffering for the sin that is not our own, for the sin of our leaders that have already milked this country dry and left us in this situation. It calls for an action from workers. The action that I mean is that the Mr. Lere, the person that spoke before the last economist, has rightly told us how much is the price of a bag of rice in the market compared to what we normally buy the bag of rice in 2019, when we agreed to 30,000 naira minimum wage. Is it the same thing? Is it the same thing that we have to talk about transportation? Is it the same thing that we talk about rent? Is it the same? The worst of it is about our feeding. In developed countries, what government does there is to subsidize the food that people eat so that people can have adequate and access to adequate diet and feeding. And also in some countries, government also subsidizes. In fact, if you don't have houses, they will give you a council flat where you can be residing. They will even pay you some money, social status. They will give you some money to survive. But in this country, even you that you are working, your take home, is it even anything that you have to be proud of? The way we are surviving now, currently, in fact, it's only through the help of God that we are surviving this current onslaught against the workers by the government. Immediately the fuel subsidy was removed. The first people that gained were the people that are not in the organized labor, those in the informal sector. They are the ones that made the gains. So if you are not sharing any sentiment for them, please forget it. Immediately, the prices of goods and services went up, shot up immediately. How much do we buy a kilo of fish before? Used to be a kilo of chicken or fish used to be like 1,000 naira, 1,500. But today, a kilo of fish is 4,600 naira, and that is a very tiny 3 pieces of mackerel. It's 4,600.
Okay, come on.
Against the workers, as our salary.
Comrade, I'll come back to you. You have been so articulate. I wonder whether you labor leaders have reaxed these lines. One cannot but empathize with some of the sentiments, with you on some of the sentiments you shared. Lady Olayinka, she gave a polite backslap to the political class, of which you are a member. At least if you are not practically, if you are not, say, fully a politician, you were once the chief spokesperson of a prominent governor in Nigeria. So you also belong to the political class. And she is of the conviction, like many Nigerians, that you people, is like you live in Nirvana or El Dorado and you have left everybody else in Golgotha. How would you want to respond to that?
Well, you see, there's this misconception that workers have about politicians, and I need to correct that misconception before I continue. I heard the NSC chairman Lagos State saying that the legislator collects also amount of money salary, this person collects also amount of salary, and the question is the workers, let me say the civil servants, how many posters do they print to get to get the work to get employed as civil servants? How many voters do they give money to get employed as civil servants? Then how many people are on their neck as of today? How many people are on their neck? How many people are asking them for money? You see, there's a very thick line of difference between politicians, political office holders, and civil servants. I would prefer to be a civil servant on 100,000 naira salary to be the political office holder that will collect 300,000 salary. Because 300,000 salary of political office holder is lesser. It's of a civil servant. And that's the truth.
I have to call. I now have to dig in deep into your persona and dig out your original vocation. Lere, is the Lere who was once a journalist, is he listening to the Lere who is trying to rationalize?
I am not rationalizing anything. I have said it here, and I want to say it again, that salary should be reviewed. There's no two ways about that. There's no contention about that. I am not saying that civil servants should remain at the level that they are. No, nobody should. Because I said it earlier that what you are getting, what the salary, if you were, say, 100,000 naira income like this time last year, and you are still on the same 100,000 naira now, what you are earning in the real sense of it is about like 25,000 30,000 naira. So there should be a review of minimum wage. There's no two ways about that. Nobody is contesting that. I am not here to contest it. I'm not here to contest it. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is this argument of saying politicians collect huge amount of money.
Okay, I hear you. I'll come back to you, Larry. You've made your point well enough. At some point, to be honest with you, my intellectual persona was rattled because I felt you were justifying some of the profligacy and the ostentation.
Excuse me. Before you go, let me also say this. There's no profligacy in public service without the connivance of civil servants. Nobody should come and tell us that.
That's a topic for another day. We will get to it. You will be invited. I know.
Civil servant. That is the truth.
No, that'll be another topic for. That'll be a topic for another day. You want to push me to an intellectual corner. Paul Alaje. No, we will come to you. Lady Chelsea will come. Comrade Chelsea will come to you. Let's go to the economics now. I want to explore and tap the brains of the two economics in the program. Paul Alaje,
I can hear you, sir. I'm here.
You've had the opinions from the left to the right. And it's just somewhat reasonable that we calling somebody like yourself and Okpeyemi to give us what may be the middle ground. I usually tell people that the beauty of a liberal democracy is that it should be a contestation of ideas. And we've had the comrade, we've had Larry. I'd like to take your next line of reasoning from your historical perspective to contemporary challenges that we're facing now relative to the opinions. Your take.
Thank you so very much. I hear you very clearly, and I understand the debate between the representative of Labour, a woman I have so much respect for, and Mr. Larry, a respected politician and a journalist, as well as Mr. Okpei, my colleague in the field of economics. But here is it. I think over the years, since the Doji salary to date, Labour has focused more on monetary value. Monetary value is really not the problem. Now, when Labour fights, and they fight for things that has to do with money, most of the time, we don't have a relatively sustainable solution. Inflation will catch up, and when it caught up with us, in the next 3, 4, 5 years, we'll start seeing new demand for payment. But what should Labour be discussing? And I'm talking with those who are the high hierarchy of Labour in our country. Let's give you an instance of one of the wrong demands. Labour demanded that government should buy CNG vehicles. It was in Europe last year, around November and December. And I saw some representative of the government scrambling for CNG vehicles. Unfortunately, the whole of Europe has announced a ban on production of CNG for environmental reasons. That is what Nigerian Labour and federal government want to subject Nigerians to. I think if there is not, Labour should establish a research department. It must have economics in it, such that we can look at economic reality. That's not the one Labour should be demanding for. When you have a family hasn't earning income, it's maybe a member of Labour or maybe not even organized Labour. It is expected in Nigerian context that the man should have at one life with
Paul. You are still on, but I need to accentuate a point you've just made now. Many Nigerians, indeed many of us who are educated, don't know that LNG and CNG are fossil fuel byproducts too. They may be relatively cleaner than PMS and AGO, but they are fossil fuel byproducts and they are relatively also maybe cleaner but environmentally dangerous. They are not totally. So go ahead. I just want to accentuate that point.
I spoke vehemently against this at different platforms to say that labor should not be demanding for this. If there is anything to be demanding for, is how do we make quality, I emphasize the word quality of electricity and quantity, how do we improve it? Recently we saw Minister of Labour and Minister of Power increase cost of energy by over 200%, nearly 300%. And they call it a band A. And we have seen what has happened to electricity. Rather than having more electricity, it's even getting worse up. Those who are not in band A, the band B and the rest, electricity company will divert power to band A. They will tell you that you are not in band A. In order to make money, unfortunately, in the midst of that increase, transmission company of Nigeria collapse. We need to focus on the right things. Labour should make demand on how do we make public institution. Labour make demand on how do we make public institution relatively affordable. Not that people will have to pay extreme amounts because they want to go to school. Primary school is the most important.
Okay.
Which of our leaders today say that even to public primary school,
let me go to
school again.
Paul, please let me go to
of education. Do we have in secondary school? I'm going somewhere. UNDP usually every year issue what we call HDI, Human Development Index. It's a combination of three things: income, but it's not limited to income. Health. When you compare Nigeria on health, which public primary hospital are those of us here we proud to go to? But we want labor will say give us more money. Money alone will not solve your problem. It's important to increase your salary significantly. I don't go against it. Because it is not your fault that we made an impulsive decision to remove subsidy without thinking through it, without planning through it, because IMF and World Bank mandated us to do same. Meanwhile, Asian Tigers in 1991, there was a report that Asian Tiger went against IMF and World Bank, then the same organization called it Asian Miracles. In 1945, for a woman to walk around the street of Europe, she has to be an adult. Why? Because she must have been raped by many men. That was after the war. What did Europe do in 30 years? Europe did not suddenly say, we are increasing all tariffs.
Okay.
Europe came up with a Marshall Plan. Nigeria has several plans. Rather than this plan having legislation backup, it never existed. Having budgetary handshake, it never existed. So how do we say that we just pay labor more money?
Okay, Paul, let me go to Okpe. Let me go to Okpe.
Public transport is not there. Rails are not working. No matter what you are paid, even if it's 10 million, it cannot sustain.
Paul, at this juncture, I need to go to Okpeyemi because I want to start. We are moving into the denouement of the program now. This is about the last stretch. Okpeyemi, you economists, the two of you economists on the show have been so vehement on the fact that labor should not be focusing alone on monetary increment as rewards, that it may be stimulating, or it may ultimately stimulate or galvanize inflationary or worsen the the already bad inflationary situation. How would you want to wrap it up so that I give your other colleagues too the opportunity to wrap their opinions up? Okpeyemi?
All right. Okay. So that was a very fantastic and a brilliant submission by my senior colleague Paul Alaje. Now look at the four critical sector that is ministry we needed. Minister of Education, Minister of Health, all right, Minister of Power, all right, the Minister of Agriculture. Now, for all these four ministries, how do we break down their input to bring out outputs that will affect an ordinary man on the street. That is what I am expecting NLC to discuss with federal government. I was in the university and I saw ASU. They have 10 agendas as of 2010. The first one was increment of salary. Now, are you saying that all of the subsector of NLC, the only thing they think about is increment of salary? Is that the solution to Nigeria problem? The answer is no. Increment in salary will always give you sporadic increase in inflation. No doubt about that. But if you are ignoring inflation, well, good enough for you, but it's going to be bad enough for the economy. So what do we need? Can we bring down the inputs of these major 4 ministries that I've spoken about? Can we break down their inputs and see how their output will affect an ordinary man on the street, whereby I can leave my house and pay an annual health insurance to the federal government, minimum fee, and I can go to any hospital of my choice in Nigeria, and I will get a quality health care service. Is it possible that there can be a particular education trust fund whereby in different regions, whereby an average youth or student in Nigeria, without necessarily means of the education loan by the federal government, going to school from primary school to university without means of borrowing, can I do that? That is what we are talking about. Those are the things that can bring sustainability in our economy.
Okay, let me sign you off. Thank you very much, Okwayemi, for your wonderful contribution. Lady Comrade Shesi, your turn now to give us your epilogue.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, all animals are not equal. That adage is very apt at this time. And for the submission of the economists, what do I expect from them? I don't expect anything short of what they are talking. But an hungry man is an angry man. The workers that are working, laboring day and night, you are in the studio now, you are not going home. Only God knows whether you are going home today, even if you are not staying for the weekend. So the nurses, the doctors, they will be working, they will be taking care of the health of people, the teachers, they will be teaching. The lecturers, they will be lecturing, professors, they will read, they will put their intelligence to test. And at the end of the day, a politician will come and tell me because he printed the poster, because he paid money to corruption money to people, his salary should be like 12 million, should be like 15 million, even better than professors that are doing research work, even the nurses that are doing their work, taking care of the patient, even the doctors that are, curing diseases and taking care of people. This is a country where we support illegality. In fact, the people that are talking, they're supposed to have sympathy and empathy with the workers, that they are even supposed to ask us how we've been able to survive at this time. I have already said it, that those people that they have sympathy for, those are in the informal sector. They have increased the prices of goods and services. Part of it is like the people that are selling fuel now, marketers, they are holding the fuel, they are all saboteurs. And all these things, those are the receiving end are the workers. Those in the informal sector, they will make their own gain as the prices of fuel is increasing. The person that is selling pepper will increase immediately. As the price of dollar is increasing, they will increase the prices of all the goods. But the salary remains static.
Comrade, I feel you. I really feel you. Lady Comrade Shesi, I really feel you. But we must go. Lady Comrade Shesi, we must go. Thank you very much for featuring on the show. Thank you, Lady Comrade Shesi. Larry, 30 seconds. Larry, 30 seconds because I need to get Paul. I'll give Paul the opportunity to wrap it up too. Larry. And I don't want you recriminating with Lady Comrade Shesi because she seems. Unmute your device.
Yeah, okay. We cannot run Nigeria on emotion and sentiment. This country can only be run around on reality. So the issue is this, like Mr. Opeyemi said, labor should not be salary. If electricity tariff was increased, apartheid was introduced by putting some people in band A and some people in band B and whatever. Labour, I expect Labour to be on the streets on this. These are issues that Labour should be talking about. Today, we have Nigerians that are on band A, we have Nigerians that are on band F that are not qualified to have life for 1 week.
Okay.
That's the issue we should be talking about.
Okay.
When price of fuel when subsidy was removed and fuel went to that level of 600 naira. What did Labour do that time?
Okay,
Labour did not complain.
So your point well made. I think you are also putting a bit of political opportunism into it. Paul Alaje, give us your wrap up and the wrap up for the show. 30 seconds.
Okay, so we want President Tinubu and the entire state government to be very fair on labor. The rate over the years has been between $100, which is equivalent of $130 to $200, about $250 to $260. But they should do that bearing in mind that there will be inflation. That is not permanent solution, it's only temporary solution. The permanent solution is to look at the critical sector and provide solution. But my concern about labor, that even if government said they will pay labor 50,000 naira today, the current labor seems to be toothless. The current labor, so many of the promises that they've made have failed. And I thought because I share a part of my life with them, I was senior president of the University. And this is not what I need to know NLC for. It's a bit disappointing and concerning.
Paul, I think that's not fair. We may have another program, another show for that. Because in the last 1 year, Labour has asserted itself minimum of 3 to 4 times. I think that's not fair. But this is where we have to leave it for today. It's quite an engaging, very intellectually stimulating session. I really want to thank every one of you, Lady Comrade Shosi, the chairperson, NLC Lagos State, Lady Olayinka, a prominent journalist and politician. Paul Alaje comes with a very rich antecedents and profile as an economist and public analyst. And Opeyemi Taiwo, who I'm engaging with for the first time. I really want to thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen and lady.
Thank you so much, sir, for having us.
I am.
Thank you for having me.
Bola Hoba. Have a good evening.
have seen pictures of the newly elected Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye and his two wives, Marie Koné and Absa Faye. This is not the first African president who is polygamous. South Africa's Jacob Zuma is married to 5 women. King Mswati of Swaziland has 14 wives, while the late Democratic Republic of Congo's Mobutu Sese Seko married 2 sisters, twins at that. And the list goes on. So certainly not a first, but one could think that in 2024, in the kind of modern society we live in, polygamy would be a thing of the past. Well, not only does polygamy still exist, but it is still going strong in some parts of Africa, and more surprisingly, some young and educated African women are seeking a polygamous life partner. Today on Our Voices, we will try and understand what would make a modern African woman happily choose a way of life that used to be associated with the times of our grandmothers and great-grandmothers. And I say we because my opinionated and fierce co-hosts are here on set to discuss the topic with me. I'm Anastasie Tudiesh, and I am joined by Simini Shekoye and Oriane Itangishaka. Hello, ladies.
Hello. Hello.
How are you? So I have to ask you, I know you both are happily married, but in another life, say, would you have considered being a second or a third wife?
Straight up.
To a lucky man?
In another life, maybe, but not in this life.
Oh, okay.
But you know what I say is that as women who are not in polygamous relationship or polygamous marriage, whichever way you look at it or whichever way you feel about it, you have to really look at the context, historical context, religious context. When you are a woman or a child who grew up in an environment where it's the norm, your mother and most of the women in your environment have been in polygamous relationship, it becomes modus operandi for you. You don't question it.
Yeah.
But I would say, like in a country like my country, in Burundi, even most recently, the president on the International Women's Day this year reminded men to do away with adulterous tendencies and said that second, third, and fourth wife must be sent home because a man should have one woman. Yeah. So in that environment, there's not going to be no polygamous relationship. So I personally wouldn't, and actually the thought of my husband, even when I die, that he will be with another woman is disturbing. So I wouldn't, no.
So I think personally also never, I mean, not in this life, not in another life. I don't want to share my husband with anyone, but that's my personal belief. And as Oriane said, I know women who grow up in different contexts, in different religion, in different environment, can think differently. And as I strongly believe that, you know, relationship with just one partner, you know, enriches family, it's beneficial for children. Another woman might think that, you know, it has economic benefits. It has, you know, its own you know, input in the family. So it's, again, I agree with her that it's very contextual.
I have to say that there is a consensus here. I'm way too romantic, too territorial, or maybe, as you know, women who advocate for polygamy say, maybe I'm too selfish. But yes, the idea, even too insecure. I don't know, but I wouldn't.
Hey, why not? It's just how you feel.
Oh, I embrace it.
How you feel, how you grow up, how you are socialized into this life.
I spoke to a woman recently, a Muslim woman. I was interviewing her about that, just that very statement that the president said in Burundi. She said, we don't consider it as adulterous. And so you have to just accept that and respect that.
I had a colleague who believed she wanted to be a second or a third wife because that's how it would work for her.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, I remember her. I remember her because she was young. She was raised in a modern society in Europe. But she said, you know what, as young as I am, I'll take an older married husband because it's just the norm. My mother did that. And sometimes I question and I'm saying, wow, really? Are you sure you're going to be okay with that?
Security. Well, some women are. Some women
especially Western women, it's surprising.
Well, in Central Africa too. So before we go to our Your Voices segment, where we ask some ladies on the streets of Johannesburg, South Africa, to share their thoughts on polygamy, let's talk facts and numbers, lady. In a Pew Center report published in 2019, researchers identified a polygamy belt. I didn't even know that existed. A group of countries where polygamy prevalence is particularly high, namely Burkina Faso, Mali, the Gambia, Niger, and Nigeria. The same report says whereas polygamy affects 2% of the world population, 11% of the population is in Africa. Also, in many countries, marriages are governed by religious or customary law, which means that oversight is in the hands of clerics or community leaders. What do you think, Oriane?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, even in predominantly Christian nations like the Congo and Uganda, where polygamy is forbidden in civil marriage, it's still practiced in customary, laws.
Yeah.
So we asked this question to people on the continent, what do you think of polygamous unions? And we have Sifilele Magubane, Balindile Kumalo, Mona Lisa Monyeni, and Ntabisang Muhwang. And here is the response. Take a listen.
I don't support polygamy. As a wife, if I were to be told that there's another one joining me, I would never accept. I don't think there's peace in polygamy. Women are very jealous. I'm very jealous, so I don't think I'd ever accept polygamy.
As much as I personally wouldn't like it, but then I feel like at some point, like, you should be realistic about it. Like, it happens every day. You know that, like, it might happen even when, like, let's say you haven't found out yet, but then you know that it might happen. Like, there are probably 60% chances of it happening. I mean, it's already happening, it's just that it's not official.
People get jealous. People are fighting over, it can't be me. It just can't be me. That's all. It can't be me. Nah. Look at me.
It's very risky to be in such an environment because some can start things. There's also witchcraft in those cases. So, Mina, for my side, I'm for monogamy, monogamous relationships, not polygamy.
She's like, monogamy.
No.
Well, thank you so much, Tuso Kumalo, for getting our questions answered on the streets of Joburg. Now, let's go deeper in our topic, and our guest that we have at this moment is Mrs. Kumba Makalu. She's a consultant here in the Maryland area. Questions answers on the streets of Joburg. Now, let's go deeper in our topic, and our guest that we have at this moment is Mrs. Kumba Makalu. She's a consultant here in the Maryland area. She's joining us from Silver Spring, Maryland. Mrs. Makalu, thank you so much for being with us. And I want to go straight into asking you, and we have her on also on the phone. Do you think that polygamy is beneficial for men as much as it is for men as much as it is for women?
Thank you, first of all, for having me on and for asking the questions. I believe that, it depends on the individuals and it depends on the societies. And some of our African societies are structured in a way to make polygamy beneficial for both men and women. We have to remember the strong agricultural nature of our societies. In terms of also bringing together large families, right? And doing that in the most healthy way and the most, appropriate way based on our cultures. And that leads to polygamy, usually.
Right. So the economic part of it.
The economic and the societal part of it, just making sure, in many societies in America, there is an informal polygamy going on, where there are people who are involved with several women.
Fair enough.
Miss Makalu, but I've seen research reports that women in polygamy relationship had a much lower self-esteem than women who are in monogamous marriage. So is being happy and being fulfilled possible for women in polygamous marriage?
I think that's a very difficult question. I think you would have to ask the women. I have seen women who have actually worked really well in polygamous relationships. My grandparents, there was a polygamous relationship, and to this day, some of the kids don't know who their actual mother was, just because the structure was so healthy, and the women got along so well. But I've also seen the opposite, and it's there's a question of are you able to share?
Right.
So you are saying it's contextual and it depends. It varies from families to families. There is no general happy and not being happy.
Exactly. I think there's a
not being happy.
Exactly. I think there's a
Are the women the one controlling the happiness, or is it the men? Because I've heard that the man is the one who has to keep them in check, make sure that they get along, or the control is amongst the women who decide, look, let's get along? What do you think?
I think it's really the context, right? And if the women go in knowing they're going into a polygamous relationship and they're willing to do it, they know what that entails, right? So they should be ready to accept it. Now, some women go into polygamous relationships not accepting it, but like wishing that they would be the only one, right? And then then they haven't been honest with themselves or with the husband or with the other women, and then there's conflict. So it really depends. I mean, I think it's the individuals who have to understand what they're capable of handling and what it entails, because you will have to share. You will have to, know that there are other women who are equal to you.
Yeah, sharing, and there's no way around. Ms. Makalu, what I really appreciate with this discussion is that you introduce nuance. From the beginning, you are saying that it all depends on context and nuance. And I think it's very important, especially because none of us on this set would consider such a union. So it's very nice that you bring that with you. So I have a bit of a personal question for you. Would you consider, because you seem to have a positive view on polygamy, and I think it's very interesting, would you consider that for yourself and for your daughter?
No. I personally do not, based on the way I've been brought up, I think, and the modern society we live in, right? Maybe in a different context, I might consider it. But the context that we live in, it's already illegal, right? So
but I was not asking on a legal point of view. I was asking your personal. Would you agree to share a man with another woman or other women, and share resources and raise other women's children and have other women raise your children?
Relationship, right? But I know in my personal relationship, my husband has had previous wives and other children, so there is that
component.
Dynamic.
Yes.
So, but I wouldn't be like, you spend 2 days with her.
So maybe let's pivot and go to the children's situation. You were from Mali and predominantly Muslim culture. How do you see the impact or the benefit when it comes to children relationship? Because I've heard that the first woman's children or the first woman has a much more say into the resources, into things like that. Maybe I might be wrong, but what is the dynamics amongst the children? And, what do you think?
I think it varies. It depends on how they were raised. Now, if there was a rivalry within the women and the first wife, maybe was more dominant and was, fighting for those resources, there will be a competition. And I heard someone speak about witchcraft, which we have to not ignore, where, people will resort to spiritual means to control, for protection, or, other things. And that's a very real occurrence, actually, in a lot of these relationships. But I think it really does.
Let me follow up. Let me follow up on Oriane's question, and just a lot of research again showed that the role of both parents being present in child's life is very important. So as a man alternates between wives, and sometimes children may not see their father for a few days, few weeks. How would you say that has an impact on the children upbringing?
Yes, I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it turn badly because there isn't that balance. And actually, I will say it will turn not true polygamy, right? When it's like it's a polygamous relationship, but there's no balance, right? So the children are not actually treated. Yeah, children are not treated equally. The mothers are not treated equally. The time is not spread out equally. Yes, it turns very, very badly, right? Because there's resentment, and there's a balance, like a struggle for power and attention. And I don't call that true polygamy, because those are not, like you said, Mali is Muslim, so it's based on Islam. And Islam really actually, what that religion says about polygamy is that you should not take more wives if you cannot treat them equally, right? So it's not necessarily a right, right? But it's really saying that you have to be sure
Thank you
of your character.
so much, Miss Kumba Makalu. You are a consultant specialized in women's issue, and your point of view was really precious. So we'll take a break now, and
in times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sports.
Show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
You are watching Our Voices. Welcome back. We are discussing a controversial marital choice, polygamy, and the African women who voluntarily embrace it. Diaspora Literatures on East Carolina University. She joins us via Skype from Greenville, North Carolina. Hello. Hello, Dr. Gay. How are you?
I'm great.
So my first question to you will be that I would really like to know, do you think what do you think of polygamy to start with?
I've listened to the previous guest, and there are so many things I agree with her in terms of contextualizing, but I also think that there are so many sanitizing points about polygamy that is not talked about, especially in the case of Senegal, where polygamy is practiced in a new way in urban areas more than in rural areas. So the men who do polygamy or who practice polygamy are not tilling any farm or need more men, more manpower. So I think that there are so many things that we can say about the choice now in urban areas, especially when you were talking about how so many educated men are now engaging in polygamy and so many educated women also are engaging in polygamy.
Dr. Gay, as a self-proclaimed feminist you are, do you think, like from the existing polygamy structure in Africa, do you think men are systematically benefiting from polygamy than women?
Definitely. Men are getting more from polygamy, and in general, men get more in marriage than women. That's established, whether it's in Africa or outside of Africa. The way that polygamy is practiced now in Africa, it is more for men than it is for women, just because the institution itself is not open to women. Women cannot have more than one husband, for example. So that choice isn't there. And the fact that women are pit against each other in terms of competition. Somebody talks about the witchcraft that happened in there. So women are trying to top each other in the upkeep for the man. So the attention is always on him. And for women, instead of engaging in relationship with the husband, the relationship is more with the other women in terms of conflict.
Yeah, so you really can look at it the other way around, because I have spoken to women who say that we are equal. And then I have spoken to other women in other polygamous relationship where they respect the first wife, and I've brought that up in the previous segment. So you believe that that competition is definitely there?
The competition is definitely there, especially in this new era of polygamy. I come from a polygamous household. My father had 2 wives. We all lived together. And in the beginning, when we call her our aunt, is coming to join us, my father sat us down and said that this is my second wife. And it was clear to us that the relationship between the women, for example, are none of our business as children. And we respect each one of them, but for the most time, also the second wife respect the first wife because she has been there for a long time. In the new way of doing polygamy, women enter polygamy in terms of conflict. I'm going there to destabilize her. I'm going there to top whatever she has been doing. And there is even in Senegal a term that is called defante, which the word, Wolof word is def, which is to do, and defante brings this reciprocity in terms of conflict. She does something, I do more. And this is in terms of sexuality, in terms of economy, in terms of attention to the husband, in terms of who's cooking what. And women go to so many lengths in order to top each other. So that is now the new kind of polygamy that I think is benefiting more men than it is benefiting women.
Maybe can we look also at the positive aspect of it, like for example, economic advantage, where more women, can have more secure family economically. Also, in context of conflicts where a lot of men might go to war, or women, the number of women could be less, and in that case, men can have more women, have more children, so that they can, increase the population. So, is that something to consider as a positive part of it?
I think that for some women, the economic aspect of polygamy is very important because they are able to be in the institution of marriage and being taken care of, especially because in many African societies and communities, the man have financial opportunities. Polygamy could be an advantage for them. But for the most part, the women actually who now participate in polygamy are financially, they do not need the financial upkeep. They're stable financially, they have jobs, they are educated, they have active professional lives. So the reason why these women enter polygamy is because it gives them more flexibility in terms that the man is taken care of by several women. So the women who say, I would like to be in polygamy, and usually it's because they want to be second, third, fourth wife, because then they will be able to share the care of the husband with other women. And if he's not with them 2 days, then they can go and do other things and not have to worry about cooking and taking care of him. And that brings us to this point of men being taken care of all the time. There is always it's this notion that
wait a second, Dr. Gay. Are you telling us that nowadays polygamy is led by intellectual and financially independent women who actually see it as a way to have a man and still lead a single life in a way?
Yes. Your previous guest was talking about how women will be having 2 days each, and that the father is not going to be there, for example, 2 days.
So it is beneficial to women.
That is because it is beneficial to women in that sense, but that is because now in polygamy, these women who enter polygamy, they do not want to share the household with another woman. They are in their own spaces. They live their own parallel lives. And then they have the husband in a few days, and then he's gone to the other woman. Then they take care of their own lives. So that's the flexibility that it offers. In their own spaces, they live their own parallel lives. And then they have the husband in a few days, and then he's gone to the other woman. Then they take care of their own lives. So that's the flexibility that it offers them. And who are we to blame them for doing that in a society that is patriarchal, where men are always taken care of in terms of chores, in terms of domestic upkeep?
Well, that is the end of a show that we didn't see coming. Thank you.
We want to speak more.
We really want to thank you, Maram Gay. You were with us in East, you are a professor in East Carolina University. Thank you for joining us from Greenville, North Carolina. Thank you for this very interesting insight. Thank you to Komba Makalu for joining us today to share her perspective on polygamy. This has been Our Voices. Thank you for watching. And thanks to our formidable editorial and production team. You can rewatch this episode, and we too, on the previous ones on the VOA website, voaafrica.com, or on our YouTube channel. Let's continue the conversation. See you next week.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a broadcast producer, broadcaster. He is also a pastor now. And then he's an avid sports lover, avid football fan. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. That's Fans of Stationaries Stores Football Club. Ime James is a producer, broadcaster, journalist, writer, and sports lover. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. He was formerly with the Nigerian Television Authority. He studied drama at the University of Ife. After leaving NTA, Ime started his independent production company. He produced the first fashion and beauty show on Nigerian television called New Trends. It was an overnight hit. Ime James credits Eddie Iro and Soji Oyinsan for his grounding in television production. This background was pivotal in his decision to go solo and found his independent production company. Please welcome with me Eliashib Ime James. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
I didn't put the title pastor.
It's okay.
Because normally now it's Ime, Lekon between us. So putting titles kind of distances you.
That's right.
Right. Now, I recall that in those days, you were a producer on NTA, ex-NTA. So what was that like for you?
Well, it was a beautiful life. I had always wanted to become a journalist when I was in primary school because I started writing for the then Crystalib.
Okay.
As a child journalist for the
What primary school was that?
I went to Tinu Primary School, Surulere.
Okay.
Very close to the old Kalakuta Republic.
Okay.
So you see my affinity with the shrine.
Okay.
So I had always wanted to become a journalist. So from my childhood, I would go to the newspaper stand and I would read Punch, read newspaper. As a child, even before the war, I was reading Drum magazine.
Okay.
That's to tell you how far, and that shaped my opinion and my mindset. I was able to follow what was happening around. So when I grew up, I did a few courses in Ife. We were doing training in dramatic arts. And, so we had this drama group at the National Museum that was called Gongon Cultural Artists.
Okay, that's where you and Tunde Election Lawyer connected.
Yes. I was Tunde's director.
Yes.
You know, we used to call him Spin Round.
Yes.
You know, so Soji Oyinsan and Eddie Iro came to the museum to look for, I think, to ease themselves out. And this was 1979. And they met me directing my people. And it was so professional the way I was doing it.
Yeah.
I had read about the director's cigar. You know, the director's cigar was on film. Okay, but I brought it down to the stage. So
yes.
I will look for cigar, not cigarette. I look for cigar, light it, and as I'm puffing, I tell them, no, move it this way, move it. So they came and they saw me and they were so impressed about this young man that is doing. So they invited me to NTA. I got employed. And it was a beautiful thing because I got involved in so many training. It was at NTA that I went to Times Institute of Journalism.
Okay.
You know, so this it was a beautiful time with me.
But you know, in those days, production was a lot more hands-on.
Yeah.
Equipment were minimal.
Yes.
Right. A great deal of
a great deal of your intellect.
Yes, intellect, intuition, and all of that.
Yes.
These days, get involved with production?
Not so much these days because my hands are really, really full.
Yeah.
However, as the media communication head of Christ Embassy some years back,
yes,
I had the honor of establishing the newsroom, the news agency. So I was involved in production. But even at that time, between that time and now, production facilities has also evolved.
Yes.
Tremendously. Again, when it comes to the technicalities, directing and all that, of course, I'm hands-on. I know what to tell you. I know what to do. But in terms of technically handling the cameras, in those days I could handle any camera.
Yeah.
I could edit on any platform. You know, but today many platforms are there, and because of my pastoral responsibilities, I do not have time to do all that now.
Okay, pastoral responsibility. Was that why you left NTA?
No, I was actually retrenched.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Okay.
I was in 1985. I got caught up in the power tussle between my bosses. So when my boss went to the Guardians, he went to the Guardian to start the Guardian with them. Retrenchment came, and those who didn't like my boss, I am a loyalist. And they saw that this man has been loyal to Ediro. No. I was loyal to Ediro. I was loyal to Soji Onyison. Okay. Those are my bosses.
Soji Onyison is in Canada.
Yes, he's in Canada.
Yes,
he's in Canada. Yeah. Great man.
Yes,
when I was retrenched and I left NTA, it was Soji Onyison who made it possible for me to start my independent production company.
Good.
I used his cameras. I used his editing facilities, free of charge. Free of charge. And he nurtured me, and I will never forget.
Yes.
He nurtured me, and I will never. So I started my independent production. I invented the first television fashion and beauty program on television.
What do you mean by invent?
Well, before then, there was no program on fashion and beauty on a weekly basis.
Locally produced.
Yes, locally produced.
Okay.
Now, yes, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
On Nigeria television, yes.
Okay.
And so I had watched a few programs abroad, and I told myself, no, I can do this. So I began the program. It was called New Trends.
Yeah, New
and
Trends.
It became an overnight hit. Okay. And you know the Nigerian culture. The moment some people saw it, everybody began to do the same thing. You know? Everybody was, but it's on record that I was the first to start that.
Okay.
And I was airing on what I call staggered network.
Yes.
Okay. I was showing on Destiny TV in Kano. I was showing on NTA Abuja. I was showing on Clapperboard Television. I was showing on DBN, and I was showing on NTA2.
NTA2.
Yes.
That's quite an array.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were making money. Well, it's normal.
No. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say that I made money. I wouldn't say that I made money because those who came after me made a lot of money. Now, while they were using VHS for their own production, I refused to use VHS because those who taught me production
taught me U-matic
and taught me quality, taught me film production.
Yeah.
And so when I look at the qualities of what the film will give to you and what the U-matic will give to you, I even refused to use a low band. You know, there was low band and high band.
Yeah, sure.
I refused to use low band. And those who had high band camera were very expensive. So every money I made went into trying to make, and then I began to edit with Solar.
Yeah.
You know, Solar was the
was the high end.
Was the high end production outfit. I just wanted to be at the right place.
Yes.
You know, So I would say I made money. Yes, I made money. I was able to keep my family together and all that.
Yeah, but that's making money.
Yes.
Once your family is okay,
I also tried to apply for a TV license when it was deregulated, but I never got the license.
Yeah, that's the story of all of us. I mean, we did this. We tried this, we tried that, but it didn't happen. Now, let's look at the production terrain, even TV broadcast generally now. Technology has really stepped up and demystified a lot of stuff.
A lot of things.
Yes.
A lot of stress that we used to have before. These children do not have that anymore.
Yeah, but you mean the younger generation?
Yes.
Because they will fight you if you call them
But
children.
they're children now.
Yeah, well, there's
They're my
younger
children.
generation. They are our children,
Yes.
but then they are also our colleagues.
You know, they are our colleagues. Yes,
Uh-huh,
I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah, so they don't have such. Again, what do you think that has done for creativity within the industry?
In terms of thinking through, I watch some television programs and I'm asking, do they have somebody vetting their programs before it goes on air? I listen to a broadcaster. I mean, you were on television. You were broadcasting.
Yes.
Even with your diction there, some of us will still quarrel and say, yeah, you didn't say it. Because you before you go on air, you are trying to cross your T and dot your I's and say the right words, and the right way.
Yes.
I see people these days, they are not interested in that. They just say what they want to say and move on. And then hype it with all kinds of mannerisms, slangs, as we were growing up. We learned English.
Yes.
And pronouncement of
pronunciation
of words.
Yes.
Listening to radio and listening to them on television.
Yes.
I'm not sure that children learn from TV or radio these days. Because they are not. Most of them are not thinking through. But there are stations where you find a lot of people, a lot of the staff doing well, and that station where you have people who had gone through the meals. I'm constantly on your channel.
Yeah.
Once there's a problem, you see, I call you.
Yeah, you do.
I want. My wife said, "Why are you always calling?" I hope he doesn't get angry. I said, "No, he's a professional. He's not going to get angry."
Sure.
He knows
that's
that,
like a carryover of what we grew up on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I can't say that to younger managing directors of other stations. They will get offended.
They may.
Yes.
They may get offended.
Okay. They may get offended. Yes. So, so the new technology, I would say, has made a few of them lazy. A few of them, not all of them, because there are still a lot of creative people on there.
Yes.
A lot of creative
people. So it's like technology has made it easier to produce.
Yes.
Technically high quality.
Yes.
Yes. Materials, maybe not necessarily so much depth, but there's also been a lot of depth.
In our time, you do not, if you want your pictures to come out well, you work on your camera. Today, whether your camera is working very well or not, you can enhance your picture quality.
Oh yes.
When you are editing.
Even your phones these days,
your phone
will shoot high def.
High definition. So, the technology has upped the ante, and it's a good thing. My children are into production.
Yeah.
My daughter does a lot of production with her phone and little laptop.
Yes. A lot of them. Yes. One of my daughters too.
Yes.
Is heavily into production.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she produced. I think about a few days ago, she had a client abroad who wanted. I said, why are they not doing that? She said, that is very expensive for her to do it there. So she's doing it with me.
We do it locally.
Yeah. So, production, the new invention in technology here has made it easy for a lot of them to work better.
Now let's look at the impact of new technology on new media, social media, and all the platforms through which they gain expression. In those days, there was nothing like that.
So you walk
But now there's so much freedom
Yes.
and access. Do you think social media needs to be curtailed?
Absolutely.
Or regulated?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
So why? How then does society deal with it?
Let me say this